The answer is, are you stupid? Originally, Link was wanted because of the theft of evil god bones. The Star Alliance was afraid that evil gods would escape and come to the physical universe. But now the evil god bones have been synthesized by Link, and Zhuge has lost the way to come to the physical universe. Even if it comes, his strength will be greatly weakened. At this time, invite the major forces who were wanted before to come and have a frank talk about it. It can be a big deal, it's a small matter. Maybe you can get a reward from the Supreme Mage Council. King Kong shook his head wildly. Don't you know who Link is? He's definitely not such a great person. If you want to explain, where would it take so much trouble? It's okay to synthesize directly on the way to surrender and save time. Moreover, there's no need to tell Amoris to surrender. Amoris can come from so far away from Star Harbor faster than the Supreme Mage Council, and obviously got the news of Link in advance. If why bother so much to turn yourself in? I doubt there must be other plans in it. The Silver Hand insisted on his judgment and retorted, then tell me, what else can Link have? As one of the first pets to follow Link, can't you even answer this? After a meal with the Silver Hand, the macaw's stomach was almost fried and blocked like a balloon. Okay, wait, I'll analyze it for you. The macaw squatted in the corner of the wall all afternoon, and finally the light flashed in his mind. I thought of it. Link let Eros go with his front foot and kept his back foot here. This is to pass all the charges on Eros. Now Link is cleared of suspicion. If he has to find someone to bear this matter, then Eros is the only one left. Zhuge stopped talking. He listened to Link and Amoris discuss the whole plan, but Link also banned him from disclosing it. Otherwise, let others know the plan, and the big game will not move. So listening to the analysis of the macaw, Zhuge finally understood Link's previous mood. It's funny to see these two people, Wolong Chicken. While Amoris was hiding, Link calculated that there should be leading cosmic forces arriving soon. Just as Zhuge steadily outputs his dark energy every day, soon the major forces gathering towards the Blade Star detected this signal, and his inner fear increased sharply. Because no one wants to fight against Zhuge, who has come to the entity. It can be concluded that Zul represents such a clear signal that the universe has been occupied. As the vanguard force is a warship fleet of trade civilization. Because they are closest to Blade Star, they undertake the investigation task after arriving at Blade Star. Such a first-class civilization that is still engaged in commercial activities in the galaxy cluster can join the Star Alliance because it is closest to the location of the incident. How can such cosmic events get them in turn? The Star Alliance did not assign an attack task to them, but let them investigate and find out the situation in the Blade Star at the first time after their arrival. If necessary, they don't even need physical landing, but only use it for reconnaissance, shooting and recording in low Earth orbit. As an organization that once fought with the blood god Zhuge, the Supreme Mage Council knows the power of Zhuge. Once Zhuge is allowed to absorb enough flesh and blood energy, his strength will reach another level. Now he's just a newcomer. The high-energy blood is the perfect tonic in Zhuge's eyes, which can effectively improve his strength. If we use conventional troops to deal with the blood god, these people will definitely become Zhuge's food. This force can join the Star Alliance with strong people. Naturally, it dare not disobey the meaning of those big people above. When the fleet approached Blade Star, Helen and the mechanical fortress hidden in the Dragon Ridge Mountains had detected the target signal. President, we have detected a fleet signal outside the Blade Star. After identification, the other fleet has a total of 5 ships, led by an Ares-class I destroyer, 2 Nebula-class frigates and 2 Air-class frigates. Because of the existence of Yazhizi, Link's intelligence reconnaissance can always be one step faster than these ships and find each other in advance. Link looked at the fleet formation decelerating into orbit in the picture. Judging from the modular weapons equipped with each ship, it was a first-class civilized fleet. Helen turned and asked, President, do you want to beat them down? Helen, you've been getting grumpy lately. Link sighed. Especially since he released the coordinates and locations, Helen's mood has become extremely aggressive recently. And according to a few words with Gamish, Link learned that Helen had made a lot of weapons to deal with the upcoming Supreme Mage Council. Although Gamish didn't say what it was, looking at the look of fear and the expression of hesitation on his face, Link knew that it was definitely a restricted weapon that could easily be on the 404 list. Helen touched her cheek and looked surprised. Ah? Yes. Link nodded seriously and then said, "There's no need to rush. If they show an aggressive tendency, it's not too late to fight back." Helen pointed to the fleet in the picture from Yazhizi and said, "They illegally entered the low Earth orbit of Blade Star, which has posed a substantial threat to our safety. President, can I directly fire back?" Link looked at Helen, and the irritable image in front of him quickly coincided with the image of the mechanical mother god in his memory, which made Link a little in a trance. "We'll fight back when they take the initiative to attack." Not surprisingly, this is just a first-class civilized force convened by the Star Alliance. Coming to Blade Star is mainly responsible for investigation. You will have a chance to show you new weapons later. Link rubbed Helen's little head, which calmed the little lion's mood. "Well, I hope they can," as the president said, "hold back, or they will sacrifice my newly developed firepower weapons." Blade Star Low Earth Orbit. The civilization of the Lawrence system is responsible for this investigation. Gudan. Lawrence Galaxy civilization takes the path of the combination of science, technology, and magic. The good development background brings a unique social system. When the galactic civilization went out of the Earth, they did not choose the route of hegemony and plunder, but chose a business and trade route to establish close business and connection with the surrounding galaxies. On the way back this time, I suddenly learned about the establishment of the Star Alliance. As the leader of civilization, Lawrence III was keenly aware of business opportunities. As the nearest galaxy to Blade Star, Lawrence III resolutely contacted the Star Alliance and expressed his willingness to be a pioneer. After receiving the signal released by Link, the Supreme Mage Council really needs such a vanguard role to help them investigate the situation of Blade Star first to see whether Link is really on Blade Star or just a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. So the two sides hit it off. Lawrence III and civilization needed the name Alliance of Stars to be gilded. The Star Alliance needs a pawn to detect and transmit information. The fleet successfully entered the perigee of Blade Star. Lawrence III stood on the deck of the command cabin, his eyes flashing with excitement. They have successfully arrived at Blade Star, and there are no enemy ships or satellites in orbit. This is definitely a good start for their investigation, avoiding all fire conflicts and battles. Lawrence III was curious about Link, who dared to challenge the Star Alliance. Just pick a few organizations and forces in the Star Alliance and say their names can easily erase some civilizations and forces. But now suddenly there is a person who needs these forces to deal with it together. The degree of madness can be imagined. From the Supreme Mage Council and other wanted notices, Lawrence III learned something about the leopard. It turned out that Link and Eros were so brave that they went to the forbidden area of evil gods to steal the bones of evil gods. You should know that the skeleton of an evil god is contaminated with the consciousness of an evil god. If you are not firm enough, you will be eaten back and become a servant of the evil god, resulting in the disaster of the universe. Now Link dares to claim that he is waiting for trial on Blade Star. The worst result must have been guessed by everyone. Evil gods have come to support Link and prepare to attack the universe. But now the universe is too rolling. Even knowing that this trip might cost a lot, Lawrence III decided to come with the fleet. As long as they can detect useful information and become known as the Alliance of Stars, they will certainly not treat themselves and civilization badly. At that time, they will rise, and they can really take civilization, trade, and business to a higher level. Otherwise, even if he works to death, the status and influence of civilization will not change much. The imaginary resistance did not appear, and the fleet successfully entered low Earth orbit. More than a dozen exploration satellites were released from the escort ship, and began to orbit around the Blade Star after entering orbit. The probe satellite soon carried out the first scan of the Blade Star. The landscape pattern data of Blade Star are all transmitted to the Irishan Star Destroyer. After the supercomputer synthesis on the destroyer, the holographic simulation map of Blade Star soon appeared in front of Lawrence 3. After viewing the holographic simulated planet, Lawrence 3 found that although the landform of Blade Star is clearly visible, it is limited to large landform features. When the accuracy is less than 1 kilometer, the imaging will be blurred, like a mosaic. The abnormal situation attracted the attention of Lawrence 3. According to the design of 10 meters, we should know that there is no such problem in the detection accuracy of the civilized satellite. According to the detection analysis, there is a strange energy field throughout the whole planet in Blade Star. This energy field interferes with our detection equipment, which is likely to be the reason why our detection satellite cannot meet the accuracy standard. Lawrence 3 frowned. The accuracy is only 1 kilometer. Except for the terrain environment of Blade Star, you can't see any more details. You can find a chicken feather intelligence. However, at the thought that Link and evil gods were likely to ambush on the ground, Lawrence 3 gave up the idea of landing investigation. If this goes on and the investigation fails, it is uncertain that they will be directly swallowed up by the evil god. Lawrence 3 thought for a moment and said, "This situation has exceeded our expectations. In any case, first transmit the current situation intact to the Supreme Mage Council in the rear and wait for their instructions." Worthy of being a veteran who has been fighting in the universe for so many years, Lawrence 3 soon pushed the choice of the problem to the Supreme Mage Council. While waiting for a response, Lawrence 3 and his fleet did nothing and waited silently around Blade Star. The Alliance of Stars attached great importance to the first intelligence. After learning that Blade Star has an energy body to inhibit magic, it immediately understood why Link chose Blade Star. But Link still missed a point. Now he has to deal with not only the Supreme Mage Council, but also other members and forces in the Star Alliance. Although Blade Star has the effect of restraining demons, there are many other powerful forces in the Star Alliance. Moreover, the Supreme Mage Council sent to deal with Link this time is the Void Mage and 2 other class A mages. 3 A-level mages, even if weakened, are strong enough to deal with Link. Until now, as a result of the discussions within the Star Alliance, people still don't believe that the evil gods are really waiting to die in the beam of Blade Star. Although they have captured the stable evil energy fluctuation overflow in Blade Star every day, it is still considered by everyone as a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. The real mastermind should be Eros. From the beginning of stealing the skeleton of the evil god, to the posture of the ship to escape, Eros perfectly staged what is called foot oiling. Moreover, it is obviously a reasonable choice to escape and hide with evil gods whose strength has not been restored. They didn't believe that Zhuge could come again and fight with them so hard. But if you completely ignore Blade Star, it is obviously impossible. Therefore, the result of the discussion within the Star Alliance is to separate the Void Archmage and 2 other Class A, as well as some allies of the Star Alliance. Check the situation after arriving at Blade Star. If it is true, then the large forces pursuing Eros will shift to encircle and suppress Zhuge. But if it is bluff, the teleportation and void transfer spells of the Void Mage can save the confluence time to the greatest extent. While Lawrence 3 was waiting, the cosmic space was gradually distorted, and the starlight was distorted to form a vortex-like shape. Then, a void figure covered in purple appeared. The interior was dark, and only the surrounding stars dotted its shape. Chapter 976. After the intense energy fluctuation, Lawrence 3 showed a happy smile on his face. The Void Mage of the Supreme Mage Council led the other 2 mages to Blade Star. "You've worked hard. Thank you for your contribution to the Star Alliance. Next, you can give it to us." With the understatement of the Void Archmage, he took over the battlefield strongly. The next second, the 3 bodies disappeared from space. Undefined broke through all the lines of the Eris destroyer and entered the command room directly. The Void Mage went to the porthole and began to cast spells. A moment later, the universe was distorted again, and a void vortex like the mouth of an abyss appeared. Then, the small and medium-sized warships, carrier ships, and characteristic aircraft of the Star Alliance carried all the members of major forces to the battlefield, and the originally desolate and lonely outer space became lively in an instant. The members of Lawrence III's fleet have never seen a coalition of this size. A Ares Star Destroyer is the crystallization of all the wisdom and wealth of civilization. A warship formation has been built around the Ares Star Destroyer. But now the forces and armed forces emerging from the void are much stronger than Lawrence civilization. In the command room, even because of exclamation and surprise, they have ignored reserve. Look, it's an Eternal Storm battlecruiser. My God, it's the first time I've seen such a behemoth. It's hard to imagine that I can see all the advanced ships at one time. Even at the exhibition of large arms manufacturers, I can't get together such a complete set of ships. The firepower of these warships is even enough to push the Blade Star horizontally. These standard warships are fierce enough, and the aircraft unique to those forces are really outrageous. Lawrence III was not ashamed of his fellow countrymen's performance, for he himself lay down by the porthole and marveled. The Void Archmage could not see any face and turned a deaf ear to the performance of members of Lawrence civilization. The whole body of the Void Mage is composed of a dark void, and can only see the outline. After successfully summoning all coalition forces, the Void Mage naturally sat in front of the holographic image of the planet. With the help of the Archmage, several magic mirrors appeared. The picture shows the commanders of the Star Alliance fleet. The Void Archmage said, "I need to re-evaluate the danger of Blade Star at present, and then formulate the next action." The Alliance fleet commanders immediately realized that without landing on Blade Star, they began to survey and investigate the planet with their own equipment and capabilities. For a time, the entire orbit of the Blade Star was filled with all kinds of flying bodies and detectors. These detectors began to use their ability to detect the ground. Soon all kinds of intelligence information poured in like snowflakes. The intelligence obtained is the same as the data obtained by Lawrence III before, but the accuracy is very low when it is the detection of the ground by the magical civilization. But fortunately, with the help of science, technology, and civilization, the situation on the ground is completely fed back to the Void Mage. During the investigation, it was found that the original aborigines of Blade Star had all disappeared. All the towns and civilizations that once existed were empty, as if they had disappeared directly from the planet. The only living creatures captured were Silverhands and macaws in the towns near the lake. Seeing the picture of Macaw and Silverhand, the Void Archmage gnashed his teeth angrily. These two men stole the bones of evil gods after entering the forbidden area of evil gods. Combined with the disappearance of all local species, the Void Mage made a bold guess. All the local aborigines have been killed by the resurrected blood god Zhuge and absorbed the power of blood to restore their own strength. Then, after that, Zhuge fled with Eros to find the next planet that could devour flesh and blood, leaving macaws and Silverhands here to attract attention. After much consideration, the Void Mage decided to go to Blade Star alone. Anyway, with his strength, if the other party has any conspiracy, he can get out in time. If not, solve them alone. Then let the fleet rest here, and then hurry to the front line to join the team chasing Eros, and then summon the fleet through the Void Portal. Making a decision, the Void Archmage made a quick decision and disappeared from Lawrence III's ship. The next second, his figure appeared in Blade Star. The place of appearance is the place where Link and Amoris fought. The Void Archmage looked at the summit that had been forcibly cut off in front of him and the flat wound marked by dense energy. At a glance, he saw that there had been a war here not long ago. Judging from the remaining magic fluctuations in the air and the effects of the war, he should also be a wizard. Judging from the fact that there is no trace of hand left in the battle, the war between the two sides is quite fierce, and the hand is ruthless. But judging from the results, it is likely that the Archmage suffered an accident. The Void Mage's consciousness returned to the Star of Lawrence III and asked, "Did you notice the Battle of Blade Star after you came?" Lawrence III looked stunned. "After we came, we didn't find the Battle of the Planet. Everything was calm as usual." The Void Mage suddenly had a bad feeling. If a level A mage has been here before and fell after the battle, it means that the blood god Zhuge has completely absorbed the energy of the level A mage and is no longer the level of strength that everyone can deceive just now. Whether Zhuge is on Blade or following Eros, the threat to the whole universe will increase greatly. Get the bones of evil gods and absorb the blood power of a level A mage. There are two crafty servants. According to the data now obtained by the Void Archmage, the threat of blood god Zhuge has rapidly approached the time when it came 10,000 years ago. Once he has a chance to become bigger, the terrible shadow of the evil gods in the past will envelop the whole universe. With the fluctuation of evil spirit breath, the Void Archmage's body trembled slightly and clearly felt the location of the source of the fluctuation. The figure of the Void Mage flickered continuously in the air. Only this hand was much better than Amoris. When the Void Mage opened the Void Portal outside the planet and sent all the people of the Star Alliance, it had been monitored by Link. Yashaiza quietly observed all the pictures in the dark and evaluated and recorded the enemy's combat effectiveness at the first time. Guyu. Although Link had expected for a long time, the luxury of the fleet this time still gives people a dazzling feeling. These warship models are almost luxury-enhanced versions that can be seen in the universe. Above these models, it is the peak model of standard ships, which can only be owned by some higher civilizations. So these luxury-enhanced versions in front of us are basically the top ships that can be seen in the universe. Helen stared at the ships and was drooling. "President, their illegal assembly outside the Blade Star has seriously affected our safety. Can we beat them down?" Helen had only seen these ships in the Atlas and had never seen them with her own eyes. In particular, many advanced functions on the ship made Helen salivate. She wanted to dismantle one by herself and study it clearly inside and outside. Link put his hand on Helen's shoulder and pressed her down. "Don't worry. These people are not our opponents. Our enemies haven't appeared yet." Link calmed Helen. Link looks at the Void Mage in the other picture. He has found the evil energy released by Zeri. At this time, he is pursuing the energy and heading for the town next to the lake. Link waved, "Nine-striped dragon, King Kong, it's our turn to do it again." As the two strongest generals under Link, Link will take them to battle again this time. If fighting with Amoris to strengthen training, then fighting with the Void Mage is the most loaded battle. Amoris's energy level is A, but the Void Mage is a real A level, and her strength is higher than Amoris. She regards Link as a running dog of evil gods, and she will not keep her hand. In this way, the combat effectiveness needs to be increased by another 20%. But there will be challenges only when there is pressure. In a war with Amoris, Link didn't pull out all his cards. Within the Supreme Mage Council, the Void Mage is also inclined to assist. Because he is good at space-time spells and void magic energy, he is often responsible for some communication or errand tasks. Link can even think of the situation when fighting him. The skills of the Void Mage, such as teleportation, flash, void displacement, void gate and so on, make it very difficult for Link to hit him. The combat difficulty is more difficult than fighting with Amoris. But also because the Void Mage specializes in void and space-time spells and has improved and innovated many time and space spells, the Void Mage has been ranked among the top of the Supreme Mage Council. But on the side, the Void Mage is weaker than other mages in combat effectiveness, but the overall strength is stronger than Amoris, which is beyond doubt. Link, Zhuge Dragon, and King Kong left the mechanical fortress and went to the lakeside city ruins. The action of the Void Mage affects the hearts of everyone in the Star Alliance at the same time. Although reason told them that Zhuge and his minions could not stay here to die, the situation of Blade Star is not optimistic, and the fact is moving in the direction they least want. The other two mages have cast spells and used the magic mirror to observe the actions of the Void Mage. King Kong and Silver Hand, who live in the ruins of lake cities, did not find the arrival of this A-class strong man at all. One set up a shed to fish by the lake, and the other was basking in the sun with his belly open. The Silver Hand tilted his legs, holding a coconut in his arms, and the straw made a popping sound. Just before long, Silver Hand suddenly found ripples on the lake and the fish floating up and down on the water. What's more, Silver Hand suddenly saw a creature with empty energy and unable to see its specific face through the reflection on the lake. From the outline of the energy body, we can barely see the human form. Silver Hand slowly took off his sunglasses and looked at this creature like a god. Silver Hand's keen intuition sensed that the current comer was not good, and his strength exceeded the limit of his observation. He revealed a feeling of danger all over his body. The Silver Hand kicked the macaw beside him. The macaw's snot burst with a snap and woke up immediately. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The Void Mage sensed that the evil energy was emitted from the ruins of the city. He looked at the two people in front of him and said, "You two stole the evil god bones in the evil god forbidden area." As soon as they said this, the Silver Hand and the macaw immediately changed color. Their fingers suddenly pointed to the unseasoned pot to deal with the fish viscera. Lang said in a loud voice, "You've mistaken the person. It's not us, it's him." The Void Mage didn't expect that both of them wanted to throw the pot face to face, and they had a new understanding of their lower limit. As the pawns of evil gods, you endanger the safety of the universe and steal the bones of evil gods without authorization, resulting in the resurrection of evil gods and their return to the physical universe, bringing danger to hundreds of millions of creatures and civilizations. Today, on behalf of the Star Alliance, I will try your crimes and let Zhuge understand that his behavior of trying to infect the universe will not come to a good end. The Void Mage said in a righteous way that the void magic energy behind him made the whole space ripple, just like the lake wrinkled by the wind. The macaw and Silver Hand were stunned when they heard this. The macaw took a step forward and began his own performance. Even the Supreme Mage Council can't arbitrarily frame people and make them into tricks. The cause of this is all Eros. He brought us there. I don't know the specific use of evil god bones. As for stealing evil god bones, it's all the suggestions of the pot next to us. We're just doing bad things with good intentions. You can't count us as the mastermind." After that, the macaw whispered, "Even the Supreme Mage Council can't bend into a trick. Buckle people's hats at will." Although the Silver Hand can't see the expression and face of the Void Archmage, it can clearly see the lightness of Qi through the outline of the gradual expansion and diffusion in the air. Even the Wuxia pot in the distance came forward and said, "Yes, this is all my proposal, which has nothing to do with them. The banner of the Alliance of Stars against Zul is the side of justice." But now they pleaded not guilty, and the Void Mage knew that his every move was in the eyes of the Star Alliance. Although he can now kill them directly, he will not have an advantage in legal theory and lose his justice. As the saying goes, you are famous for your career. If there is no conclusive evidence, the Supreme Mage Council will be regarded as a model of pulling tiger skin for public and private purposes. Even the captains of several other forces in the Star Alliance in space agree with this. After all, they were summoned because of the statement of the Supreme Mage Council, but its authenticity has not been tested. The Void Archmage spoke in a heavy tone, no longer like a machine without emotion. "Since you want evidence, I'll show you." With a wave of the Void Mage, a prism appeared. The picture is impressively the picture of macaws and Silver Hands stealing the bones of evil gods in the forbidden area of evil gods, and then they meet Eros and leave on the Fang Xin Arsonist. Chapter 977. Now what else do you have to say? The Void Mage felt absurd. In the past, A-level didn't just say what he said, but now he has to reason with such an unreasonable flat-haired beast and tell the truth, which is almost the most humiliating thing for the Void Mage in his life. The macaw continued to talk nonsense. "Your picture just shows what we take. In fact, I don't know what the evil god skeleton is for. And do you see any evil smell on me? I'm not the pawn of the blood god at all. We're just exploring the evil god forbidden area. I didn't expect this to happen. The macaw has a glib tongue. In a few words, it clears itself of the responsibility of the silver hand. Although you don't have the smell of blood god, there are waves of evil energy in the nearby city ruins. However, the Star Alliance will naturally investigate and deal with this matter fairly. I advise you to give up resistance. When you capture all 4 of you, you will be given the right and opportunity to defend yourself. The Void Mage issued an ultimatum. Undefined hehe, those who want to take me away, don't know if you have my consent. Just then Link's voice suddenly appeared. Beside him are 2 Dharma protectors, King Kong and 9-striped dragon. The Void Mage recognized Link at a glance. According to the results of their investigation, this man is the owner of the macaw and silver hand, which is half of the mastermind behind the theft. For Link's tone, the Void Dharma is overjoyed. If he's reasonable, he really has to argue with the macaw for a long time. But now Link's meaning is obviously that he doesn't intend to cooperate. According to the code of conduct, you can do it now. Oh, really? Let me see what you can do to stop me from taking them. The air around the macaw and the silver hand became sticky and even the time slowed down a lot. However, they have also experienced many adventures outside. When they saw the moment when the Void Mage raised his hand, they had already reacted. The macaw uses its amazing speed ability to quickly run away from the original place, but in the process, it is still limited by the viscous air, and the whole person falls into a moment of stagnation. But in the middle of breathing, the macaw broke free and disappeared. Just a moment ago, it was like 18 times fast forward, in which 1 second became 0.2 times slow, and then immediately resumed fast forward, with some pictures of Cotton in the middle. Silverhand is obviously much luckier. Using his stabbing skill similar to blinking, he jumped directly to the macaw and avoided this deadly trap. After escaping from control, the macaw shouted, "Its control range is only 50 meters. If you don't succeed in one hit, you are also seen through the skill effect range by the other party." The Void Archmage obviously couldn't hang on his face. At this time, raise the other hand and prepare to catch the thief. First catch the king and take down Link. But Link had expected. As one of the few A-level mages in previous lives, the Void Mage is one of them. Even if Link hasn't seen him do it with his own eyes, he also depends on the information summarized by the player to know his skills. With his high agility, Link dodged the attack without waiting for the time stagnation effect of the Void Mage. The macaw gave full play to its strong point of broken mouth and added, "Is this the great mage of the Supreme Mage Council? It takes so much effort to deal with level B. It seems that it has been behind closed doors for too long and can't keep up with the times. It's full of old tricks." The macaw can be described as killing people and killing the heart. The sinister and strange manner and pointing of the macaw almost broke the defense of the Void Mage. Being a class selected by the Supreme Mage Council must have a far-reaching impact on magic or the pattern of the universe. What does that mean? This means that these people are old and antique. Whether studying magic or making great contributions to the universe, it was a long time ago. The Supreme Mage Council is well known. These A-level old guys haven't done anything for a long time. It's really heartbreaking to say that they can't keep up with the times. The Void Mage is highly respected in the Supreme Mage Council. Even if he is responsible for contacting all parties and meeting with the leaders of various cosmic forces, he is also treated with courtesy. However, the macaw in front of him was talking nonsense, which made the Void Mage feel the unprecedented shame. The edge of the void body began to spread and expand around, and the terrible energy fluctuated one wave after another. Seeing this, the 2 great mages on Lawrence III's Irishan star understood that the old friend was really angry and hurriedly communicated with the old man with ideas. This is a method of provocation. Don't be fooled. Despite this, it is impossible to completely calm down at the thought that the picture will be seen in real time by other forces of the Star Alliance at the same time. If you continue to play cards according to the common sense, you can't tell what kind of tiger and wolf comes out of the macaw's mouth. Link is not only dodging, but also taking the initiative to attack before the Void Mage starts a new move. Intense heat radiation burst out from his eyes, bent several times in the air and attacked the Void Mage with a tricky attitude. Void Mage has been immersed in void and space-time magic for many years, but his eyesight is still there. The ray in front of us carries powerful physical and mysterious energy and contains the power to destroy the withered and decadent. How can the Void Mage retreat when facing the thief? He now represents the Alliance of Stars and is the party of justice. Several illusory runes appeared around the Void Mage. In the blink of an eye, the illusory runes condensed into a Dharma array. A void vortex similar to the huge mouth of the abyss appeared, with strong suction inside. It was like a small black hole, sucking all the surrounding substances into it, and the strong suction of the black hole even distorted the light. Even Link's Omega rays are attracted by this strong gravitational force, and the trajectory has errors and deflections. Under the strong wind, the surrounding vegetation rose one after another and was drawn into a small black hole. The macaw ran away and fled directly from the land of right and wrong. The Silver Hand Killer gene activated, quickly raided the Wuxia pot, took it away, and also slipped away, leaving the battlefield to Link and the Void Mage. Within a kilometer, they all fall into a super gravitational black hole and suck all objects into it. The light twists and jumps, looking like a halo around a black hole. The only thing that doesn't move in the whole space is the empty figure of the Archmage, which is mysterious like the silhouette of the universe and the Milky Way. Link blows out two fists, and the power of the Fist of Havoc is also a fist that breaks through space. The Void Mage thought the fist power would appear from the front, but he found that the fist power that was enough to distort the space suddenly disappeared. This completely exceeded his expectation. But soon, he sensed that the space-time behind him fluctuated, his body twisted and shrunk into a point, and then appeared from other places to avoid the blow. The sensitivity of the Void Mage to space-time fluctuations is also a part of Link's plan. Link failed to test. The strong suction was like a pair of invisible hands, pushing him into the black hole. Kudzu. Taking advantage of the Void Master's body to dodge, Link jumped into the lake and went to the underwater Liankovic Temple of Courage. Facing your own fear doesn't mean you have to overcome it. There is a huge difference between the two. Link grasped the requirements of Liankovic's Temple of Courage and took the initiative to lead the Star Alliance to Blade Star, thus forming a series of plans. Now, inviting a gentleman into the urn is the first step of the whole plan. Like a shell, Link rushed to the bottom of the lake. The muddy bottom began to change again, and the gravel began to roll, forming a vortex to surround Link. Chaos gradually returned to order, but the lake did not return to calm. The Void Mage pushed the black hole to the surface of the water, and suddenly the water spray rose everywhere. In the tumbling, a water flow gradually formed and sucked back into the black hole. The surface of the lake drops at a speed visible to the naked eye, sucking all the water into it. The Void Mage pushes his own small black hole. The diameter of the original basketball-sized black hole gradually expanded, and the suction became stronger and stronger, as if to absorb and crush the whole area. Just after Link arrived at the Temple of Courage at the bottom of the lake, this time the underground palace door was opened again, and the surging courage energy overflowed from it. The Void Mage of the original land suddenly felt an extremely powerful breath. The feeling of this breath is not weaker than him. Obviously, he is a class A strong man. The Void Archmage didn't know what tricks Link was playing, and thought it was the enemy ambushing here. The black hole is pressed into the strong eddy current in the lake, sweeping the lake in an instant and absorbing the lake water. Then presented in front of the Void Archmage is an underground palace gate. The construction pattern of the palace gate is simple and elegant, dignified and grand, and all the magnificent breath comes to your face. It is also the breath left by level A. Liankovic's power is not weaker than that of the Void Mage. Therefore, although the black hole is swallowing everything in the lake, it has no impact on the underground palace gate. Liankovic sounded the same words: if you want to enter the underground palace, you must have the courage to face fear. Only those who have passed the test can be eligible for my inheritance." Link turned back naughtily, waved his hand to the Void Mage and said, "I'll go first. If you can pass the test, come in and find me." As soon as the voice fell, Link jumped into the light door and disappeared. As a great mage who is proficient in void magic and time-space magic, Void Mage can see at a glance that this underground palace gate is equipped with space magic. Those who enter it will lead to another place, not the bottom of the lake. After entering the Temple of Courage, Link saw the statue of Liankovic at a glance. On the statue, Ivankovic's wrist is prominently hung with a silver bracelet. Just then, Link's courage necklace on his neck rose slowly, echoing with the bracelet on the statue. The statue began to make a brittle sound from time to time. Link saw that the neck of the statue slowly twisted, and the clay sculpture of the statue shell-chapped and collapsed, like snowflakes falling to the ground. In particular, Liankovic's eyes gradually brightened from grey. In Link's view, Ivankovic's resurrection was not very shocking, but because the clay sculpture on his body peeled off a little, giving people a sense of immediate vision of peeling off the chicken. "You chose to face up to your fears and passed my test. A person's real courage is to face up to the things he fears most. If he can face up to the fears he fears most in his heart, nothing can stop him, don't you think?" In the face of Liankovic's inquiry, Link is not interested in playing with him here. "I entered the secret place myself, but the macaw, Silver Hand, and Zerae are all outside. Although the mechanical fortress is hidden in the Longji Mountains, there are still ways to find it with the strength of the Star Alliance. So there is not much time left for Link. He doesn't have time to talk nonsense here with Liankovic. I'm Link. I've been admitted by Akila and Storm Flame Chen and got 2 seals. At the same time, I also got your courage necklace and passed the test you arranged. If there's no problem, I hope to get your seal and let me solve the disaster of plague." Link lifted it casually. Archila's mechanical arm, the seal pearl of Storm Flame Chen and the courage necklace around his neck were all displayed in Liankovic's eyes. Liankovic looked at Link wantonly, and the examination in his eyes could not be changed into approval. He felt the breath of Akila from Link. It seems that Link not only got the seal of Akila, but also got the inheritance of this guy. At the same time, he also saw the unified power of Link, which was once found by the Omega civilization to unify the 4 superpower systems, and now also exists in Link. All these prove that Link's future achievements are unlimited. "You are so anxious, but what difficulties have you encountered?" Liankovic said attentively. "There are 3 A-level members of the Supreme Mage Council outside. They brought a group of people to besiege me. They must say that I stole the bones of the evil god and colluded with the blood god Ziyir to restore the rule of the evil god." Liankovic asked, "Did you steal it or not?" "I didn't steal it, but my men happened to go there and wanted to bring something back as a souvenir. As a result..." Link shrugged helplessly and made a you-know look. Ivankovic laughed. The Supreme Mage Council naturally knows that this is an organization that has become famous in his time. Under the banner of absorbing class of mages who have made great contributions to magic or the universe, it has also triggered a series of discussions in the second sector of the universe. Now that so many years have passed, the organization must be more talented. Moreover, Ivankovic has heard of the evil god skeleton that Link stole. This is an evil god similar to the god of plague, called the blood god Zhuge. In the past, the Supreme Mage Council also spent great energy and cost to seal its skeleton body, so that the blood god could not harm the universe. "Tell me about your plan," Liankovic asked with a smile, as if he had seen through Link's mind. Chapter 978. Liankovic suddenly heard that Link had something else in his words, otherwise he would not provoke the evil god and collect several artifacts against the plague god at the same time. He is a strong man who has lived for thousands of years. He can see Link's mind at a glance. Link didn't hide his plan. He told the story of dealing with plague, blood god, and grace, and was ready to dig a big hole with Blade Star. Wait until plague and evil gods come out, ready to catch them all. After listening to Link's plan, Liankovic couldn't help taking a deep breath and sighed. It's really the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves. At that time, the 5 sages had racked their brains against a plague god. Now you want to solve the plague god and the blood god at the same time in a battle. You have great ambition. The possibility of implementing this plan is very high. As expected, the god of plague and the god of blood will certainly be unable to resist the temptation. Well, in that case, I'll accompany you to play this play. But I need to tell you one thing in advance. If I participate in the battle, my spiritual consciousness can only last for half an hour. But my consciousness has been integrated with the planet of Blade Star, which can be simply understood as I am Blade Star. I give you all support and will not take up mental time. Undefined Link was shocked. He didn't expect that even Kovic connected consciousness to the planet after his death. In a sense, Blade Star is Liankovic. Liankovic raised his hand, and the courage bracelet and other wrist-like devices floated slowly from the body to Link. If you have passed my test and been recognized, these things will be given to you first. I will help you complete the plan with my will and show up in person when necessary. I hope this action can make the plague eat again, and then I will be completely satisfied in my life. Liankovic honed himself before becoming famous. After entering Class A, he is either fighting with the god of plague or on the way to seal the god of plague. A god of plague has forcibly exhausted the lives of 5 Class A giants in the Karl supercluster. It can only be said that there are endless disasters. Now, a new successor to the mantle is in front of him. He has more talent than 5 people and greater planning. The only thing he lacks is strength. In that case, it's up to Liankovic to remove the last obstacles for Link. Link raised his mouth slightly, with a strong self-confidence on his face. Please, don't ask so low. My goal this time is to directly seal the god of plague. Liankovic said in surprise, but you only have 3 seals now. If you want to completely seal the god of plague, you need at least 4. The Black Queen's share is on the way. As long as you persist until then, you can deal a fatal blow to the plague god. Even Kovic couldn't help but look up to Link again. At present, Link has created a must-die situation. Taking himself as the bait, he triggered the siege of the great forces of the Star Alliance, so that both the god of plague and the god of blood could not resist the temptation to join in and want to take a share in this mess. Even Kovic's strange place is that he is a plague god or an evil god. He may not be able to endure such temptation. Moreover, the biggest problem in this situation is that once Link is really captured by the Star Alliance, the Star Alliance can not only obtain evil god bones, but also obtain seals, which is not good news for the god of plague and the god of blood. No one would think that the Star Alliance's double-digit A-level strong would be better dealt with than Link. Especially the god of plague, even if he appears and is defeated, he can retreat all over. But he didn't expect that Link specially created such a situation of 3 deficiencies and 1 in order to make him careless. This plan is in the plan, and puts itself in extreme danger. The other party will never guess that this is just a game set by Link. Once the god of plague appears, Link obtains the 4th seal of the Black Queen, and can successfully seal the god of plague in the war and eliminate a great harm for the universe. Well, after I go out later, I'll probably have to fight with the Void Mage, and I need your help at that time. I also arranged another A-level mage to help in the dark, which should be able to force the 3 A-level mages of the Supreme Mage Council to participate in the battle and upgrade the war. Well, let me fight side by side with you at the end of my life. I'm much luckier than others. Liankovic laughed boldly, and Akila taught the mantle. Stormflame Chen also continued his ability. His courage can be carried forward by some people now, and he can personally participate in the battle with the god of plague. Such a life is enough to be gratified and praised without regret. Link took over 2 pieces of equipment donated by Liankovic. The first is the Courage Bracelet. Liankovic's Courage Bracelet. Quality, epic, purple. Parameter, Liankovic's immortal bracelet infused with his own spiritual wool. Equipment requirements, LV85. Attribute bonus, Intelligence plus 400, Energy plus 400, Luck plus 40. Liankovic's Courage, 2/2. Liankovic's Courage Necklace. Liankovic's Courage Bracelet. 1. Suit, your attack has a certain chance to give you Liankovic's Courage, increase your endurance by 10 points and stack up to 50 layers. When this effect reaches level 50, it will heal 10% of your maximum health at one time, triggered. 2. Suit, your attack has a certain chance to give you Liankovic's Courage, increase your intelligence by 10 points and stack up to 50 layers. When this effect reaches level 50, it will restore 10% of your maximum energy at one time, triggered. After wearing the two-piece suit, the effect of Suit 2 is activated. Let Link not only recover blood, but also recover energy in high-frequency attacks. In this way, it completely completes the last link of Perpetual Motion Machine Tactics. Then Link turned his attention to another artifact, the Seal of Liankovic. This object, similar to the hand device, is very similar to Link's previous supporting gas knife. After wearing it on his wrist, Link saw the item called Liankovic's Fist and Sword. Seal of Plague, Liankovic's Fist and Sword. Quality, Legend, Orange. Parameter, Liankovic's Creative Weapon of Embodying Courage. Equipment requirements, LV90, Endurance 1000 points, Strength 1000 points. Attribute bonus, Endurance plus 600, Strength plus 600, Energy plus 600. Special effect, Courage Blade, Liankovic's Fist and Sword can visualize your body energy, and the weapon attack power is equal to the sum of your endurance, strength, and energy attributes. Fist and Sword Mastery, when using Fist and Sword, the critical hit rate of attack increases by 10%, and the attack probability increases your attack power by 20%. Suit effect, 2 pieces, increases damage to all evil creatures by 50%, activated. 4 pieces, make you immune to plague and poison effect, inactive. After reading the attribute effect of Fist and Sword, Link couldn't wait to try. With a movement of mind, a stream of red particles was ejected from the Fist and Sword. This kind of particle is not a high-energy particle, but the energy that embodies courage in the equipment. More generally speaking, it is a special energy related to endurance, strength, and energy after transformation. Liankovic named this special energy Concrete Courage. Comparable to Shinnok's in energy quality and power. Link tried to use weapons. The particle stream was about 50 cm long and 15 cm wide. Guyun. The energy in the form of impulse converges at the apex, gradually changes from wide to narrow, and finally shrinks to one point, forming the tip of the wind blade and the highest point of the energy of the whole fist and sword. Link waved his arm, and the material flow of his fist and sword was like the command of his arm. The effect was extraordinary. Look at the attributes of this equipment, which has brought great improvement to Link. Especially under Link's attribute bonus, each blow of fist and sword can cause the damage of the sum of the 3 attributes. Link's current strength attribute is 1980 points, endurance is 2250 points and energy attribute is 2652 points. After adding, it is 6882 points. One stab of seal fist and sword can cause nearly 7000 points of damage. Rao is also a little surprised at such a terrible value. He almost caught up with some of his top skills. And the special effect of Courage Blade of Sealed Fist and Sword will increase with the increase of his attributes. It is an absolute growth weapon. As Link becomes stronger and stronger, the attack of this weapon will be stronger. At the same time, this seal also has the effect of Fist and Sword Mastery, which can improve the critical hit rate of attack, not to mention the probability to trigger the attack bonus. Link looked at the seals that activated the 3 items and looked forward to it. Now you only need one item of the Black Queen to unlock the effect of the 4-piece seal. At that time, he will be immune to the plague and poisoning effect of the plague god, and the plague god will become an outright target in front of him. Just as Link sighed, Liankovic said, "Well, the new equipment can only be skilled when used in battle. Now I can feel that the situation outside is not optimistic. They need you." Link suddenly reacts. Before he can speak, Ivan Kovic has opened a portal to signal Link to quickly join the battlefield. Link jumped into the portal. The next second, the picture changes suddenly. At a glance, Link saw that the Silver Hand, King Kong, and Zhuge Dragon united to fight with the Void Mage. Although the three have the strength of B+, they are still too far from the level of the Void Mage. The three can't even barely protect themselves. The Silver Hand had bloodstains on his mouth, and the other two were not feeling well. But even so, they are trying their best to delay time. They don't want the Void Mage to enter the abandoned city and find Zerai who emits evil energy. Do this to my subordinates while I'm away. Link is now wearing the two pieces of equipment given by Liankovic. The energy level has successfully broken through B and entered the A level. The specific value has reached 100,000. Name, Link. Race, clandestine. Level, LV90+, Legend. Energy level, A. Experience, 100+ million. Occupation, erudite, 90. Identity, President of Lin's Consortium, Spokesperson of Mandala, Honorary Curator, Sato, Guest Elder of the Moon Shadow Council, Supreme Commander of Sato, Desert Emperor, Terminator, Head of the Free Federation, Lord of the Wasteland, All-Knower of the Wasteland, Leader of the Vatican Galaxy Development Alliance, Leader of the First Order, Behind the Scenes of Tyrese, Pioneer of the Vatican Galaxy, and Special Advisor of the Starport Autonomous Committee. HP, 115,050/115,050. Energy value, 25,200/25,200. Attributes, Strength 1980, Agility 877, Endurance 2250, Intelligence 1420, Energy 2652, Charm 42, Luck 688. Potential point, 0. Legend, 92 points, 20 Influence. Talent, Swarm Commander, Swarm Affinity 2. Evaluation, The Trend of King's Landing. When the Void Mage saw Link, he felt the energy of qualitative change on him and was shocked. "Have you been promoted to Grade A?" Link smiled contemptuously. "What's so hard about getting promoted to a level? It's just that you can achieve it by chatting casually." Link's remark is not a lie. After entering the Temple of Courage, he really just chatted with Liankovic and entered the level of A. At the same time, Liankovic's voice appeared in Link's mind. "Since your opponent is a mage who is good at time and space magic, and you don't have the ability to fly, I will help you in this regard." Then Link found that he suddenly had a buff named Yufeng. As long as his mind moves, he can float in the air, and the movement of his body is not hindered. It's like opening the permission library of the planet directly. Your opponent is me. You don't have to deal with them. In addition, I suggest you'd better let the other two mages help you, or you'll run away later. The Void Archmage listened to Link's wild words and even wanted to laugh. Link was just promoted to A level and was so arrogant. Thought A level would solve everything. "I'll let you know that A and A are 2 levels. The Void Archmage waved and the 3 people in front of Link were shocked to fly. The Void Mage came to Link with all his strength. 3 black holes suddenly appeared behind him, suspended around him. Suddenly, the airflow in the space was completely chaotic. Under the action of valley black holes, space becomes distorted. Body shape and vision are completely affected, and it has become extremely difficult to determine the specific direction by relying on perceived energy. However, Link is not easy now. The Fist of Havoc blows directly in the direction of the black hole. As a result, Two streams of energy tearing apart space collide together, just like the collision and fusion of two galaxies, and the excited turbulence directly flattens the whole mountain. At the same time, one of the black holes disappeared. The messy dust was absorbed by the remaining two black holes in an instant. Link said with a smile, "What void black hole is just to use your space-time magic to create a space crack near the real black hole and cheat people by relying on the gravity of the real black hole." The figure of the Void Master was slightly sluggish. Although he could not see his face, the figure outlined had seen his inner panic. At the same time, in outer space, all of you in the Star Alliance suddenly realized. No wonder, I thought that the Master of Void was directly forming a black hole. I didn't expect that he was just opportunistic and created a space crack near the real black hole. It's just an excuse. Other people also reacted. They knew more about the cards of the Void Mage, and their fear of him was also weakened. On the occasion of the class war between the two blades, at this moment, in outer space, in the dark background of the universe, there is a little starlight moving and converging. Chapter 972. It's impossible for Amoris to make two mistakes in the same tactics. This time, Amoris was already ready. The Dharma ring in her hand was bright and dark, and three identical selves were split from her body. Mirror split. 4 Amoris are holding different spells in their hands, and 2 of them are facing Link. One holds a lava flame in his hand, and the other is raging with lightning. Undefined, the two kinds of energy to deal with King Kong and Zhuge Dragon are carefully selected for them. It seems soft, but it actually contains water arrows with the power of breaking mountains and stones, and corrosive magic that can cause damage to Shinix. When the lava flame and lightning were mixed together, a ferocious lava dragon wrapped in lightning, gradually formed from Amoris's hand, twisted and roared at Link. In the face of the sudden attack of the dragon, Link did not dodge. He burst into tears with omega rays in his eyes. The hot radiation hit the faucet and immediately aroused an electric light. The dragon twisted its body, meandering and circling, and swooped down in spite of the damage. The omega ray is extremely overbearing, and the thermal radiation destroys the faucet bit by bit. The body composed of lava and lightning peels off and decomposes one by one, and at the end, only a dragon tendon with strong light is exposed. This is the hidden killing move of Amoris hidden in the giant dragon. This lightning spear condenses the essence. Even the lightning is not as bright and dark as lightning, but is an extremely bright pale, which is the embodiment of the extreme compression of lightning energy. When the lightning spear was stripped from the dragon's body, the speed suddenly increased a few minutes. Link threw Frost Sorrow again, and then the omega rays in his eyes and the lightning spear collided violently. The high temperature energy of thermal radiation and lightning surges, resulting in a stronger reaction after impact. Energy flow is like liquefied steel, which is sprayed outward in the form of inch strands of magma, like a blooming flower. At the same time, King Kong collided with the water arrow. King Kong, who had already blessed the Buddha in the palm, was chiseled through his body by the water arrow, and the golden peaceful energy escaped from the wound. It's not the blood that dissipates, but the merit accumulated by King Kong in killing demons and demons. King Kong looked at the penetrating body and was shocked. As a general under the seat of Link, he has also proved the position of Luhangu. I thought my body was indestructible, but I knew the power of Klasa when I fought with Amoris today. In front of the other party, he couldn't even stop a wisp of water arrow. The merits and virtues of King Kong poured out quickly and dissipated invisibly. Just now King Kong doesn't care at all and is thinking about other things. Water is the most soft thing, which can be condensed together, but it can burst out the most rigid power. The most rigid and the most flexible are one thing, the most flexible is the most rigid, and the most rigid is the most flexible. King Kong suddenly had an epiphany, and then took the initiative to break his body. The original hard body suddenly turned into a silver sea. In the silver sea, every drop of metal liquid is diamond. The swift and violent water arrows hit up. This time, King Kong will no longer hit hard. The water arrows will blow the metal liquid away, and the metal liquid will be dispersed into smaller particles and individuals. This time, the trend of hardness and softness has changed. King Kong became the soft side, and the water arrow shot by Amoris became the representative of Gang. The water arrows become more and more dense, but at most they break up the metal liquid into finer particles, but they can't completely disintegrate. King Kong gave up his accumulated merits and virtues, but got a greater understanding. The strength is vaguely returning to nature. Amoris was shocked when she saw the iron monkeys break through. Just bear the water arrow hit, you have an insight. This wisdom alone is amazing, not weaker than Link. The 9-striped dragon on the other side is more direct. It is the product of Shinix and magic. Real dragon bones have unique conductivity to magic, but they also have good resistance to defense. The 9-striped dragon is hard connected to Amoris's corrosive magic. Unlike domineering energy, corrosion magic has a strong persistence. However, after being protected by Shinix power and the magical energy of the keel itself, the 9-striped dragon ignored the corrosion magic and cut directly at Amoris. Just as Amoris's body and separated resistance were against the three, the sadness of frost thrown out by Link suddenly turned into the sword spirit state of the Death Knight. After Abaddon appeared, he put a layer of matte shield on the 9-striped dragon, and then rode in the air to attack Amoris. The sudden change caught Amoris off guard, but now she can't afford to deal with Abaddon. Amoris said something in her mouth. The color of her blue pupil changed, and a miniature Dharma ring appeared in the center of her eyebrow. Amoris's eyes suddenly opened, and a wave of energy diffused out, directly acting on Abaddon's spirit. But when the wave hit Abaddon, it didn't cause chaos. Abaddon was full of energy and was not affected at all. Abaddon holds the frost sorrow, and Amoris can't avoid it. My body wants to escape into other spaces, but at the last moment, I was stabbed in the corner of my clothes by the frost sorrow, which triggered the armor-breaking effect of the dejected heart. There was a look of surprise in Alice's eyes. Although the battle with Link is not a battle of life and death, they just keep a minimum of reason. However, no one expected that Amoris not only failed to exert her repression, but also was hurt by Link first. The collar was picked off by a sword, which was a picture that none of the people present had thought of. If the close match between Amoris and Link just now has made them lose their chin, then this scene is breaking their world outlook. If they hadn't heard Link and Amoris talking, they would have thought Amoris was an epic flood. Amoris's figure was completely hidden, and then the space was slightly distorted and appeared not far away. The shoulder and collar stabbed by Frostmourne are clearly visible. The shadow, evil, and frost energy of the wound, even Amoris has to admit that it is very fierce. She needs to virtualize the part of the wound to resist the spread. Before Amoris could speak, Link's Omega Ray and Lightning Spear melted completely, leaving a gap for a moment. Link punched Amoris. The energy of this punch is extremely convergent, but from the perspective of Amoris, it can be seen that this punch is extraordinary and even gives her a sense of fear. At the moment, Amoris had no regard for the A-class face, because except Link, the other two attacked her. Guyi. Energy level evaluation is the universal strength evaluation, but it can only measure the energy level and level. To measure strength by the simplest energy level, although it is a little one-sided, it is enough for the public and universal. But there are always some people who are wonderful and special. They exist outside the universality of the public. Link is one of them. Link's energy level is really only B+, but the gap with a level is very small. But Link's strength cannot be underestimated. He has a variety of S-level skills, A-level skills, and rich practical experience. There are also powerful pets sitting next to him, with a variety of means, which is impossible to prevent. Amoris flashed into the distance, ready to avoid Link's blow. But when she thought she could avoid Link's lock, suddenly a huge force hit her behind. Suddenly, Amoris was hit by a fist out of thin air, and the whole person fell from the height like a broken kite. Amoris felt her bones and muscles falling apart and suddenly understood 4 words, broken heart and broken heart. The fist of havoc is strange and difficult to prevent. Amoris clearly looks at Link's fist from the front, but it appears strangely from the back. She doesn't notice any energy change even before the fist hits herself. This energy is like crossing space and reappearing again. Link's punch directly caused 112,000 damage to Amoris. If Amoris hadn't opened the mana shield at the moment of sensing the damage, all the 148,000 damage would have fallen firmly on her. At the last minute, Amoris's mana shield offset some of the damage. But this unreasonable fist still stunned her. Amoris knew that she had fallen into Link's rhythm. If you can't reverse your current passivity with Walleye, you are likely to become the first A-level defeated by B+. Amoris urged the Mage Tower, and the arcane energy formed a transparent energy cube, which expanded rapidly from the size of the palm and spread to hundreds of meters in an instant. The energy cube continues to expand, as if to bring all the immediate space under its control. Link blew another punch. This time, he found that his Fist of Havoc could not penetrate Amoris's energy space. The space isolated by arcane magic seems to disappear from reality and be separated separately. Abaddon, the nearest sword spirit, was also the first to be hurt. This arcane energy not only isolated space, but even annihilated all substances encountered along the way. Abaddon is a pure sword spirit and a soul structure. However, after touching the arcane energy, I still feel that my body is burned by strong energy and evacuate at the first time. After colliding with the arcane energy, the liquid metal is decomposed into smaller individuals at a speed visible to the naked eye. The silver fog floating in the air in an instant dissipates in the diffusion of the arcane cube. A moment later, Vajra's body gradually condensed and recovered. There was nothing he could do about the arcane cube in front of him. Similarly, most of his skills are still Shinik. The two energies fight against collision, and the energy level gap is obvious, which can't play any role at all. However, when Link saw this domain space, his eyes lit up. Link mobilized the core energy of the magic pivot of the Mage Tower, and powerful arcane energy poured into Link's body like a tide. Link created an arcane cube in the same way. This move is not exclusive to Amoris. Domain space is a kind of arcane magic space theory. Class A mages master this move, but there are differences in strength. Now Link uses John's SS level skill Man in the Mirror to perfectly interpret what is called green is better than blue. Link's power system bonus is very high. Intermediate master the power system skills that can perfectly copy 100% damage and effect. Soon, Link was also wrapped in the domain space, and the two domain spaces grew up respectively. All the people watching the war are waiting for the effect of space contact between the two fields. The whole Blade Star fell into silence. Everyone looked up and waited for the shocking picture of the collision between the two fields. Amoris was not surprised at Link's use of domain space. She knew that Link had completed the task before, became a legendary erudite, integrated the unity of the four superpower systems, and used the skills of any school. However, as a post-scholar, Link's domain space shows the same energy and expansion as her A-level. That's what shocked Amoris most. Although his strength has the help of several others, he can achieve A-level, which cannot be achieved only by stacking external objects. Among them, her own talent accounts for a great factor. Amoris is the only A-level galaxy cluster in the Maul galaxy cluster at present. She thinks she has the responsibility to protect the galaxy cluster. Therefore, in order to maintain the deterrence of A-level, she dare not rest and relax after becoming A-level and is still making progress. She has devoted countless energy, attention, and time, but now it seems to be a joke. Link's achievements in a short period of time are worth her hundreds of years of research and knowledge. You know, Link is not A-level now, but he can compete with A-level in the posture of B+, which is completely contrary to the rules and theories of the universe, and there is no place to reason. Two expansive fields have covered a third of the sky. The overwhelming scene makes people feel palpitation. Each field space is 4 or 5 kilometers in size, and can even directly accommodate the next mechanical fortress. The last gap between them was also filled by the domain space. When the space bodies formed by two strands of arcane energy collided together, unexpected things happened. There are countless tiny cracks in Amoris's space body, while the corresponding link's field space is only a few cracks. The crowd was unbelievable, and some even rubbed their eyes in shock. This can't be true. Link's strength is arguably not up to Class A, but why does Amoris fall into the disadvantage with the same move? Does Link have become A-level? The performance of Amoris has frustrated my expectation of the A-class strong. If I cover my face, I'm afraid I'll think Link is Amoris. Then I'm afraid you have to cover your chest. Players, you say what I say, and all of you in the independent liaison department are stunned. This is an unfair contest. I thought it would be a one-sided situation. In fact, it is indeed one-sided, but the direction of the fall is quite different from what we think. The reason for this situation is that on the one hand, the magic iron or energy influence of Blade Star, and on the other hand, the arcane torrent effect of all mage towers weakens the upper limit of Amoris's strength. Coupled with the perfect reproduction of the S-level skill Man in the Mirror, Linkda achieved the effect of crushing Amoris in the magic way. Watching her field space being squeezed and broken, Amoris fell into a moment of unconsciousness. Perhaps, is there a weak possibility to choose to believe that Link will work miracles? Chapter 979. The distant starlight moves at a speed visible to the naked eye, gradually converging from scattered small light points to form a galaxy-like existence. The Star Alliance people who shocked the ground battle in space didn't find the strange scene behind them. It was not until the ship's automatic detection device issued a warning that the Star Alliance fleet panicked and found that a series of red signal points appeared on the radar detection signal, and even connected the city with a red C on the radar display. Through the porthole, the ship's indicator lights in space flash and stretch into a piece, just like the stars on the Milky Way. What's going on? Why are there so many ships suddenly? Undefined. The number of ships is still growing rapidly, and the soaring number is like the failure of detectors. The fleet adjutants were shocked, staring at the rising figures, dry mouth and lax eyes, and had lost the most basic reaction ability. In terms of quantity, the ships coming from the opposite side are dozens of times more than them. The Star Alliance can pull up such a fleet, which depends on the support of major forces in the universe. But now the number across the street has even reached a terrible level. Even in Star Wars, people have never seen such a number and scale of ships. Besides, with so many ships popping up all of a sudden, which force does it belong to? The fleet commander is more stable than the members. He goes to the battle to get the data himself. After the fleet commander retrieved the data, his frown finally eased. You don't have to panic. You can take a look at their ship types. When the data is distributed, the specifications and types of these ships appear in front of everyone. One of the larger tonnage is a series Star Destroyer, but more are frigates, small aircraft, transport ships, and Harrier-class fighters, and even many unknown modified aircraft. Even for the aircraft exhibition, it is estimated that there are not so many models and types. So many aircraft are heading towards the front of the Star Alliance, which makes the Star Alliance curious and generate a strong vigilance at the same time. So it sends a signal to the ship in the public channel of regional broadcasting to inquire about the purpose of approaching. The Alliance of Stars is working here. Please stop and stand by and report the purpose of this approach. Ships approaching without permission will be regarded as an invasion and bear all the consequences. Players can't help yelling after receiving the message from the Star Alliance fleet. It's still installed. Take the chicken feather as the arrow, and let them have a good look at us later. Now the distance is still far away, so we can't directly show our purpose. We still have to find a way to break through the fire line. Players basically maintained the same idea after discussion. Get up first and wait until the ship approaches before you think of a way to attack suddenly. After all, the ships rented and bought are very expensive. If they are damaged, great efforts should be made to compensate. Although players rush to the sky, they still have the most basic reason. Make trouble for a while. When the ship blows up, it's time to work and pay off the debt. We heard that the Blade Star has evil spirits. After receiving the signal, we came to help. These people are gathered from various galaxies. I promise we don't know each other. The information fed back from the ships was diverse, and hundreds of ships spoke together in the public channel, which once made the public channel receiving device of the Star Alliance fleet a little busy. The players' ships didn't get any closer. They all stopped outside the safe distance and waited for the approval of the Star Alliance fleet. This move immediately reduced the pressure of the Star Alliance fleet, and there were even a lot of breaths of relief in the cab. Although the fleet of the Star Alliance is of high quality, it still gives birth to a trace of fear in the face of the mighty ships. But now the other party takes the initiative to show sincerity, which also makes their hanging heart drop a lot. What they said should be true. With these disorderly speeches and warships of different models, we can see that they are not a force. Since we're here to deal with the remaining evils of evil gods, it's our friendly army. Let it come after the review later, so as to strengthen the momentum. The archmages of the two supreme mage councils on the Lawrence 3 Eris star could not help shifting their attention from the battlefield to space at the moment. After thinking about it for a moment, they nodded and released these ships after verifying their identities. After all, the battlefield of Blade Star is not optimistic now. Link's sudden promotion to Class A makes the situation change suddenly, and they can't confirm the situation in Blade Star now, which makes the battlefield full of various unstable factors. Now there are like-minded members to join, regardless of their strength, but with this momentum, we can strengthen the field. In a few words, the admirals began the examination and approval of players' ships. The Battle of Blade Star continues. Link cracked the black hole mystery of the Void Mage and used his Fist of Havoc that can pierce space to offset the micro-space-time cracks created by the Void Mage, making the power of this move unable to play. At this time, the lake, which was originally drained, was directly raised to the ground by connecting the nearby mountains under the influence of the fighting energy of the two people. The Void Mage felt the pressure. Although Link has just entered Class A, he still amazed the Void Mage in terms of insight. His invincible moves were broken face to face. At the same time, Link also mastered the skills that can tear space, which restrained many of his skills. The Void Archmage's void body suddenly extended several tentacles and whipped Link. These 6 tentacles are extremely strange and extend in 3-dimensional space, but they themselves look like 2-dimensional objects. But the Void Mage didn't know that all his skills were summarized and stripped away by players in previous lives, and Link knew every skill clearly. Lynx was not afraid. She was still smiling at the corners of her mouth. She stared at the Void Archmage and said, "I sincerely suggest you call the other 2 Archmages out to fight, otherwise you will regret it." The Void Mage did not make any refutation, but the attack became more and more fierce. The 6 empty tentacles are like a magic cocoon, expanding in the extension, as if to wrap Link in it. Link was not in a hurry. In his eyes, Omega Rays gushed out and hit the tentacles of the void. After being hit by Omega Rays, the spreading empty tentacles burst out countless red cracks. Link's Omega Rays have not stopped, and cracks have been produced in the void space, flashing red light, which is spectacular. Then Link's finger became a sword, and his finger burst out a red energy. The Void Archmage is still maintaining the space created by the void tentacles. He wants to take the last chance to completely close the space and seal Link. But when he felt the terrible energy of Link, it was too late. The terrible energy of the Finger of Death directly hit the Void Mage. The Void Mage also realized the strength of Link. After completing the Void Seal and gathering energy to avoid, he chose to seal Link completely. When the Finger of Death fell on the Void Mage, the Void Mage regretted it. Guyi! This energy is extremely overbearing. Even if his body itself is partially empty, he still can't bear this overbearing power. But fortunately, the nether tentacles are already making the final convergence. As long as the void is completely closed, Link can be completely sealed here. The next enemy is afraid of the outside. Just 1,000 calculations, the void mage still missed a little. The purple rhombic energy at the heart of Lin Keme flickered, and the unique secret walking ability of the secret family was launched. It suddenly disappeared in place, flashed from the dimensional space to beyond the seal of the void, and completely avoided the blow. The void mage failed to trap Link. Instead, he took Link's death and suffered a great loss. It seems that the Supreme Mage Council is just like this. It wants to completely control me with the seal of emptiness. Unexpectedly, I lost my wife and broke my soldiers. I ate me raw and died. Link said, and looked at the Void Mage with mocking eyes, as if to say, are all the mages in the Supreme Mage Council like this? Although Link's mouth belittles the Void Mage, in fact, he dare not underestimate it. Although he knows almost all the skills of the Void Mage, he knows the return and how to deal with it is the key. It's like you know the cards in the other hand, but if you don't have a corresponding restrained hand, you still can't win the other hand. In order to play this damage, Link used one of his cards. The secret clan can only use the secret walk ability once a day. Link knew every step of himself from beginning to end. He didn't really want to kill the Void Mage, but to disturb the current situation. Only when all 3 level A mages participate in the battlefield and the Blade Star falls into chaos, the God of Plague and Zhuge hiding in the dark will feel that there is an opportunity to take advantage of it. What Link has to do now is to force the other 2 A-level mages to fight. 1 death and 1 finger are enough to make the Void Mage feel threatened. With a wave of his hand, Link beckoned the 4 hands to fight together, and the 5 attacked the Void Archmage. Link's death left a deep impression on the Void Mage. Even if he had some parts of his body reduced in the void state, the damage caused was still shocking. Link has many means and mastered many mysteries. He is far better than the Void Mage in terms of combat intuition. Only entered Class A, but with excellent fighting consciousness and on-the-spot play, it is enough to make up for the disadvantage in energy level. Even in a fight, the Void Mage didn't get any benefit and fell to the disadvantage. Link's devastating attack hit again, this time with the help of 4B and level subordinates. Even if the Void Mage was proficient in all kinds of time and space spells, he was surrounded by everyone for a time, and even took another Fist of Havoc when he was avoiding. At the same time, he found something more terrible. Link seemed to have no regard for his life and energy in the battle. Every time soon after using skills, their vitality and energy will suddenly recover and directly return to a perfect state. Before Link spoke wildly, the Void Archmage decided to punish him well. But after a series of fights, he found that Link was completely telling the truth, and only he himself was talking wildly. The clown is myself. At this moment, the Void Mage has fallen into the mire and can't extricate himself. Seeing this, the 2 mages on the Aegis Destroyer could no longer sit still for fear that the Void Mage would be killed by Link. 2 powerful arcane energies suddenly appeared on Blade Star. Link couldn't help grinning and said with a smile, "Sure enough, I still couldn't help it." 2 level A mages stood on the side of the Void Mage and glared angrily. Link also has some memories of these 2, but not as clear as the Void Mage. I just vaguely remember that one of them is good at Chongfeng magic and the other is good at blessing magic. He is a rare melee mage. However, it's a pity that Blade Star is now the home of Link. No matter what kind of mage you are, you have to lie down for Link here. Now that everyone is here, let's start. Suddenly, the magic in Blade Star rioted, and then a magic turbulence radiated from Link's body, and the whole Blade Star was within its range. The 3 mages changed color together and felt the rapid passage of their magic. How could you do that? The 2 new mages looked ferocious. Just a magic turbulence, half of their magic stored value was dissipated. At the same time, the casting time and magic effect were weakened to varying degrees. On the contrary, Link's magic effect has doubled directly and has become a veritable god of Blade Star. Link can use the arcane torrent, which means he has a perfect mage tower. Although in the Supreme Mage Council, the perfect mage tower is not a rare thing, but this time they rushed out. In order to facilitate transmission, the three mages did not take their own mage tower. What's more, they didn't expect that Link was in existence with mage tower. A torrent of arcane skills stunned them like a blow to the head. The Void Mage finally understood that Link had been calling the other two down for this moment. Link slowly suspended in mid-air and walked on the wind. Standing at the same height as the three mages, he proudly said, "In that case, Amoris, you can come out." As soon as Link's voice fell, Amoris's body appeared from the fade. When the Void Mage saw Amoris, he was stunned again. He didn't expect that Amoris would appear here. He went to the Star Harbor to inquire before. The Void Archmage finally reacted. It turned out that Link joined hands with Amoris to lure them here from the beginning. Originally, from the beginning, you were the running dog of Zhuge. If the previous three people still think they are sure to win, then after the weakening of Linko's arcane torrent, Amoris appears again. The 2A against the 3 weakened A level, plus the 4 covetous B and behind Linko, it's unclear who wins or loses. P.S. Recommend a friend's new book, The Last Hybrid Sage, a digital Pharisee world. In the first era, after the journey to the west, the devil's throat was reborn. The Tao was 1 foot high and the devil was 1 foot high. In the second era, the extraterritorial chaotic demons invaded, the way of heaven was broken, the saints fell, the fairyland collapsed and the heaven fell. In the third era, after the collapse, the rules have been reversed and everything is digitized. Our story begins with the flood and famine after breaking. Chapter 980. The appearance of Amoris has made a sudden change in the current pattern. Link said impolitely, "Give these two to me, and you'll solve the most delicious Void Mage." Amoris knew what Link meant in an instant. She had just observed the battle between them in the dark. The skills of the Void Mage at the battle end were not good enough to pose a threat to her. While Amoris's energy level is A, although the Void Mage is A level, he has few offensive means. Just now there was another live record of fighting with Link, and Amoris was no stranger to his skills. With such addition and subtraction, their strength is about equal. Undefined, the battle between her and the Void Mage can contain each other to the greatest extent, and retain her strength to deal with the next battle without causing casualties. If you use a popular saying, it is that two vegetable chickens peck at each other. The Void Archmage looked at Amoris's calm face and gnashed his teeth angrily. He planned to have new and old hatred together, so he didn't refute Link's words. He also knew that his actual combat ability was far inferior to that of the other two mages. Since Link made such a choice, let him bear the anger of the two mages. From the 2A level war just now, it has become a 4A level scuffle. This kind of war at the same time is also a rare scene. The two great mages don't care about morality. Link's danger is too high. Now as long as he can be arrested or sealed, it is the best choice. As for whether it is 2-1, it is no longer important. The Archmage who is good at blessing magic is the first to rush up. After adding several blessing magic, his strength can be seen to improve. A pair of arms blessed by magic and wings make him look not like a mage, but more like an iron angel. Another wind mage secretly poked the wind blade and wind speed to the melee mage. The melee mage was like an arrow off the string, rushing towards Link with the roaring wind. Due to strong air friction, the whole body forms a layer of impact cover, which rushes quickly under the heat wave. Link didn't dodge. The Omega Ray was shot out of his eyes. At the same time, the Fist of Havoc was invisible and attacked the melee mage head-on. The melee archmage received Link's rays hard, but an invisible Fist of Havoc behind him hit the cover, the air waves erupted, and the distortion of space was visible to the naked eye. Even satellites in outer space orbit can detect this strong energy fluctuation, which is almost the same energy level as earthquakes. The melee mage had almost no time to breathe back. He regained his strength and had a frontal collision with Link. Link is not afraid of close combat. The fists of both sides were stirred together like a violent storm, with a continuous burst of air, together with the air. The melee mage is extremely brave and has amazing lethality after being blessed. In the dense fist, Link Langbuting once again forced him to move with Omega Rays. Unexpectedly, the melee mage didn't dodge at all. The metal wings behind him automatically covered his face and blocked the sudden blow. The silver-colored glass-shining metal wings are particularly bright, and there is no damage after receiving Omega Rays. You should know that Link's Omega Ray is a highly penetrating thermal radiation. It is a powerful product of Akira's collection of his own mysterious energy and Omega Civilization's research on rays. This S-level skill can't break through each other's metal wings, and even leave no mark. It's hard to imagine what material these wings are made of. At this time, a fist, the Fist of Havoc, suddenly rushed out from the back of the melee mage and fell directly on the back of the melee mage, directly reeling him. Another wind mage saw this and quickly stabbed out several wind blades to save the field. But it didn't take long to get entangled by King Kong, Silver Hand, and Nine-Striped Dragon. These three did not benefit from fighting with the Void Mage before. Now they can't benefit from fighting with the Wind Mage who is good at fighting. But just now Link used the Arcane Torrent to limit the strength of the three mages. Even so, in the face of three enemies at B and level, the Wind Mage can deal with it calmly. Only after the fight, the Wind Mage was acutely aware of the difference. I seem to have lost communication with the wind element of Blade Star, and my ability to control the wind element has been greatly restrained. At this time, my strength will be weakened again on the basis of Arcane Torrent. So that he, who could have crushed the three people, responded hastily in the face of the joint attack of the three people, and his counterattack was soft and weak. Silver Hand and Macaw stay for the longest time. Infected with the Macaw's poisonous tongue attribute, the vicious irony opens its mouth. I understand why you two hide behind the Void Mage. The world thinks that the Void Mage is not good at fighting, but in fact you are really not good at fighting. With this strength, the Void Mage can take over with one hand, and the level of energy level is like level B. This sentence can almost be said to completely let the Wind Mage break the defense and break the defense. There is nothing more insulting to the Wind Mage than you look like a B class. The lung explosion of the Wind School Mage's chi, but no matter what Wind School magic is used, its power is greatly reduced. It can only rely on its own magic urging skills, and it is completely unable to rely on the magic energy and element energy of the outside world. King Kong also opened his mouth and folded his hands after calmly avoiding the attack. Thank you for your kindness of releasing water. Benefactor has the virtue of living well. He doesn't kill innocent people at will, and he doesn't want to collude with ignorant and foolish people, so it's really great wisdom to choose to play with us. If the sarcasm of Silver Hand makes the Wind Mage tremble with anger, then King Kong's words are killing people. King Kong is gentle, and easygoing. Whether he is covered with Buddhist golden light or hands, he is peaceful. So he spoke, subconsciously convincing that such a person would not lie. The Void Mage and the Melee Mage who were fighting on one side frowned when they heard such words. As the existence with the strongest combat effectiveness among the three, the performance of the Wind Mage is really unsatisfactory. Obviously, everyone has been hit by the Arcane Torrent. Why is it that your strength has declined so much that you can't even make 3B+? Now the truth is revealed by the other party. The Melee Archmage snorted coldly, full of resentment. Speed to solve the miscellaneous fish and arrest Link. The Void Mage, who was struggling with Amoris, couldn't help saying, as long as it's 3-2, we'll win. What's the problem? Then we'll talk about it. Now the top priority is to get out of the battle. Although their speeches were not explicit, they both had some complaints. Hint the Wind Mage to stop playing, solve the battle as soon as possible, and talk slowly after controlling Link. The Wind Mage said he was suffering. At this time, although he found that he could not communicate with the elements, he did not know where to go, and even blamed it on the unique energy pulse limitation of Blade Star. The battle between the three parties gradually fell into anxiety. Amoris and the Void Mage had the same strength, so they couldn't help each other if they played cards. The battle between Link and the melee Archmage is the most wonderful of the three battles, which can be described as the explosion of Doraemon. In just a moment, the terrain of Blade Star changed dramatically. The original ridges, forests and basins have disappeared, leaving only countless impact craters similar to meteorite explosions. Guke. The smallest impact pit also has a diameter of 100 meters, and the larger one even has a diameter of 1,000 meters. If it were thousands of years later, perhaps outsiders would really regard these impact craters as formed after the planet was hit by foreign celestial bodies. On the contrary, the Wind Mage is still a soft look. He is entangled by the three people and can't take the hand to lay the winning son of the war. This makes the Void Archmage and the Melee Archmage more and more dissatisfied, and more convinced of the fact that this man has rotted his performance. The war is anxious, like a bog. Both mages knew that if they continued to consume, they would not get any benefit. But if you come back in a mess, 3A levels can't beat 2A levels, and the Star Alliance is distracted. Let alone deal with Zhuge, I'm afraid it's not going to be dissolved on the spot. So this war, they can't retreat. Originally thought it was a cover-up, but I didn't expect a Blade Star to embarrass them and get into an impasse. Now the most promising old man is completely open and doesn't intend to break the deadlock. We can imagine their inner resentment. In space, more and more people see that the war situation is deadlocked and not optimistic. I thought the Archmage would destroy everything and take Link, but I didn't expect to be seen through many skills by Link. Before that, the Supreme Mage Council has always been the strongest mage organization in the universe in people's mind, and the top mages are the strong among the strong. But today, after seeing the performance of the three, the representatives of the forces of the Star Alliance can only be described in 4 words: great disappointment. At present, the battle is fierce, and the truth is still unreal. Absorb some reinforcements from the universe to boost their confidence and cope with all kinds of situations. All kinds of ships controlled by players pass the audit at a fast speed. But it will take at least a few hours for a ship of this size to be fully audited. Captain, I have a feeling that these major events will happen here. The battlefield situation is changing rapidly. The review will take several hours. If there is any accident at that time, the cauliflower will be cold. There have been so many random reviews, and none of them has gone wrong. Moreover, the quality of these ships is not high. They are more like mosquitoes and flies. Even if there are changes, they can be easily suppressed with the strength of the warship formation of the Star Alliance. Soon the representatives of the forces and the captain exchanged views on this. The current situation of the Supreme Mage Council is not optimistic. The war situation changes too fast. It really needs some reinforcements to strengthen the momentum. When the news of lifting the blockade reached the player fleet, the players were crazy. Push the engine immediately and reach Blade Star as fast as you can. Through the forum, players learned the latest war situation from Blade Star players. 4A level soldiers fought on Blade Star, and the scene was like the coming of the end. Because the players on Blade Star are also hiding in the mechanical fortress, they can only infer from the horror of the aftermath of the battle and did not witness the battle with their own eyes. The order they received was to wait and be ready to fight. This makes the supporting players wonder what the battle of 4A level players will be like. According to the ground plan, players quickly discuss countermeasures. In order not to add trouble to the original plan, they also chose to stand still. Wait for the feedback of ground players at any time, choose to act at the same time and cooperate in combat. The ground and space blossomed, and the Star Alliance was caught off guard. When these dense ships enter orbit, the Star Alliance chooses to share satellite equipment and pull all ships into orbit. It can be seen from here that several representatives of the forces and the captain of the ship have tacitly agreed that the three will not benefit from the battle and are ready to suppress the Blade Star with these enthusiastic new members. In a tense atmosphere, 2 terrible energies are gradually approaching. After these two energies, there is a death squadron composed of fanatics. Captain, a large number of ships have appeared again and are rapidly approaching Blade Star. Again? How many? The number is growing rapidly. Although it is not exaggerated before, it is not too much. With the precedent of players, taking into account the tense atmosphere, the captains quickly made a decision: first communicate with them on the open channel, and then confirm that there is no malice after the communication. You can put them here, and join a formation with the previous enthusiastic members to facilitate follow-up action. Only when the operator posted the signal on the Galaxy public channel, he soon received a reply from the other party. Long live the Blood God! Please be holy! Tremble, everyone, the whole universe will be shrouded in the terror of plague. With extremely evil and fanatical slogans, the identities of these two sides are clear. The fanatical believers of the god of plague and the god of blood Zhuge. Fight, get ready to fight. After issuing the order, the representative and the captain did not forget to add, pay attention to the control of the small fleet alliance just incorporated. If they have any attack, wipe them out at all costs. Members of the Star Alliance now finally understand that Blade Star is really a game that catches them all. Do you want to inform the three supreme mages on the ground? Forget it, they can't protect themselves now. It's enough to contain the enemy's A level. Let's leave the rest to us. In the mechanical fortress, Grace suddenly felt something strange. The energy of the Plague God and the blood of the Plague God are not divided again. Even if Grace wears the gold necklace given by Link, it is difficult to suppress the two energies at this time. Grace felt as if there was an inexplicable force guiding two kinds of energy. What made her more afraid was that the energy of Plague and Blood God, which were originally mutually exclusive to the enemy, seemed to unite and attack her at this moment. Chapter 981. With her last strength, Grace struggled to control her body with her will. With her only strength, she pressed the voice bug in her ear. Here they are. At the same time, Link also received a second voice. The owner of the voice came from the mechanical fortress. President, something has been detected in the outer space. Helen monitored the Star Alliance fleet in outer space in real time in the mechanical fortress, and kept silent after discovering the sudden emergence of the alien fleet and Mustafa fleet. Undefined at the same time, through the video sent back by Yazhiza hidden in the dark, Helen found that the weapon system of the Star Alliance fleet, which was originally facing the Blade Star, suddenly turned together and turned away towards the galaxy. Looking along the muzzle, a large number of ships gathered into starlight and drove at full speed towards the Star Alliance fleet. Helen received a signal from the interstellar public channel. The fanatical believers of Plague and Blood God have finally come, and began to boom against the fleet of the Alliance of Stars. Helen saw the joint fleet of Blood God and Plague fanatics and directly launched a suicide attack. Their goal is not to break through the defense line and enter the Blade Star, but to drag the Star Alliance into the water as much as possible. After entering the attack range, the fanatic fleet turns on unlimited fire mode. They rushed to the fleet of the Alliance of Stars as fast as they could. The fire of the Star Alliance fleet is in full swing, and the artillery fire forms a dazzling curtain. Under such dense fire, the shield of the fanatic fleet can't last long. It soon turns into a magnificent flame and explodes in the universe, like blooming fireworks. The players' ships in the monitored state are also safe. Their goal is to help Link. Now when they see the Star Alliance fighting with the fanatic fleet, it's too late to be happy. Where are they still thinking of shooting? In these two aspects, if a dog bites a dog's mouth, it's best to lose both sides. Although the players' ideas are good, the reality is not as good as they think. The fanatic fleet has no rules and regulations. It only knows to rush inward with its ships and keep shouting slogans of loyalty to the God of Blood or the God of Plague on the public channel. In the face of the dense fire network of the Star Alliance fleet, enthusiasts are not afraid of life and death. They hit it directly, and they don't even have the action of turning and dodging. From the initial tension, the admirals of the Star Alliance saw the fanatics' unplanned and methodical attack, and their hanging hearts finally fell. For this kind of attack, we can't break through the firepower line we set up by giving them several times more troops. Evil gods' minions have no brains, otherwise they won't believe in that evil thing. It's as difficult to expect them to use tactics as to teach ape men to drive ships. It seems that the evil god Zhuge is not afraid of such a sloppy attack. Through the observation window, watching the bright explosion like fireworks in the universe, several fleet captains wanted to have a cup of celebration wine. Now, as long as the 3 supreme mages of Blade Star and the council mages can control the enemy's 2 A-level mages, the final threat of the fleet will disappear. Although the fleet of the Star Alliance can make carpet attacks on the Blade Star, once Class A finds a way to approach the ship, the protective shield and artillery of the warship will become a decoration. As long as Class A is willing, they can tear down the warship into scrap metal. But soon, the Alliance of Stars found something different. After the explosion of these ships, the debris generated splashed everywhere. There are some strange dark substances that gather at a very fast speed and move rapidly in the direction of the Star Alliance fleet. This substance can only be observed with the naked eye and cannot be captured in radar and various detectors. The dark matter gradually gathered, and then we could see its appearance. It was a pool of blood, and a ferocious face could be seen in the blood. Countless dense firepower rushed towards the ferocious blood essence face, but these attacks were completely ineffective to the blood face of blood god Zhuge. The attack went straight through the blood face without causing any damage. Only then did they understand what the zealot's fearless attack was all about. Not because the fanatic has no brain, but because it is a grand sacrifice in itself. The purpose is only to contribute their own flesh and blood, and summon the blood god Zhuge with fanatical and pious strength to complete the coming. There was Zhuge's blood face pulling hatred, and soon the fanatic fleet changed into 2 groups. One group still maintained suicide attacks, and the other group hid behind the charging fleet. It was extremely obscene and its intention was not clear. At present, the Star Alliance fleet is in a passive position. If you attack the charging fleet, these people will become the power to expand the blood god after committing suicide. But if they don't attack, they rush up for a suicide attack, which will hit the fleet. And it is not clear what the obscene fleet intention behind them is, which makes their decision-making difficult. This is the ruthlessness of the enemy. You know his plot and ideas, but you have no choice. Or attack and wait for the blood god Zhuge to grow in strength, or not attack. He was completely absorbed by this fanatic fleet, and became the blood food of blood god Zhuge. Suddenly, a captain put forward his idea. Since it's inconvenient for us to fire and we can't wait to die, we might as well rely on a better speed, lead them around in circles and observe their next trend and purpose. Once this proposal was put forward, it was recognized by the majority of seats in the Star Alliance. Everyone agreed that the blood god should not be allowed to become big, but they should not be their own flesh and blood sacrifice. It became the best choice to distance themselves. Soon, the fleet engine of the Star Alliance was ignited, restarted, and even did not make an orbital transition. It directly accelerated with the toughest engine to break free from the shackles of the Blade Star's gravity, just to be able to quickly stay away from the death squadron of enthusiasts. The Star Alliance fleet did not inform the player fleet on one side when evacuating. First, they do not know the details of these supporters. Second, their ships are too elementary. Even if they start a seesaw battle, they can't distance themselves from the fanatic fleet. They are bound to be buried in gunfire. Therefore, in their strategy, it is necessary to sacrifice these supporters to open the distance and buy time for them. The sudden departure of the Star Alliance fleet also surprised the players. Goody! In the face of the fleet gathered by enthusiasts, the Star Alliance fleet that was arrogant just now slipped away. Players yelled, "These grandsons, they just ran away after a wave. I dare not even fight hard. It's really too counseling. Even if these people run away, they don't give us notice. Are they going to leave us here as a substitute for the dead?" In charge of commanding the player's team is the head of Mustafa's first and second armies, sitting on the Intrepid and the Resolute respectively. When the first army commander Kager saw the space war and the free blood material in the universe, he immediately reacted that it was fanatics who were sacrificing their lives for the blood god. The more people there are, the more power the blood god will absorb and the faster his ability will be improved. When the Star Alliance fleet withdrew, Kager did not intend to hide and send a communication request directly to the mechanical fortress of Blade Star. Almost in an instant, Kager connected the line, informed Helen of all the conditions in space, and asked how to deal with the request. Helen said calmly. The president had anticipated the appearance of the god of blood and the god of plague in advance, and I also observed the situation in outer space through Yazhizi. The first wave of the fanatic fleet was all believers of the god of blood. The suicide attack was launched to sacrifice themselves and contribute their strength to the god of blood. Hiding behind, the second wave are members of the curse sect and fanatical believers of the god of plague. The purpose is to spread the plague all over the Blade Star and awaken the power of the plague god. The president's order is to arrange all aliens to launch an attack, and the rest of the ships and aborigines with strong propulsion ability will stay in outer space for guerrilla standby. The rest will be directly airborne. Blade Star, Heelrenton continued. With Link's instructions, Kager was no longer flustered. It seemed that Link had expected the current situation and began to deliver the message to all ships in an orderly manner. Hearing that they can stay in outer space to fight, the players are also very excited. This is almost their first time to participate in such a large-scale interstellar battle. I've heard some pioneers say before that the experience of interstellar air combat is the highest, even more than the copy. But there are few opportunities for air combat. Even if players want to fight, they can't find an opponent. At present, Link gives them the order to fire with all his strength and at all costs, and the players' emotions are ignited in an instant. This order was accompanied by Penny's notice, which promised that all ship losses in this battle would be compensated by the Umbrella Foundation, completely eliminating the worries of players. At this time, in hundreds of control cabins, players are already screaming with excitement. Let's not get too excited. We can only keep our ships to fight more waves and destroy enemy warships as much as possible to gain higher experience. If we directly play suicide fighting at the beginning, there will be nothing after the cool wave. Even if there is Link, we have to be obscene and can't fight too hard. Almost all players have made such a judgment. After all, no one wants to be eliminated first. It's not like a ground copy. You can re-enter after death. They have so many ships. Once destroyed, it is equivalent to losing the qualification to participate in the space war. With the command issued, the player fleet like the star chain was instantly divided into 3 directions. Among them, the largest number is the fleet driven by the player himself, which rushed straight towards the fanatic fleet. The other one is completely turned around, mainly by the transport ship. After entering the orbit of Blade Star, it chooses to land. There are also a small number of ships with good performance, heading in the direction of the Star Alliance fleet. One of the ships in the attacking fleet took on a shuttle shape. The whole body is streamlined. The shape looks extremely rare and sci-fi. As the mutant leader of the owner of the Eden, Ivan stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back and looked at the dense warships. This is his first time to leave the desolate star system and participate in the magnificent cosmic war. Ivan didn't choose to flinch from Kager's order, but pointed a finger and signaled the Eden to move forward and attack the fanatic warship together with the alien ship. According to Ivan's words, it's not easy to get out of the desolate star system with the mission of rescuing Link. If you hide so bleakly in Blade Star for protection, it's too much to be laughed at by Link. First fight with enthusiasts in space, then land Blade Star with honor, king to king again. In addition, the Eden was specially built by Ivan after arriving in Mustafa in consideration of the pattern of liberating mutants in the future. Although it has been put into use, there has been no formal battle to use the firepower system so far. Ivan also wants to know whether the strength of his own warship is stronger or weaker than all kinds of warships of universal model, and what is the difference. Players' ships are half as good as enthusiasts. Because Link sent a signal on Blade Star was a sudden move, he hit the God of Blood and the God of Plague unexpectedly. The two temporarily assembled all the believers they could gather at present and enabled all the previously buried Dark Suns and infiltrators to organize such a large-scale fleet and launch an unprecedented battle. Although the blood face of the Blood God has condensed and formed, and now it is several kilometers in size, the blood energy has not been accumulated to the point of facing Link. The firepower and magic weapons of the fleet have no effect on this blood face. But similarly, Zul's blood face can't cause any damage to the ship. The only effect is estimated to be that the battlefield in outer space will cause some mental pressure. But this kind of spiritual deterrence doesn't work for players. Oh, no, it still works a little. The players are more excited. Players have never seen Zhuge before, but now a huge blood face is floating in outer space. This picture is really outrageous. Kegel began to arrange troops for thousands of ships and fighters, and quickly issued orders according to the range, distance and power model. In contrast, the fanatic fleet opposite is disorganized. It is the one who steps on the engine the most and rushes the fastest. Take sacrifice and blood sacrifice as their glory. In their eyes, what they face is not death, but glorious evolution and dedication. From the dirty body, the blood of pure faith belongs to the Blood God. Only the most devout believers can get such a honor. The Star Alliance far away from the battlefield looked at the two sides who were ready to fight. Several captains took a breath and murmured, "Crazy, all crazy." Facing the fanatics who can bless the Blood God after death, these supporters are not afraid at all. When facing the enemy, the engine power is almost maximized. They seem to have the posture of who runs first, who is the dog, and launched a bold and fearless counterattack. "Do you want to help us?" Some ship captains and representatives moved with compassion. In the silent and quiet universe, the impact of this painting is infinite. The power of silence and the momentum of these supporters to give up their lives and die have become the best power to knock these bystanders. Chapter 982. Just after the battle between the two sides entered the range, the player fleet suddenly changed its formation. Small ships and fighters are scattered like flowers. The medium-sized ships in the rear showed a ferocious face. The high-range railguns and some aiming guns roared and roared. The first round of damage hit the shield of the fanatic fleet, and the substantive white shield completely blocked the damage. However, under the intense fire, some fighters were still hit and turned into flames in the universe. Eden took the lead with the player's attack warship. Ivan removed a helmet from the lifting platform in the operation room, which is connected to the center of the ship. Undefined, wearing the helmet on his head, Ivan's nerves and the ship were completely integrated. At this moment, Ivan had complete control of the Eden. Under the influence of Ivan, Eden quickly changed its shuttle shape and switched to combat mode. There were two wings in shape and a lot of attack firepower in the body. Based on the conventional protection of Eden, there is a unique electromagnetic protection. The Fanatic's attack hit the defensive field and was all blocked. Because of the existence of electromagnetic protection, some attacks are even rebounded by the original path. Then, with Ivan's control of Eden, the whole Eden became a giant amplifier. Then, Ivan's electromagnetic energy was strengthened by the amplifier and spread to many ships in front in the form of shock wave. This directly makes many enthusiasts' ship engines and electronic equipment fail, and the ship is unsustainable. The trick of destroying its electronic system is Ivan's brainwave amplifier principle from Link, which is directly copied by his ability to change the metal form. Unexpectedly, this super-large brainwave amplifier can enhance the electromagnetic control ability and produce unexpected results in the interstellar battlefield. After in-depth communication with Link, Ivan's vision also widened, gradually expanding his vision from the wasteland, the desolate star system and the Vatican galaxy to the mutants of the whole universe. With new goals, Ivan also has more stringent requirements for his strength. So during this time in Mustafa, he has been diligent in communicating with people, constantly studying and updating his abilities, and even preparing for future interstellar combat. Take the extremely beautiful First War as an example, which is Ivan's official performance of his own strength. We can only say that the results achieved now are outstanding. Members of the Mutant Brotherhood who follow Ivan, as well as players in the power department, are excited. Ivan's strength is not lost to the public because of the expansion of the stage and the emergence of capable people. On the contrary, he is more refined and still maintains his own strength and characteristics. Under Ivan's leadership, the players' ships launched attacks one after another to destroy the fanatics' head ships. For a time, fire and light emerged again in space. The blood god Zhuge laughed and continued to exert mental pressure and whisper. "Good fight. The faster you destroy, the faster my strength will recover. They are proud of death. Please kill as much as you want. They will appreciate you." The blood face of the blood god Zhuge constantly floated in the universe, and his ferocious and terrible face grew stronger with the continuous death of fanatics. In the battle with the first death squads of fanatics, the distance between the two sides kept getting closer. At this moment, the Plague Believer fleet hiding in the rear has few barriers to hide, and began to spread around one after another, breaking into parts with the intention of rushing into the Blade Star. At this time, the previously scattered player ships aimed at these single aircraft and began the game of cat and mouse. The battle outside Blade was extremely fierce. Fanatics die as generously as death squads, and players are not afraid of life and death, but they always want to drive ships to destroy several enemy warships. There are players in the mechanical department who are good at virtual intrusion. They directly use command launch to control enemy fighters, and then cause chaos in the enemy fleet. There are also some players in the engineering direction of the mechanical department who have transformed the artillery system to make it play a greater role. It has achieved good results on the battlefield. In the battle, the player fleet also has a lot of losses. After destroying one or two enemy aircraft, the situation of their own fighters was not optimistic. Finally, they simply chose to find an enemy warship and hit it. Such a bloody fighting style directly stunned the Star Alliance fleet in the distance. But even if his heart was extremely shocked, the captain still maintained the most basic restraint. You can't go up, otherwise the blood god Zhuge grabs too much blood power, and the situation becomes more and more uncontrollable. Only by limiting its energy growth can we solve it. I know what you are thinking now. I don't want to come forward and fight together. But we must remember that solving the blood god is the first important task. Our restraint now increases the possibility of defeating the blood god in the future. You can remember how you feel now. When we really fight with the blood god, we will burst out all this anger. Under the appeasement of the captain and the representative, the mood of the Star Alliance fleet gradually stabilized. Blood god Zhuge is drawing strength crazily. But to his surprise, he only absorbed the blood energy of fanatics and believers. The number of warships damaged by the enemy's supporters is quite large, but there is no blood energy for him to absorb. This situation is extremely strange. If there are one or two special cases, it is normal. At present, the losses of both sides are not small, but there is no blood energy. Zhuge is curious about the members who left to fight. Link is still fighting the melee archmage. The battle outside Blade Star is extremely fierce. Even across the atmosphere, these Class A giants can see the traces of fierce battle in outer space. The Void Mage understood the current situation at once. Link specifically lured them in, and then the Blood God appeared with fanatics, ready to catch them all. To his surprise, all the fleets of the Outer Space Star Alliance were evacuated, and now the unknown fleet is left to fight. The Void Mage tried his best to open a portal and take the other two away. Because once the class A strong person is left by the Blood God and absorbs the power of blood, the strength of the Blood God will recover too quickly. If 3A level all fall here, the strength of Blood God will be raised to an incredible level. It's just that Amoris doesn't give the Void Mage this opportunity at all, sticks it to death, and doesn't give him any chance to cast the teleportation spell. The mentality of the three is gradually unbalanced, and an emotion called anxiety is spreading in their hearts. Just then, the sky overhead suddenly pierced many fighters. Break through the atmosphere into Blade Star. Some of these fighters were destroyed, and debris like meteors sent flames in the atmosphere and fell down. Others broke through the outer space defense line and dived down. Behind these invading fighters, many intercepting warships and fighters followed, and both sides fought all the way from outer space to Blade Star. But it is obvious that when these invading fighters entered Blade Star, they seemed to lose resistance collectively. All firepower equipment stopped, and the only action was to dive down. Accompanied by deafening explosions and skyrocketing flames, fans shouted on public channels at the last minute before they died. The plague will win. By the time the intercepting fighters feel wrong, it's too late. The explosion disintegrated fighter plane sent out firelight, and there was a kind of green fog. With the help of the explosion shock wave, the fog quickly dispersed and suspended in the air. More and more warplanes were destroyed, and some simply exploded and disintegrated by themselves. The rotten meat exploded and disintegrated also floated in the air with the green mist. It was combined at a speed visible to the naked eye, with a great momentum of reassembly. The god of blood draws blood power from outer space. The god of plague begins to reorganize by relying on tissue fragments in Blade Star with the sacrifice of enthusiasts who are not afraid of death. At the same time, the three mages felt an evil smell brewing. This breath is different from blood god, but it also gives people a very depressed feeling. The three are the best of the cosmic mages. At a glance, they can see that the diffused energy has the nature of plague. Link also looked up at the sky and sighed, the god of blood and the god of plague have finally come. Referring to the word plague, the Void Master's expression was suddenly dignified. Although he has not seen the god of plague with his own eyes, the Supreme Mage Council has recorded all kinds of evil beings in the universe, including a god of plague in the records of Karl's supercluster. In fact, the power is so strong that no one can shake it. There is even a trend of sweeping the entire supercluster. But at the critical juncture, the 5 Class A giants in the Karl supercluster jointly sealed the god of plague, which calmed the protracted dispute. At the same time, the Supreme Mage Council expelled the evil god Zhuge and sealed part of his body in the evil god forbidden area to prevent him from coming to the physical universe to do evil again. At present, Link summoned a blood god, but even the god of plague was released. Suddenly, the three mages were dizzy and their minds were about to collapse. The Void Mage's heart sank and made the worst plan. Today, even if the whole Star Alliance fleet was destroyed here, he had to find a way to escape here and inform the Supreme Mage Council and Star Alliance of the news of Blade Star. This is a storm jointly set off by 2 evil spirits. More forces must be summoned to quell the havoc of the rule of chaos. The other 2 level A mages also realized the seriousness of the situation and turned to the Void Mage and said, "We will try our best to cover your retreat. Please be sure to send the news back. Otherwise the whole universe will fall into a chaotic catastrophe." Seeing the 3 of them have a desperate posture, Link's mouth tilted high, and his expression was not to mention how happy he was. Link laughed, "Who do you despise? I'm still here, so you don't want to use your teleportation skills." The plague god in the air obtained more and more body fragments, and the plague smell scattered in the air was gradually absorbed by the body and condensed into human form. A ferocious face showed a ferocious smile and smiled at Link fighting below. "Link, you've done a good job. Sending 3A levels to my mouth just helps me recover my strength. I can even transform the mage who is good at transmitting spells into a plague mage who spreads plague. Space-time transmission and spreading plague will be the best help for me to plot the universe." The god of plague saw the misunderstanding between Link and the Star Alliance at a glance and simply didn't expose it. He even praised Link and wanted to prove that Link was his man. He watched the 2 dogs bite the dog and the snipe and clam fight. After listening to the plague god saying so, the attack of the three archmages became more fierce. In particular, the void mage, after learning the idea of the plague god, his hair stood up and was terrified. Now my mind is full of ways to evacuate Blade Star. It's not terrible to die here, but if you are captured by the god of plague and transformed into an accomplice in spreading the plague, the void mage will die. Link sneered. While fighting with the melee archmage, he opened his mouth and mocked the plague god. I've been beaten like this. As the master, you don't come to help. I'm not afraid to cold the hearts of your men. The god of plague smiled. The people who had been trapped by Ling Kang were almost lost. Now they can finally find a little place, not to mention how happy they are. You are my most proud subordinate. I know your strength like the back of my hand, and I praise your wisdom. With your strength and wisdom, I must have arranged a way to deal with the three people. You have dealt with the 3 A-level mages. You have dealt with all the more powerful ones. You will miss the front foot if you make a small fight in front of you. The god of plague doesn't hesitate to laugh at himself in this sentence. Link's wisdom can play with him and the god of blood. Now he can't catch 3 A-level. He just wants to see Link exhausted, and then he can solve everyone here by himself. A small blade star has gathered 5 A-level stars. Now both he and blood god Zhuge can quickly recover their strength. Thinking of this, the god of plague even felt that it seemed a good deal to abandon grace in exchange for enslaving the void mage. Link and the melee mage suddenly closed and separated. The shock wave of the fist fight between them swept through the mountains and forests, forming a shape similar to a meteorite impact crater on the ground again. Since you know that I'm super intelligent and always have a backhand, how dare you come? Link stared at the plague with a smile on his face. But in the eyes of the plague, there was a bad intention in the smile. Suddenly, a bad feeling came to my mind. This time, I won't be cheated by Link again, will I? But once the idea came into being, it was quickly suppressed. This time, he condensed his body, and the blood god Zhuge also came to the entity by relying on the power of blood sacrifice. Now Link and the Star Alliance are both defeated. All this is perfect. Just when the star system where Blade Star is located is in a mess. The transition gate of the stellar system, the energy index rises suddenly. A moment later, a ship suddenly jumped into the star system of Blade Star. Finally, Battings stood in the control room with the widest view of the ship and scanned the entire star system through a 270-degree wide-angle window. But soon, his eyes were attracted by the unusual number of fleet formations in the far reaches of the star system and the fire generated by the battle. Chapter 983. Battings looked at the chaos in the stellar system. For a moment, his brain was unable to respond. He didn't know what had happened. When he came before, Link just told him to hand over at Blade Star, but he didn't say it would be so lively. Come on, open the public channel and see what happened. Soon, when Battings opened the public channel, he was shocked and stunned to see words such as eternal life of the god of blood and immortal plague. The purpose of collecting the seals left by the 5 sages is to fight against the god of plague. Undefined. Can there be something about the blood god? Battings didn't receive the corresponding news because he was looking for the seal of the Black Queen and went to the remote galaxy. He felt like returning home without stopping all the way. Judging from the frequency of information release on the public channel near Blade Star, the war between the two sides is very fierce. What shall we do, Commander? Asked the ship operator of the Baton's mercenary regiment. We were all guilty. Thanks to the President's rescue, we would have been beaten into Roswell's accomplice. Now the President has encountered difficulties, and we have no reason to step back. Brothers, this is the time to repay the President's saving grace. Come with me and help the President turn the tide and turn the war around. Battings raised his arms and shouted, and the insiders of the warship gathered. After a brief absence, the mercenary regiment quickly adjusted the sailing direction and target of the warship and sailed in the direction of Blade Star. Not long after that, the Batting's mercenary regiment met the Star Alliance fleet just seen as bright as the stars, and there were some fanatics chasing behind the Star Alliance. Seeing the Batting's mercenary battle group coming in the distance, the first reaction of the Star Alliance fleet was that it was surrounded, chased, and intercepted by the enemy. But soon they found that the warship had no intention of attack, and the firepower weapons did not lock them. Some of them naturally sent out inquiries. "We are the Alliance fleet of stars. There is chaos in the star system here. Please tell your identity quickly so as not to be mistaken for a hostile target." In the face of the doubt of the Star Alliance and the alert attitude that it is possible to take action at any time, and seeing the situation of the Star Alliance fleet containing the fanatic enemy, Batings naturally regarded it as a member of the fight against the god of plague, and ordered the vice-captain to send the situation of Batings' mercenary regiment directly. But when the Star Alliance fleet saw the instructions and information of the Batting's mercenary regiment, it did not hesitate to aim all the muzzle. "Darling, is Link's power so rampant? Did you want to get a front and rear bag clip by sending a ship directly on your face?" The Star Alliance fleet felt humiliated and showed their firepower one after another. "No. If you really open fire, you will be inspired by the enemy. There may be many fanatics in this warship. If they are shelled, they will be relieved, but they will become the nutrient and powerful force of the sacrifice of the blood god. The best way is to catch their living mouths. Under our control, they will not be able to become the sacrifice of the blood god." The plan was quickly agreed by other representatives and the captain, and the Star Alliance fleet immediately launched action. At the moment, the Batting's mercenary regiment opposite the Star Alliance fleet was also confused. They have reported their home according to the requirements of the Star Alliance fleet, but it's okay before they report their home. After sending the information, all the weapons and artillery of all the ships opposite locked themselves. Battings watched the ship send out Level 1 danger indication. The display on the panel was locked by more than 1,300 attack weapons and signals at the same time. Suddenly his scalp was numb and the whole person was about to explode. "How did you send the message just now?" Batings asked hastily. The driver in charge of sending the message also looked nervous. He didn't understand what taboos he had violated. He hurriedly said to the head of the mercenary, "That's what I said. We are a medium-sized mercenary regiment from Kungsing Port, which belongs to Link's Umbrella Foundation." Batings didn't feel any taboos or problems after listening. But now, through the observation window, some energy cannons have begun to operate and accumulate energy, as if they would fire all the time. "Link and his accomplices, please give up resistance quickly. All your superfluous actions will be regarded as provocation and hostility, and we do not rule out more severe sanctions." Just after the Star Alliance fleet issued a warning, a data energy suddenly sent to the ship, all the operation screens were paralyzed, and the data code kept scrolling on the screen. Now the whole ship system has been hacked, and they have become fish on the chopping board and can be slaughtered. At this time, even the most retarded people should react. The Star Alliance fleet and Link don't deal with it at all. At present, the ship has lost power and can no longer go to Blade Star. Everyone's eyes are all focused on Battings. The pressure came on Battings. At present, the enemy is powerful. The Star Alliance fleet is as bright as the sea of stars, and they are all highly configured ships, and their own ships are controlled. There is only one way they can go now, that is to surrender. But Battings knew that if he wanted to deal with the Plague God, he must collect the seals of the 5 sages. If the seal of the Black Queen in his hand was obtained by the Alliance fleet of stars, Link would not be able to defeat Plague on Blade Star. Now, all the winners and losers are focused on him. Battings's eyes suddenly sharpened and he said in a deep voice, "President Lin is as kind to us as a mountain and takes us out of the name of rebellious and anti-thief. Now the President has reached a critical moment of life and death and must our support." Battings pressed the button on his neck, shrouded in a space suit, and then said to the crowd, "Don't risk with me. Do as they say and help me delay." Everyone in the mercenary regiment guessed what Battings was going to do, and his face was full of worry. "Commander, with so many enemy warships, one fighter plane can't break through their defense. Commander, this is too risky. As long as you are hit, you will end up in pieces. And this time we have to avoid not only the Star Alliance fleet, but also the Fanatic fleet. From here to Blade Star, even if the fighters travel at full speed, it will take half a day, let alone there will be all kinds of obstacles along the way, which is an impossible task. Maybe there are other ways." Facing the exhortation of his subordinates, Battings shook his head firmly. "If the president can't survive this time, we will have trouble sleeping and eating for a lifetime because we don't do it now for various reasons. Perhaps, this is the only chance we can repay kindness in this life, and I must seize it." At this time, the commando captain left stood up and said, "Captain, you go. We'll try to delay the Star Alliance fleet, and the rest is up to you." Battings nodded heavily and then trotted all the way to the ship's apron. Commando Captain Left turned his head and commanded, "The enemy has invaded our system. Now all instructions are switched to physical control mode and try to buy time for the head." All the members were in high spirits and took action one after another. The virtual machinist among the machinists began to use programs to fight against the intrusion system, while the engineers rushed to the control hub of the warship and began to regain some control authority in the most primitive physical way. Forced to stop the Baitings, which gradually extinguished its engine, took back one of its engine permissions and ejected a bright blue tail flame again. At the same time, the apron of the Baitings opened, and a Harrier-class fighter set sail. It was hidden by the huge size of the warship, and no one noticed the sudden departure of the fighter. "Commander, we will find a way to lead the enemy to the other side. We can only buy you a few minutes. Everything else depends on you." "Okay, it's hard for you. When you really can't hide, just lie down and surrender. Judging from the situation that they will issue a warning, these people should just imprison you and won't be embarrassed." After that, Battings directly cut off all communications of the fighter, turned off all electronic instruments, cancelled automatic navigation, and carried out all operations purely manually. These electronic devices and instruments will produce signal overflow when working, which will be captured by the sensitive detection system, and even controlled by the Star Alliance fleet in the form of virtual intrusion. However, as long as you switch to the pure manual mechanical mode, there is no virtual data connection, so you don't have to worry about being invaded by the other party. It can be operated purely manually. After all, the universe is so big that everything depends on the cooperation between electronic radar, processing chips and various modules, so as to plan routes, avoid obstacles and even deal with invisible turbulence. This difficulty is similar to rowing a bamboo raft across an ocean storm. Battings's eyes were firm and fixed straight ahead. Because the detector was turned off, the route and space debris on the way had to be avoided and identified by his naked eye. Once the speed is too fast and collides with debris scattered in space, the fighter plane is penetrated by debris at high speed, and the warship will become a coffin in the universe and sleep here. The ships of the Batten's mercenary regiment began to pull with the fleet of the Alliance of Stars, turn the direction and attract everyone's attention. The Harrier-class fighter, which has turned off all electronic equipment, is like invisible in the universe, like a grain of dust in the desert, which has not attracted anyone's attention. For those who are used to looking down at the instrument panel and display equipment, no one will observe the outside world with the naked eye when operating and piloting the spacecraft. After all, the reaction speed of equipment induction detection is thousands of times that of human eyes, and the range is also wider. Bating's Harrier-class fighter did not start the engine for the first time, but glided in space with the help of pressurized ejection force when leaving the apron. It was not until he saw from the cockpit that the warships of the mercenary regiment attracted a series of stars away that Batings started the propeller and rushed all the way to the Blade Star. The warships of Batten's regiment chose to surrender after seeing Batten's go far. When the Star Alliance fleet carefully captured the battleships of the Batten's regiment, it found that a fighter plane had left when they launched a virtual invasion. The mercenary regiment's ships just carried out a series of operations just to delay time. The commanders of the Star Alliance fleet scoffed at the escape of a fighter plane. No trace of this fighter plane was found in the fleet's investigation before, indicating that he turned off all electronic components. In this way, even if he can escape the monitoring and pursuit of radar, it is an impossible task to successfully break through with a fighter plane in a dangerous universe. This kind of behavior is no different from suicide in the eyes of people. What's more, he has to chase through the warships of fanatics, which is a difficult task. Battings was relieved to see that the Star Alliance fleet did not catch up. But he immediately faced a new challenge. The fanatic fleet in charge of chasing the Alliance fleet of stars came fiercely, covering the area he traveled like a curtain. Now Battings has two options. One is to detour around the fanatic fleet, but it will cost a lot of extra energy. It's really difficult for the remaining energy to reach Blade Star. Another method is more risky. If you are careless, you may die. You know, these fanatics are much more grumpy than the Star Alliance fleet. But there is not much time left for Battings to choose. Battings turned on the public area radio again, then turned the direction of the fighters and led the fanatic fleet. At the same time, he shouted, "The Blood God will live forever, long live the Blood God! Everyone rush with me!" Battings' courage to take the lead instantly aroused the resonance of enthusiasts. They didn't have time to think about why Battings appeared alone in front. Just in front of us, the picture of lone brave charge is enough to arouse the enthusiasm of enthusiasts. Soon, there are voices echoing Battings in the public area channel, and one wave after another. The enthusiasm of the enthusiasts was completely ignited, and the tail flame of the pursuit ship engine can prove this. More and more surging. Soon Battings' Harrier-class fighters were overtaken by large fighters. Then there were some small ships and warplanes that overtook each other. When almost all warships passed Battings, the power tail flame of his fighters became smaller and smaller, but became the last burden of the team. Battings saw this, quickly turned the direction of the fighter and drove in the direction of Blade Star. Now the only difficulty he has to face is to rush to Blade Star. Meanwhile, in Blade Star, fierce battle is still going on. The Void Mage found that there seemed to be a strange relationship between Link and Plague, but now he was in no mood to distinguish. It is a fact that all entities of Plague and Blood God have come. All he has to do now is pass the information to the Supreme Mage Council or the Alliance of Stars. And while he was trying to get ready to evacuate, Blood God enthusiasts in outer space have completed their sacrifice. The Blood God absorbed enough blood energy and decided to come to Blade Star at this time. A huge blood face directly covered from outer space, with a diameter of hundreds of kilometers, instantly appeared on the top of the people's heads and completely covered the area. An extremely evil and huge force permeates Blade Star. Link, it's time for you to die. Chapter 984. The coming of Zhuge was more powerful than the god of plague. Under the pressure of hundreds of kilometers of huge blood face, the airflow in the whole space is chaotic, the yin wind howls, and the light and temperature drop at a speed visible to the naked eye. There is a terrible smell between heaven and earth. Huge and ferocious blood face, staring at Link, the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. The blood face covered down at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the surrounding clouds hundreds of kilometers were crowded aside by the giant. Undefined viewed from space, it is like a circle of spreading ripples, which are forcibly pushed aside. The Supreme Mage Council trio was shocked and appalled at this scene. Among the three of them, only the Void Archmage once participated in the battle of sealing the Blood God, and he was also a new level A at that time. He was specially recruited into the Supreme Mage Council because of his unique talent in void, time, and space magic. Now I see this terrible blood face again, the deep memory of the past is awakened again, and the Void Mage is dominated by the fear of the Blood God again. This time, the Supreme Mage Council didn't have the hand of that one. I don't know how painful it will cost to drive the coming Blood God out of the physical universe. The idea of Void Mage leaving is becoming more and more urgent, and the power of Blood God has begun to affect the people fighting Blade Star. The Blood God and the Plague God denounced Link as soon as they came, instead of challenging the Supreme Mage Council, an old enemy. The Void Mage felt the subtlety of it all at once. It seems that the relationship between the three of them is not as he thought. In the eyes of the gods of blood and plague, Link is their first threat. The god of plague knows that Link has special seals for his 5 sages. Although the number is not clear, this is a bad omen and must be solved as soon as possible. Blood god Zhuge was afraid that Link had other backhands. The first thing to do when the entity came was to find his bones and completely destroy Link. Even if the opportunity to seal his supreme mage in the past was not as important as Link. At this time, the god of plague interrupted, "Thanks to Link, so many A-level strong people can get together. How can we not thank such a huge gift? With such a number of strong people, we can recover to the peak. In this way, we should thank you. I will arrange the most decent death method for you, which will not waste our fight." Faced with the double oppression of the god of plague and the god of blood, Lynx was not afraid and said with a smile, "When did the frightening god of plague in the Karl supercluster become the younger brother of Zhuge?" In the face of Lynx's ridicule, although the plague god wanted to refute in his heart, he finally held back and said with a smile, "Up to now, he still wants to sow discord between me and Zhuge. I don't know whether you are too simple or think we are too stupid." This time the plague god learned to be smart, mainly because he joined hands with the blood god to deal with these people easily. Their invasion went very well this time. At present, these people are their Chinese food. Naturally, there is no need to argue with them for a while. Link couldn't help clapping his hands and cheering. "It seems that you adapt to your younger brother's identity very quickly. But think about it, you're afraid of the 5 virtuous seals specially used to deal with evil gods. Just lower your head and give advice now, you can let Zhuge absorb fire for you in front. It's uncertain that we'll lose or lose, and finally you'll benefit." Zhuge couldn't help but concentrate on the god of plague. Although he reached an agreement with the god of plague, he had never heard of the seal of 5 sages specially dealing with evil gods in Link's mouth. The blood god Zhuge reacted keenly, and the plague god was going to pit him. Link turned and asked again, "Have you considered it? Are you going to continue to deal with me now, or solve these 2 evils first?" Link said with a joking smile on his face, which made the Void Mage confused the current situation for a time. Is this guy really an accomplice of the god of blood and plague, or is there another secret? At the beginning, I chose to send a signal to lead them to Blade Star. Isn't it for the purpose of designing a net to kill them all, so as to provide enough nourishment for the god of blood and the god of plague to restore strength? Why, it doesn't seem so now. Is it another routine arranged by Link, or did they lose important information?" The Void Mage was silent, and Link's men and Amoris also withdrew from the battle and no longer fought against each other. Melee Mage and Wind Mage quickly appeared around the Void Mage and asked for countermeasures in a low voice. In this operation of the Star Alliance fleet, the Void Mage is the head of the Supreme Mage Council and the Commander-in-Chief of the Blade Star operation. At present, this opportunity is not blocked by anyone. The Void Mage can easily escape with the other 2. But the Void Master suddenly felt an unspeakable emotion in his heart. He wanted to find out the truth. If we go back to report now and call more people back, will we be caught in a bigger trap? At least, when the Star Alliance asked him about the real relationship between Link and the evil god, he could answer accurately, rather than ambiguous answers based on subjective emotions. But the 2 archmages around him had different opinions. They don't need to know what Link is with evil gods anymore. As long as they know that they stay here, once captured, they will become a stepping stone for the blood god to restore strength. The strike between Link and the Supreme Mage Council gave the plague a very bad hunch. After all, in his plan, Grace can give it to Zhuge, but the chess piece of Master Void must be in his pocket. But now Link and the Void Mage stop fighting, which means that the other party has the ability and possibility to use space spells to leave here. The god of plague is afraid of the opportunity to slip away. He doesn't dare to hesitate and act decisively. The plague spread all over the world, and at the same time, the distorted body of the plague god began to proliferate and split. Countless sarcoma-2 body fragments are wrapped with a highly toxic plague, like fierce hail from the sky. It can't even be called sprinkling, it's more like falling directly from the air. On the contrary, Zhuge was like trying to revenge the plague god for not telling him the truth before. His blood face gathered and suspended in the air, and continued to press down slowly, but he didn't mean to help the plague god stop. There was no gap between the two people. Their cooperation was expected by Link, but they both have their own wild hopes. Now they can unite because of Link. But once the principle of benefit distribution between the two is broken, the fragile covenant will disappear. If you want to enslave the Void Mage and spread the plague all over the universe, you'd better pass me first. The wind blew under Link's feet and his body suddenly rose. In the face of the cannonball-like meat deformity, the Omega Ray in Link's eyes spewed out, marking the domineering red trace in the air. The broken meat-distorted body that was hit suddenly exploded, and the green plague spread more and more strongly. With a wave of Link's hand, the air will disperse these plagues so that they will not be sucked into the lungs. A god of war, he broke the plague descended by the god of plague all the way, and even the breath of Blade Star was helping Link. For a moment, the god of plague was in doubt. Although it has been known that Link was promoted to A level before, watching Link's battle with the melee archmage is completely different from personally experiencing this guy's arrogance. Seeing Link's destruction of the seeds he sowed, the plague god was frightened. Because he can clearly feel that Link's strength when dealing with him is stronger than that visible to the naked eye when fighting with the melee archmage. At the thought of having suffered losses in Link's hands several times before, a bad premonition welled up in the bottom of Plague's heart. Not this time. Is Link still designing him? Link's body quickly shuttles between the broken meat and distorted bodies. With the flash of Kolar's dagger, the transmission of the magic department, and the breakthrough in mid-air and various means, Link is like a retrograde air-to-air missile, which completely breaks all the source of plague who intend to fall into Blade Star in their infancy, and does not give them the opportunity to spread and infect the planet. The body of plague is scattered in this countless broken meat deformity. When Link approached one of them again and was ready to explode, the broken meat teratoid suddenly proliferated, stretched out two sticky arms and directly locked Link's arms. Then a deformed sarcoma-2 cheek squeezed out of the rotten meat and showed a ferocious smile to Link. The whole sarcomas fluttered wildly, and each fluctuation was clearly visible, as if they were going to explode at any time. Detonate quickly. After detonating, you can taste the delicacy of plague. Plague's sarcoma-2 arm was still spreading, and gradually climbed up Link's arms to devour him. If Link chooses to explode, the smell of plague will immediately enter his respiratory tract, invade the nervous system from the skin, mucous membrane, and other places, weaken his physical function, and affect Link's strength and even neural judgment. Once too much plague breath is inhaled, the whole nervous system will be occupied by doves and magpies, resulting in conscious hallucinations and becoming a puppet of the plague god. Link was not in a hurry. Facing the moves of the plague god, he did not hide or flash, and even showed a smile at the corners of his mouth. What you do is just right for me. The god of plague was annoyed by the way Link's Hizu was holding. No matter how adverse the environment was, Link always took his time and smiled, which reduced a lot of pleasure to his revenge. He prefers to see Link's panicked, even frightened eyes, which allows him to enjoy the pleasure of revenge. Link did not hesitate to shoot out Omega Rays. The intense heat radiation instantly tore through the distorted body, and the plague energy contained in it exploded in an instant, sweeping Link in an instant. Plague's unique spell corrosion and mental pollution effects invaded Link like crazy. But a moment later, the plague god uttered a dull hum, but it was Link in the plague group, as if nothing had happened. Pa pa pa. Link couldn't help applauding. If you can be hurt by your plague effect, you plague god is the first person in history. The plague suffered a dark loss. He still doesn't understand how Link completed this series of operations. It's Link who corrodes, but it's himself who gets hurt in the end. During this period, he did not find any operation of Link, and the damage was completely transferred to himself. Being hurt by the corrosive effect of the plague does sound absurd, but it is real. Link was unharmed and continued to solve the falling pieces of meat. Although Link is extremely fast, the number of distortion bombs still exceeds the limit that Link can intercept, and the shrouding range is also further. After the deformed form hits the ground, the huge waves and explosions form visible impact pits. The green plague rose and spread in the impact pit. The already barren Blade Star, the red land and rocks are immediately covered with a layer of dark green. Under the corrosion and spread of the plague, the land is rapidly charred, the only plants on the ground begin to infect and mutate under the action of the plague, the body size increases rapidly, the appearance becomes ferocious and terrible, and the smell of plague is distributed in the brown flower buds. The Void Archmage and several others did not hold up like Link, so they chose to avoid at the first time. Zhuge, do it quickly. If the 3 members of the Supreme Mage Council run away and have less resources to recover, the news of our joint efforts will be exposed. The plague urged. Blood God is still slowly coming. The blood of outer space enthusiasts has been sacrificed, and the number is increasing. The scope of his blood color curtain has also expanded. With the sinking, the smell of blood wave has become more and more intense, and the control of Zhuge has become more and more expanded. He can even feel the blood energy in the organisms on Blade Star. Then you can first talk about what is the seal of the 5 sages and your distribution of the 5A level. Otherwise, I'll think you're asking me to come forward by force so as to reap the benefits of the fisherman. I don't think there should be any secrets between partners. The Blood God was very rational and didn't act rashly because of the urge of the Plague God. Both of them are people who want to touch the real universe with their own strength. They also have many supporters in the universe. They are very good at weaving the future and expectations. Cooperating with such people is tantamount to seeking skin from a tiger. We need to be very cautious in every step. Otherwise, I'm still counting the money for each other when I'm sold. The seal of the 5 sages was created by the 5 strong A-level people to seal me. Now Link has got several of them. As for the distribution plan, I'd like to give Grace and the 2 children to you. I only want 1 Master of Void. The God of Plague was helpless and revealed his cards. Indeed, he is now more afraid of being sealed by Link than Zhuge, the Blood God. Now we are both prosperous and lossy. If I am sealed, you can't deal with the Star Alliance and Link alone. Zhuge's blood face showed a mysterious and unpredictable smile. Ji's laughter floated over the Blade Star, which sounded chilling. My friend, we advance and retreat together and share weal and woe. Everyone will stay here today. Blade Star will be the first step for us to make the universe tremble again. The sky was misty and heavy, and the blood waves rolled in the sky. Zhuge also began to move his hands. Countless tentacles gathered with blood stretched out from the sea of blood, like a giant terrorist octopus under the sea, and spread down at the people on the ground. At the same time, these tentacles extend to the mechanical fortress hiding in the Longji Mountains. Link looked at the Blood God and Plague God who had completely fallen into the trap, and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Well, since you are all ready, then. Link raised his wrist, even Kovik's fist and sword energy shot out, and a half-meter-long concrete seal fist and sword appeared. I have a sword, which can kill God. Who will try it? Chapter 985. When Kovic saw the sword and fear, he was shocked. If you want to choose 2 of the seals of the 5 sages that most frighten the God of Plague, even Kovic's fist and sword and the Black Queen must have a place. At present, Link has added Lien Kovic's fist and sword, and the God of Plague finally knows that Link is prepared. The plague fragments in the sky agglomerated again to form a big hand and covered Link. Facing the joint attack of Blood God and Plague God, Link jumped up against the trend. Undefined. Just now I used the magic reflection shield skill of anti-injury bracelet to shade the plague. Although this move can be used continuously, it will be seen by the other party too often. So this time, Link must use other methods to fight the combination of the two evil gods. But fortunately, Link has enough cards to continue to surprise the god of blood and the god of plague. Link's left hand is the Sorrow of Frost, and his right hand is connected with Kovik's fist and sword, like a retrograde meteor. Facing the magic hand and blood sea tentacles, he has no intention of escaping. Link now has profound skills. The existence of erudites makes him integrate the strengths of 100 schools. He has also learned the Titan's Grip dual weapon skill of the crazy warrior of the martial arts department. The Omega Ray was emitted from Link's eyes again, and the heat radiation energy fell on the palm formed by the distorted tissue, and the damage through the burning did not appear. The distorted tissue keeps turning inward and creeping, which weakens the energy of Omega Rays in this way and achieves the purpose of completely isolating the energy of Omega Rays. In Link's eyes, after his Omega Ray hits, the damage numbers are white, which is displayed as defense value. You know, Omega Ray not only has super attack power, but also can be immune to all physical defense effects. But now the ray can't even break through the defense shield, and the move of plague can't be underestimated. After determining its magic attribute, the fist and sword in Link's hand suddenly stabbed out, and the courage energy formed by the fusion of multiple attributes of the body is an existence above the energy of ordinary elements. Neither physics nor magic. Coupled with the seal set effect activated by Link, this sword tore a crack 1 person long and wide in the meat palm. The internal rotten meat and energy were vented, but the crack seemed to come alive and suddenly opened to devour Link completely. Link's body suddenly disappeared from its original position and appeared in the air with Kolar's dagger falling the next second. It turned out that Link had left a backhand in place long before the attack. Any action close to the god of plague is dangerous. You must leave yourself a way back. But seeing the cut just now, under the tumbling of the sarcoma, the injured part soon twisted into the interior, and the appearance looked unharmed. Although Link's fist and sword can hurt the god of plague, this damage can only delay the enemy's means, but there is no way to stop them. King Kong drank violently, opened the heaven and earth, and his body exploded dozens of times. Like a giant holding heaven, he pushed his hands into the sky and wanted to catch the falling plague freak with his own strength. Boom! When the two collide, strong energy cause a vibration between heaven and earth. After the roar, King Kong's feet sank a few points. King Kong is radiant and the sound of Buddha is diffuse. Behind the whole person, there is a virtual Buddha to support him. The evil thoughts in the sky are also growing. The giant palm of the plague god is still falling, and the strong plague is beginning to corrode the golden body of King Kong's Buddha. The tentacles of the blood god penetrated the palm of the plague god and began to spread along the body of King Kong. If you want to wrap it into a state similar to a blood cocoon, you seem to know to share the energy of King Kong. The King Kong exploded and drank, and the whole body form completely disintegrated and dissipated, avoiding the skills of blood god and plague god. There was only a virtual Buddha holding the sky with both hands in mid-air. However, a virtual Buddha could not withstand the double corrosion of the god of plague and the god of blood, and was invaded and corroded from the position of the arm. The tentacles of the blood god are like nematodes, piercing the golden body of the virtual Buddha and drilling into his arms. It looks like a virtual Buddha god high above, re-injecting blood vessels and falling from the immortal Buddha to adulthood. At this time, bursts of Sanskrit sound were suddenly emitted in the air. A palm Buddha kingdom appeared around the virtual Buddha. Suddenly, countless virtual Buddhas appeared to help him hold the giant palm of the god of plague and the sea of blood. The holy Buddha's voice filled the air, and each Buddha's horn carried the imprinted Buddha's light, which hit the giant palm of the god of plague and the sea of blood to kill the smell of evil. At this moment, the two forces competed in breadth, which is incredible. All three mages were stunned. Especially the Void Archmage who fought with 3 people knows how many kilograms King Kong has. The strength is nothing but B+, but now the energy is enough to shake the class A evil god. But just when the three were amazed, the golden light on the surface of the virtual Buddhas in the palm of the Buddha kingdom began to change. Plague energy and blood god tentacles spread rapidly and were transformed into dark green by invasion. The next second, the virtual Buddha disintegrated, the golden light disintegrated into pieces, the energy dissipated in the air, and the plague broke out and spread. Its area is more extensive than the plague caused by the falling of evil things. A thin figure flew backward from the plague. Link jumped up and threw the sadness of his hands forward. Abaddon, catch it! Frostmourne quickly transforms into sword spirit form in the air, and Abaddon catches the seriously injured King Kong. Instead, Link jumped forward and found a chance to escape the plague. When the plague spread to a certain extent, there was a sudden strong wind in Blade Star, and a strong airflow appeared inexplicably. Its speed exceeds the limit of observable natural wind. The wind roared and the power was so strong that even the prominent peaks of the Dragon Ridge Mountains of the Blade Star were completely flattened and broken on the spot. Under the influence of this strong wind, the plague was quickly taken elsewhere to clean up Link in front of him. Such a terrible force is difficult to control even A level. The Wind Mage of the Supreme Mage Council was almost stunned at such a terrible scene. A storm of this scale, even if he controls the Mage Tower, will not have the same effect in its heyday. At present, there is such a huge storm on Blade Star. It is precisely when Link attacked that the power of elements was not controlled before. The Gap Mage attributed all this to Link. It must be this guy who secretly moved something. Or have more than his wind spell skills, can cause such an effect. Although the plague in front of Link was swept away, the god of plague and the god of blood both had hindsight. After the front suddenly opened, Link ushered in not the gap exposed by the plague god after exerting his ability, but hundreds of materialized blood souls. These blood souls had the body of the plague god's abnormal variant, and their bodies were filled with the blood and soul faces of fanatics. They sent out sad screams and ferocious faces and attacked Link. The number of people caught off guard. This is the move of the god of plague and the god of blood, which injects the energy of both sides into it. One side has distorted fragments and the other has blood souls. With a little fusion, they can generate monsters with terrible plague and blood energy. This is the reason why they dare to reach Blade Star alone after sacrificing fanatical believers. Living believers can only provide them with some strength, but the believers after death have greater resource value and can become powerful thugs for them to fight in the universe. Link reacted very quickly. Almost at the same time of discovery, he waved his fist and sword and performed the range-killing technique Split Air Cut. Although Split Air Chop is only a B-level skill in rating, it ushered in a qualitative leap after Link got the legendary weapon Liankovic's Fist and Sword. The damage of Split Air Chop is 4000 basic damage and 15 times weapon damage. The weapon damage of Fist and Sword is the sum of several attributes of Link. In this way, it creates the high lethality of Split Air Chopping. The basic damage of Fist Sword is up to 6882 points. Combined with the Seal Suit effect, the damage against evil creatures is increased by 50%. The final damage of Fist Sword is 10,323 points. Under one hit, a Split Air Chop caused nearly 160,000 points of damage. The blood soul that was ferocious and torn just now disappeared in an instant and was silent. Link broke the mountains with one hand, and the attack of the two people was dissolved with one blow. The effect was amazing. Then, without waiting for people's confidence to be boosted again, the disappeared blood soul appeared again and was released from the sea of blood with more faces. The number is strong and the range is wide, which almost covers the whole sea of blood. I admit that your move is very strong, but your attack range is only so. Now the blood souls in the whole blood sea are released. Let's see if you can finish it first or die first. The blood soul fell from the sky and looked like a bloody rain on the ground. Because it has the dual energy of plague and blood, after killing life, the blood soul can also completely transform the other party into a servant of the plague god and the blood god, which is inexhaustible and inexhaustible. In addition, the soul in the blood soul is the product of enthusiasts sacrificing blood and soul, so physical attacks such as split air chopping can't hurt the blood soul at all. The soul after killing will return to the sea of blood and appear in a new form of blood soul. Of course, the blood destroyed by the Link exhibition is indeed destroyed. Link looked at the blood soul all over the sky, and finally gave birth to a feeling of being invincible alone. He smiled helplessly and muttered, "Next, it's your turn." As soon as Link's voice fell, Amoris stood out first as a hardcore supporter. The body shape flickered in the air, and immediately appeared in the sky and began to fight with the blood soul. King Kong, Abaddon, Silver Hand, Nine-Striped Dragon and Macaw, who were seriously injured just now, also have a state of resisting the wind, which can gallop freely between the heaven and earth of Blade Star. The three of the Void Mages were immediately free. The God of Blood and the God of Plague were also blocked by Link and had no time to take care of them. The melee Archmage was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "If you don't go now, when will you stay?" However, when he turned to look at the Wind Mage and the Void Mage, he found that they were motionless and had no intention of leaving. "Are you brainwashed by the superficial behavior of this guy Link?" Neither the Void Mage nor the Wind Mage answered. "Aren't you really going to leave?" At this time, they also hesitated. If this is a conspiracy between Link and two evil gods, it is too deep. While they were still hesitating, the breath of the whole Blade Star changes again. There is an inexplicable force gathering in the air, and the whole planet seems to be pulled. With a burst of forthright laughter, the energy in the air condensed into a body emitting pure white light. Then the light dissipated, and a man who should not have existed in the world appeared in front of everyone. "God of Plague, I didn't expect it. After a long time, you and I can meet again." If Link holding Liankovic's fist and sword has made the God of Plague in disorder, then the appearance of this person has made him heartbroken. "Even Kavik, you're not dead." The voice of the Plague God is shared by resentment and fear. He never thought that even Kavik, who is good at courage among the 5 sages, did not die. Judging from his energy when he appeared, this guy's strength not only did not regress, but improved, which can be called the peak level. The addition of a class has changed the situation of the whole battlefield. The Supreme Mage Council trio, who is greedy for life and afraid of death, is not in their calculation. At present, it's only Link's side. They have to face Link, Amoris, and Liankovic's triple a lineup. Not to mention that they also want to leave the 3-member group of the Supreme Mage Council. The 3 will not be tied up to death. In this way, they will face the joint attack of 6 A-level strong men. Liankovic's heroic laughter resounded through the world, and the depressed atmosphere of the whole Blade Star gradually disappeared in his laughter, replaced by a happy atmosphere. "The reason why I can still live depends on you. If it weren't for sealing you, I wouldn't come to the Blade Star to live in seclusion, and I wouldn't be one with the will of the Blade Star on the verge of death. Now I am the Blade Star, and the Blade Star is me." As soon as he said this, the God of Plague and the God of Blood changed color together, and finally understood what happened to the sudden strong wind just now. The 3 members of the Supreme Mage Council also suddenly realized that no wonder they felt an inexplicable force suppressing them when they fought with Link before. Originally thought it was Link's ghost. Unexpectedly, Liankovic, once one of the 5 sages, became the will of the Blade Star. At this time, their doubts were gradually answered and their thoughts were gradually conditioned. Without their participation, because of the fluctuation of the release of evil god skeletons, the God of Blood and the God of Plague will also find the Blade Star, so they will fall into the overall situation arranged by Link. 3A level, in the face of the evil god who is ready to make a comeback, how can they be sure? In addition, knowing from the mouth of the God of Plague that Link has collected some items specially used to seal the God of Plague, the probability of winning this battle is greatly increased. The melee Archmage's expression was uncertain and almost clenched his teeth and said, "But this can't prove the purpose of Link stealing the bones of evil gods. Putting the safety of the universe in the hands of such crazy people is a risk to the universe." While the three hesitated, many martyr-class unmanned raiders rushed out of the Longji Mountains. There are also players who have been waiting for a long time, the major forces of the Independent Alliance and Link's pets. Link summoned the mobile fortress and poured out countless spring worms. With the blessing of the will of the Blade Star, even Kuvik, all creatures temporarily gained the ability to resist the wind. You have blood and soul, and I have my army. Now is the end of the battle. Chapter 986. Blood God plans to compete with Link in quantity. Then Link will directly take out the spring worms and pets and compete with you in quantity. There are no more souls in the Sea of Blood, that is, the group of enthusiasts after sacrifice. So although Zhuge is making a big fuss, there are so many souls on hand. Even if the scope of the Blood Sea shop is wider, the number of blood souls available on hand is constant. This is mainly because Link doesn't play cards according to common sense and directly sends out the signal of evil god bones when they plan. Undefined, the god of blood and the god of plague are afraid of Link with the Star Alliance. At that time, both the god of blood and the god of plague will face a leap in the number and quality of enemies. Link's action completely disrupted their plan, so they had to rush the ducks to the shelves and encourage all the fanatics they could contact to gather together to form the fanatical revenge army this time. With the two armies fighting, the god of plague and the god of blood knew that they were trapped in the trap arranged by Link. It's just that there's no turning back. So far, they have to work hard to have a chance of survival. What's more, although Link has long been prepared, they are not without hope. Soon they chose the target, the Void Mage of the Supreme Mage Council. As long as they can enslave the Void Mage, they can open the portal and get out of here safely. Occupy a safe position that can be attacked and defended. But the god of blood and the god of plague could not directly reveal their true purpose, so they hit it off and prepared to feint. The target they chose was Grace, a woman with the heart of plague and the power of blood god. With Link's order, the battle of ending was completely started. Now all the situation is clear. Blade Star was made into a cage by Link to destroy the two evil gods. Link waved another sword, cut off the blood soul in front of him, and continued to move towards the plague god and the blood god. Zhuge not only released blood spirits from the Sea of Blood, but also released dense tentacles. These tentacles once again blocked Link's progress. Just as Link was taking countermeasures, a portal with sparks on the edge suddenly appeared in front of him. Link turned his head and saw that the Void Mage was maintaining his spell casting. His eyes were full of determination and chose to believe Link. Through the portal, Link saw that the other side of the portal was just the other side of the Sea of Blood, and the blade was higher in the starry sky. Link jumped into the portal without hesitation. The blood tentacles spread wildly, and jumped into the portal with a thunderbolt. Just as soon as the probe went in, the Void Mage closed the portal. The result of space cutting is that the blood tentacles were directly torn and cut off. After Link appeared in the Sea of Blood, the Omega Ray burst out in his eyes. The ray fell straight on the Sea of Blood and hit a depression in an instant, weakening the Sea of Blood at the physical and energy levels. Different from the distorted body of the god of plague, the Sea of Blood and blood soul created by Zhuge occupy a large area, and the physical level can only weaken the Sea of Blood, but cannot eliminate the blood soul. However, Link's offensive means are diverse, and is there only one skill of splitting the air and chopping. The Omega Ray, which combines mechanical and mental power, can not only ignore physical defense, but also kill blood souls. The blood soul in the Sea of Blood screamed bitterly. After his death, Link saw something similar to the breath of the dead, and his eyes brightened. The body flashes quickly and appears directly in front of the Sea of Blood. Zhuge naturally found the link sent to the back, and countless blood souls poured out from the back, delaying the process of Link. The blood soul and the flea are intertwined. The flea's tough skin and survival skills have brought it strong defense. Because of the distorted body of the plague god, the blood soul also has strong defense. When the two sides fight together, there is a smell of equal strength. When the blood thread of the blood soul spread wants to suck the blood of the spring worm, transform and enslave it, it is found that there is a powerful energy in the blood of the spring worm. The power of the blood soul can't enslave this energy at all, and even there is no possibility of invasion. In the face of this kind of creatures with strong defense and unable to transform, the battle of blood souls seems to be meaningless. The number of spring worms is huge. The spring worms released from the mobile fortress are vast and difficult to estimate. They are not under the blood soul at all. Helen's Gundam formation is also launched at the same time. More than a dozen Gundam robots shuttle in the air, equipped with plasma artillery, armor-piercing artillery and magic rune-driven spell energy. It is almost a robot integrating all kinds of knowledge and energy of the Umbrella Foundation. The formation of Martyr-level unmanned raiders, thousands of unmanned raiders, under the control of Yazhizi and Troy, attack the key areas of blood soul spread. The dense firepower network of the unmanned assault aircraft formation formed a light column under a lot of shooting, which directly shot through the blood soul, but the blood soul wave after wave, and the blood sea of Zwire stretches for hundreds of kilometers, covering a wide range, and many places in the distance have been covered by blood rain. Players also killed out one after another. As players in the mechanical fortress, they have always been the most powerful representatives of players. These players have experienced several wars and major events with Link, and their personal strength and vision have been significantly improved. Now he has the ability to resist the wind. In the face of the ferocious and disgusting blood soul, he is not afraid, but his expression is extremely excited. In the view of players, these blood souls are completely experienced. When they were in the mechanical fortress, they saw the picture of external combat. Link's sword cut the sky and the performance of others fell into the eyes. Troy is also summarizing the data and situation of external combat in real time, bringing first-hand information to outsiders. When he learned that the blood soul could return to the sea of blood after death and appear in the same form again, Troy meant to remind different people to be careful and not to make unnecessary sacrifices. But in the player's voice, one eye shines, as if he had found a new world. You can gain experience by killing blood soul. You must not run away. If the blood soul can resurrect and return, you can gain experience by killing again. In this way, can't you get stuck? Infinite kill, infinite gain experience, there is such a good thing. When the players were released to participate in the end of the war, they were as excited as estrus gorillas, howling in their mouths. The pleasure that the new wind power can soar in the sky increased this emotional output. Knowing the details of blood soul, players will not be merciful. One face-to-face is the strongest and fiercest skill. It seems that you don't want money to hit the blood soul. The Void Mage joined the battle, and the Melee Mage and the Wind Mage were not idle. Now that the decision has been made, deal with the God of Blood and the God of Plague and try to kill them completely in the cage set by Link. Link's pets also appeared one after another. Touch the Dragon God, Macaw, Shasok, Miracle Ancient Tree, Steel War Ancient Tree, Mothering Spider, and so on. They were all in the air and looked up from a distance. The great mages of Gamish and Mage Tower, Graves, Grace, and her puppet legion in the state of Rune King, as well as a series of independent department experts. When so many strong men appeared together, the Blood God and the Plague God were shocked by the fact that there were so many experts under Link. Even the 3 members of the Supreme Mage Council were amazed. Although none of these people has reached Class A, there are many people who belong to Class B and Peak. Binding these people is also a great energy, which makes people dare not underestimate. If this is all your cards, you will all be buried here today. 2 little guys with alien energy must still be in the mechanical fortress. I've felt their existence. Zhuge had a strong sense of threat in his words, saying that a large number of blood souls began to move towards the mechanical fortress. Ningchenki is not in the mechanical fortress. Li Ziqian, the army commander of Seidu, is in charge of commanding the battle. As a person who had followed Link for a long time, Li Ziqian had a good command ability. At present, the 2 sides are fighting. Link is personally on the front line. A large number of exotic pets and the SIS team are all under the command of Li Ziqian. Seeing this, Li Ziqian immediately mobilized Gundam robots, Martyr-level unmanned raiders and aliens to carry out a triple defense system against the mechanical fortress to protect Shan and Miranda with the greatest strength. And the other person who got the news was Grace. Grace's feelings for Shan and Miranda are seen by all the members of the mechanical fortress. In order to protect the brothers and sisters, Grace can even give her life. Now hearing her children being stared at by evil gods, Grace almost burst out fire in her eyes. It is no longer necessary for Li Ziqian to give orders. Grace, together with her own alchemy puppet corps, has been neatly guarding the front line to prevent the blood soul from coming any closer. The distemper's deformed face squeezed out of the sarcoma's palm and gave out a harsh and uncomfortable laugh. You may have forgotten that you signed a contract with me when you were on the verge of death. I gave you strength and life, so you can live until now. The plague ability you rely on for a living comes from me, and I can. Before the sound of the plague myth fell, the nearby alchemical puppet legions turned their heads towards Grace, twitched their stiff corners of their mouths, and finally showed a strange smile. Grace felt that the connection between herself and the alchemical puppet legion was completely cut off. These original men and creations began to change their eyes. One of them said in an extremely distorted voice, "Thank you for providing me with so many soldiers." The legion of alchemy puppets rushed up and ate the Lord under the control of the god of plague. Grace fought back and found that her plague and spiritual abilities were ineffective against the puppet legion. After all, the plague of these puppet legions itself comes from Grace, and the same force can't hurt the puppet legion. As for mental ability, these puppet legions have no brains, and their brains are also a mass. The effect of mental attack on the paste brains can only be stirred twice, which will not have any real effect. In Grace's stunned kung fu, she was suddenly isolated by a milky white mana mask around her to avoid the injury of the puppet legion. Then the puppet legion was hit by a strong arcane energy to make room for Grace. The formation formed by Jayada and unmanned raiders in the rear was suppressed by fire for the first time, and the fierce fire smashed the puppet legions that had accompanied Grace for a long time. When the puppet legion was blasted into debris and blood fog, debris, plague and blood were called by the god of plague and the god of blood respectively. These dead puppet legions were put together again to form a puppet giant with the smell of plague. Enjoy it! When the puppet giant was activated, his eyes braved a strong smell of plague, and the air became a little anxious because of the corrosion of plague. The god of plague gave the puppet giant great ability. The huge body with a length of 30 meters has caused a great sense of oppression on the scene. Without waiting for the puppet giant to start, the blood souls behind him poured out of the puppet giant and attacked the mechanical fortress. Wars around Blade Star began to tighten, and 4 fronts were formed within the scope of the Sea of Blood. The first is the mechanical fortress where the main force attacks, and the battle here is the most intense. Because both sides have concentrated the largest number of troops here. The god of plague and the god of blood attacked here. Another thing is that there are many people here, so they can feed the war with war. But when the fight began, they found themselves very wrong. In charge of the main battle are Gundam and unmanned raiders, which are inanimate mechanical products. A large number of strange people will turn into light and disappear after death. They don't provide any blood and have a posture of not pulling out a dime. In this way, their small abacus fell into void. Fortunately, the blood soul can also be reborn, and the faint pressure must continue. Another battlefield is a small group composed of 3 Supreme Mage Councils, Silver Hand, Macaw, 9-Striped Dragon and King Kong. It's hard to imagine that several people who used to be at war with each other can now fight together again. Of course, there are still some small emotions in this week. Among them, the most serious are Silver Hand and Melee Mage. In the previous battle, although the Melee Archmage had the power to suppress the Silver Hand, the balance between the two did not tilt significantly under the interference of Lienkovic. Now Lienkovic has appeared and lifted the suppression of the 3. The 2 hot-tempered people, Silver Hand and Melee Mage, naturally want to win or lose again. As for the judgment standard this time, it is naturally the number of blood souls killed. The third battlefield is the Karl supercluster double, composed of Lenkovic and Amoris. The two are old and new. Fighting side by side at the moment is also a kind of inheritance. As for the last battlefield, it was formed by Link alone, fighting the body of Plague and the Blood God alone. All combat forces are forced to be divided into 4 battlefields, which is also a helpless move. Even so, the Blood Sea covers hundreds of kilometers, and many places are still busy with themselves. They successfully landed the Blood Soul and began to destroy the Blade Star. The current situation is not optimistic. With the talent of Swarm Commander, Link made contact with the 9-striped dragon in his consciousness. With the roar of the earth, a strong Chinook and magical energy gushed from below the Dragon Ridge Mountains. With the fracture of Longji mountain range, the Black Throne rises slowly from the broken ridge. All muzzle stores Chinook energy and aims at the sea of blood in the sky. Chapter 987. The appearance of the Black Throne is extremely domineering, and Zhuge and Plague, who are enemies, are stunned. As an evil god of the universe, he is parasitic in the dimensional space and always wants to come to the physical universe, absorb the resources in this rich universe and transform it into a paradise in line with their rule. Other physical universes have either been occupied by earlier evil gods or have more powerful enemies. As new gods born in 10,000 years, their goal is only in some weak physical universe. As it happens, the universe they occupy now is a good choice. Undefined, it will take 10,000 years to deal with the present physical universe. In these 10,000 years, they have also seen many strong forces and resources. Both Plague and Blood recognized the keel of the outer body of the Black Throne, but they saw a keel of this size for the first time. This is a complete keel, but if there is a dragon of this shape, what strength should it be? The Black Throne does not give the God of Blood and the God of Plague any chance to react. All Chinook cannons are fired together. The green powers burst out into the sky. The fallen Blood Soul disappeared in an instant, and the soul was directly wiped out. Without half a barrier, the Chinook energy continued to run through the Blood Sea, directly blew through the thick Blood Sea, and the energy gushed out from the back of the Blood Sea. The sun shines from the penetrating gap, like a column of holy light, re-illuminating the earth and bringing hope to people. Neither the God of Blood nor the God of Plague expected such an accident. No matter that, I didn't know about Link's Black Throne, let alone think that Link would have such a terrible killer. Zhuge clearly felt that the part killed by the Chinook artillery was completely decomposed and dissipated, and there was no possibility of recovery. With the scale of this warship, although it is impossible to completely eliminate the Sea of Blood in the short term, as long as this behemoth continues to operate, the Sea of Blood can be completely solved sooner or later. A Black Throne produces more deterrence and combat effectiveness than a class as strong man. Both Plague and Zhuge feel a deep threat, but the Black Throne is not completely invincible. At least Zhuge has been keenly aware of some battle modes of the Black Throne. Now what we need to do is wait for the Black Throne to confirm. The appearance of the Black Throne also shocked the trio of the Supreme Mage Council. When feeling the power of the Black Throne and the huge keel, the three opened their mouths wide enough to fit into a fist. As a member of the Supreme Mage Council, no one understands the scarcity and efficacy of keels better than archmages. As a good magic guide and augmenter, the keel is highly praised in the mage group, but the keel is also difficult to get. Even in the Supreme Mage Council, there are a few mages with keels. And most of them are made of keels, which are of poor quality. They have never seen a complete keel of this scale, and their inner shock is beyond comparison. But soon, the three mages reacted. This breath and keel should be 9-striped dragon. The super large aircraft inside is the Numenon. How do the two integrate? Although they were still confused and didn't understand the principle, they were sure that Zhuge Dragon used some secret method and combined with super large aircraft to form the current Black Throne. It can only be said that they are worthy of 3A level mages. Their eyes are fierce and old, and they also vaguely guessed some things. The Chinook cannons of the Black Throne burst out again. The Chinook cannons were combined together, and the energy of the column rushed into the sky. But this time, the blood god didn't wait to die, and the blood sea spread actively to form a hollow area. The energy of the Chinook gun does not have the characteristics of omega rays, and there is no way to change the direction in the middle, so after preparation, the Chinook gun completely emptied this time. Seeing this scene, Zhuge was filled with joy. It seems that the Chinook artillery of the Black Throne is so rigid. Although it has strong lethality, it is even more difficult to hit the sea of blood. In this way, I feel relieved. On the other side of the battlefield, Link seems to have some new gains. He found that as long as the blood soul is killed with non-physical skills, there will be dead spirit breath, and Link can release stronger skills by absorbing these dead spirit breath. So Link flashed in front of the sea of blood and immediately exercised the Shadow Anger skill. Then, combined with Omega Rays, he immediately swept a lot of blood souls. Finally, all 10 sides are destroyed completely absorbed the breath of the dead spirit generated by these blood souls, and formed a layer of substantive blood anger armor all over the body. Plague was defeated by Link when he was in Roseville. However, Zhuge was not in a hurry. It is an evil god who absorbs the power of blood. It uses its own methods to deal with Link's low-level blood. Without waiting for Link to release other skills, the armor of blood disintegrated in an instant, and all blood energy returned to Zhuge. The blood soul of the previous dead spirit's breath also returned to the sea of blood. In front of me, I still want to use blood gas to enhance my strength. I'm too concerned about me. Several blood spikes were suddenly inserted into the sea of blood of Zhuge, and they came to Link's at a crushing speed, so fast that they even made a terrible scream in the air. Link reacted faster and flew out upside down without giving the other party the possibility of hitting. Until the whole person opened the distance at a very high speed, the bloodthorn stopped chasing and took it back bitterly. Link failed and lost his mind, but there was no expression of regret on his face. This was an experiment for him. Although this move is strong, it has some disadvantages. Blood Rage state eats all purification skills, and enemies at this level usually have 1 or 2 purification skills to break his move. What's more, he is facing the blood god Zhuge, whose control over blood energy is far beyond his understanding. The breath of the dead spirit is the combination of blood gas and dead gas. It's normal to be broken. Link's attack didn't slacken because of his failure this time. His fist, sword and Omega Ray kept falling in the sea of blood, looking like a feeling of incompetence and rage. But soon Zhuge saw the clue. Link's life and energy were reduced when he used his skills, but after repeatedly turning the attack, suddenly his lost life and energy recovered at one time and returned to his peak. Zhuge had planned to consume Link. When he was exhausted, he killed him again. But now Link has recovered without reason and is not exhausted at all, which directly bankrupts Zhuge's plan. Although Link doesn't have much to do with Zhuge now, to be honest, he has never fought such a surplus war. Since getting Liankovic's courage suit, you can recover 10% of your maximum health and maximum energy after 50 attacks. In addition to the specialty of Secret Clan Body, all mental and mental skills can give the target a Secret Clan mark state and convert 1% of all damage into energy. As a result, Link can now restore a certain amount of energy with each attack. After the energy value is completely restored, you can use the transformation ability of Yi Jinjing to restore life value, and even Kovik's courage suit can also restore life value, making Link completely become an immortal little strong. Link has the cards to solve Zul, but now he's waiting for a chance. But soon, the opportunity came. Originally, Batting's escape was smooth, but when he set sail again, enthusiasts gradually found a clue. Instead of attacking with them, the ship fled in the opposite direction. After several warnings, he still went his own way and drove fast in the direction of Blade Star. This unusual move immediately attracted the attention of the Fanatic fleet. At this time, they found that this seemingly ordinary Harrier-class fighter was not in their formation list at all. Soon, the fanatic commander arranged several fighters and frigates to destroy the Harrier-class fighter. However, Batting's excellent driving skills en route have avoided all attacks. This made the fanatics angry, so they kept sending members to join the killing queue. So in the battle along the way, there were more and more enemies behind Battings until they accumulated to a terrible number. The United Legion outside the Blade Star has cleaned up all the fanatics near the Blade Star. Just about to enter the Blade Star to participate in the war, the reconnaissance signal suddenly found a Harrier-class fighter in the distance and killed back with a group of fanatics. Battings didn't turn on the electronic signal all the way to escape. He was mainly afraid of the leakage of the electronic signal after it was turned on and the scanning and locking of the fanatic warship. After all electronic devices are turned off, the most primitive physical way to lock the fighter is to aim with the naked eye. This is why Battings can avoid countless attacks along the way. But now, the Blade Star is close at hand. He must announce his identity. Otherwise, there will be interceptions in front and pursuers behind. At that time, he will be swept by the fire of both sides at the same time. Even the fiercest ship can't carry a round of attack. Battings reopened the communication system and sent a message to the opposite ship. I'm Battings, the head of Battings Mercenary Regiment. I'm subordinate to the Independent Department of President Link's Umbrella Foundation. I'm ordered to carry out a secret mission. Now I need to enter Blade Star as soon as possible and see the President. Please also help me block the enemy behind me. The news of Battings soon spread across the opposite fleet. The players of Star Harbor are all impressed by the mercenary regiment that once belonged to the Roseville Foundation and later transferred to the Umbrella Foundation. In the case of alien evidence, the fleet put down its vigilance and moved the muzzle of the Harrier-class fighter. After all, when a person drives a Harrier-class fighter and still turns off the electronic system, this behavior is simply suicide. There are so many fanatics chasing after him. It would be too hard to plot. Please turn on the permission system. We will take over your fighter and arrange you to enter Blade Star at the same time. As for the fans behind you, please leave them to us. With Kager's order, Battings fully complied and opened all permission settings. A virtual mechanic on the First Order warship obtained the authority of the fighter through system remote sensing. After determining that the fighter is not hostile, he directly planned the route and arranged Battings to Blade Star. The support corps, which has just experienced a fierce battle, once again ushered in the remaining evils of fanatics, and the two sides fought again with a destructive attitude. Battings saw the fireworks of artillery in the space behind him through the fighter system, and paid the highest respect to these heroes in his heart. Those who have just survived the battle now join the battle again because of him. I don't know how many people will survive this time. When the fighter plane entered the atmosphere of Blade Star, Battings saw a sea of blood hundreds of kilometers for the first time. On the back of the sea of blood, a man was in the middle of a fierce battle and was vigorous. Through the burst of energy, Battings recognized each other's identity at a glance. It was Link, president of the Umbrella Foundation. Battings pulled the engine push rod to the maximum and went straight to Link without paying attention to the hint of energy depletion sent by the fighter. Captain Battings, we meet again. After the Harrier-class fighter entered the atmosphere, Yashiza conveyed the news of Battings' arrival to the Black Throne. After Troy took over the Harrier-class fighter, he started a conversation with Battings. When he was captured before, Battings had seen the power of Troy. He could directly invade and control ships in the form of signals, and the speed and cracking effect were even more powerful than those of virtual mechanics. I've brought the things. How's the president now? Battings asked eagerly. Zwire's blood covered most of the ground in his eyes, making people unable to see the specific situation of Blade Star. Link fought with Zul alone, which made Battings have a bad hunch. As you can see, we are fighting against Zwire. But you don't need to worry too much. Our main force is under the Sea of Blood. You came at the right time. The president is waiting for you now. In addition, it is recommended that you eject directly from the cabin after 2000 meters, otherwise you will plunge directly into the sea of blood and no one can save you. Thank you for your friendly advice. Battings was so excited that he came back just in time. If it's a little later, I don't know how many casualties Blade Star has. Please tell the president that you are going to get the seal of the Black Queen. Battings carried a box with him. Because of the special properties of seals, such items have high energy levels and cannot be stuffed into low-energy space backpacks, so they can only be carried with them. Troy immediately informed the fighting Link of the news through the messenger. When the seal of the Black Queen arrives, Link can seal the Plague God. Once the God of Plague is sealed, Zhuge loses a strong aid, and the next battle will be much easier. Link locked the Void Archmage with powerful mental power, and then said, "Hey, Archmage, do me a favor." The Void Archmage who was assisting in the battle trembled slightly. Unexpectedly, Link took the initiative to contact himself. Open a portal to the Plague God in the Sea of Blood later. It's of great use to me. Besides, be careful yourself. Before the Void Mage continued to ask, Link resolutely interrupted the contact. The Void Mage frowned and went directly to the portal of the Plague God. He understood. It was estimated that Link was brewing some big moves, but let him be careful. The Void Mage didn't understand. Batting's Harrier-class fighter plane soon dropped to a dangerous altitude, and Battings chose to bounce without saying a word. After leaving the cockpit, Battings watched Link come face to face and threw the box at Link. "President, it's up to you next." Chapter 988. When the box came to Link's face, the inner seal seemed to be inspired and burst out of the box. A large triangular object with a palm jumped into Link's hand. Before Link could see it, the triangular object was attached to Link's chest. The paper-thin object expanded rapidly and spread, covering the whole body with a layer of black armor. There are exquisite energy lines on the black armor, and the blue energy swims along the energy line. Link feels that the energy in his body has been guided, and both energy release and quality have been improved. Link, check the equipment effect. Undefined Plague Seal, Black Queen's Energy Armor. Quality, Legend, Orange. Parameter, the Black Queen uses this armor to guide her terrible mental power. Equipment requirements, LV85, Intelligence 500 points, Energy 500 points. Attribute bonus, Endurance plus 600 points, Intelligence plus 600 points, Energy plus 600 points. Special effect, Energy Saving Casting, reduces the cost of all your skills by 10%. Energy Shield, passive defense of energy armor, which reduces all types of damage you receive. The value is equivalent to the value of energy attribute. Suit effect, 2 pieces, increases damage to all evil creatures by 50%, activated. 4 pieces, make you immune to plague and poison effect, activate. The energy armor effect of the Black Queen is extremely powerful. The triangular energy body at the chest emits a faint blue light. All the energy of the body is no longer miscellaneous and chaotic, but carried out orderly under the guidance of the armor. Energy Saving Casting effect reduces the consumption of all skills by 10%, which can be said to be a simple and rough enhancement. In particular, many of Link's skills consume HP. The 10% decrease is not small, which saves him a lot of consumption. The second is the effect of Energy Shield. If Energy Saving Casting is very practical, the skill of Energy Shield has brought Link the biggest damage reduction effects since entering the game. The damage that can be reduced is the value of energy attribute. Link can reduce the same amount of damage by 2,652 energy attributes. Each damage is reduced by 2,652 points, which is not a small amount. Especially with the basic reduction, Link can be directly immune to any damage below 2,652 points in the future. After the Black Queen's energy armor is in place, Link is equipped with 4 seals, and the effect of the 4-piece set is fully activated. Immune to plague and poisoning effect, Link can act recklessly when dealing with the plague god, without worrying about the various plague corrosion means of the plague god. Equipped with the energy armor of the Black Queen, a portal appeared in front of Link. The moment Link jumped into the portal, the picture changed suddenly. Link lifted Liankovic's fist and sword and rushed straight to the god of plague. The god of plague was obviously startled by the sudden portal. But after seeing that it was Link, there was only joy left in my heart. Unexpectedly, Link took the initiative to deliver it to the door. It's an absolute surprise. So far, there is no room for compromise between the two sides. Moreover, with the closing battle set off by Link, many strong men appeared, and the situation of Plague and Blood God became more and more difficult. Plague's Sarcoma II body began to change at a rate visible to the naked eye. The sarcomal spheres originally suspended in the air proliferated rapidly and expanded in size. In the distorted part of the body, there are many eyes, which are disorderly distributed on the body. Many fat tentacles suddenly grow in the body. Each tentacle has octopus suction cup-like pores, which send out plague. The surface is covered with a layer of sticky material. It can't say what it is. It instinctively makes people feel resistant. This is the complete form of the god of plague, appearing in front of everyone for the first time. The fist and sword in Link's hand were waved, and the tentacles of plague swung and hit Link. Between the lightning and flint, the tentacles of the plague god were cut off, but the jet of dark green plague immediately surrounded Link. The plague god made a ferocious laugh, "Ha ha ha, have a good taste of my spiritual plague." The spiritual plague of the plague god is different from the previous highly toxic plague. It is a kind of plague that takes effect specifically for the human spirit. It can paralyze the nerves, weaken the human spirit, produce imaginary enemies, consume energy and skills out of thin air, and finally achieve the goal of exhaustion and death. However, because the scope of this spiritual plague is very small and the amount is not much, the plague god generally does not use this move easily unless he has to. At present, Link is surrounded by the spiritual plague, and there is no reason to escape. Just a moment later, the smile on the plague's face suddenly stopped. Link calmly came out of the spiritual plague and even took a big breath. This is the spiritual plague, it seems that it is just so. Link's indifferent performance shocked the god of plague. No one has ever survived his spiritual plague unharmed, let alone the active ingestion like Link, but the result is unharmed. This gives the plague a sense of unreal. Soon, the angry plague god used more tricks, but these plague effects had no effect on Link. On the contrary, it is the body of the god of plague, which has been scratched by boxing and sword. Link saw that the time was ripe and directly launched a full-scale attack. The concentration effect of Akila's mechanical seal arm guard will enable Link to produce critical hit in the next 5 seconds. When the effect was blessed, Link did not hesitate to launch the Death Finger skill at the plague itself. 218400. A scarlet, destructive flash of lightning energy burst out of Link's fingertips and landed on the god of plague. The red lightning energy spreads on the body of the mutant of plague, just like lightning in the night sky, constantly destroying the body of plague. Death energy spreads in the body of the god of plague. The god of plague sends out a scream, which rings through the whole blade star. Link did not pause after the first blow, and the energy of the second death finger continued to blow out. Because the plague god has a state of death and doom, this time the effect is stronger. 283920. The original death lightning on the plague has not dissipated, and a new round of lightning has begun to diffuse. Death energy increasingly destroyed his body, and the cracks between the tissues were clearly visible, flashing scarlet energy, as if it was going to tear the plague at any time. The scream of the god of plague was heard all the time. The blood god Zhuge saw the surging energy burst out by Link one after another, and the death force made him feel palpitation. At this time, I didn't care much about it, so I immediately offered assistance. He and the plague died, and if the plague died, he had to tell him here. Blood god, why go there for fun? Your opponent is us. Liankovic and Amoris appeared in front of Zul. Even Kovic did not say a word. The fist looked ordinary, but all the forces had converged to the extreme, and the breath was not exposed. The whole sea of blood rippled and the scattered shock wave formed by the blood wave almost penetrated the sea of blood. It can be clearly seen on the ground that the fist strength is spreading, and the blood wave is still clearly visible even when it spreads tens of kilometers away. The power of one punch was so terrible that the chi strength even penetrated the sea of blood, and a sky-penetrating strength poured out from behind the sea of blood to break up the stratus clouds. The Classis superstar cluster of Karl has been famous for a long time, and its strength can't be underestimated. Amoris wasn't idle either. All kinds of moves smashed Zwier without money to prevent him from going to help. Although the blood sea spread over hundreds of kilometers, Zhuge's main energy is still focused on one piece, and the energy intensity here is much stronger than that in other places. Liankovic suddenly stagnated, then turned to Amoris and said, "Sorry, I can only fight here side by side with you." Liankovic said that the energy of the whole person is much thinner, and there are great signs of dissipation. Blood god Zhuge was ecstatic, and even Kovic was one of the most powerful in A class. Coupled with the blessing of the will of the Blade Star planet, my personal strength is very strong. Now he finally can't bear it, and the energy begins to disintegrate and dissipate, which is definitely good news for him. Amoris was about to say something when she was interrupted by Liankovic. "It's my honor to fight side by side with the descendants of Karl Supercluster. Although I don't have much time, let me make one last contribution to you in the end." Liankovic said this with the will of the planet, and the words also fell into Linkel. Looking at the front dozens of kilometers away, Liankovic's body is becoming brighter and brighter, as bright as a supernova ready to explode. This is the gathering of energy to the top, and it is also the feature of reflection. Although I can't fight side by side with you, I believe you will win this battle. Now let me make the final tribute for you. As soon as Liankovic's voice fell, the bright body energy suddenly dissipated and immediately sprayed in all directions. Soon, the energy of the body dissipated completely between heaven and earth. In the sky and atmosphere, clouds gathered to form several rune arrays. The whole atmosphere swept a trace of energy and wrapped the whole planet at a very fast speed. All the A-level strongmen present felt the energy throughout Blade Star and understood the meaning of Liankovic. Guided by his last energy, he set up a boundary in the whole Blade Star. The function of this boundary is to prevent Zhuge and the plague from escaping. This is also the result of Liankovic defending the battle with his life. He plans to let Zhuge and the god of plague all explain here and leave them no hope. Plague and Zhuge were also frightened by the disintegration seal of Liankovic. Now the Blade Star is completely sealed. Even if you control the Void Mage, you can't break the seal and leave here. Before his death, Liankovic successfully sealed the retreat of Plague and Zhuge with the last energy of his life. Let their hopes of escape return to zero. Blood god Zhuge wanted to curse, but Liankovic had already turned into an array and no longer existed. Naturally, he couldn't hear Zhuge's curse. "Since we can't go, we'll kill all of you." Zhuge understands that there is no possibility of any opportunism. The only way to survive is to kill all the enemies of Blade Star. The god of plague on the other side obviously had no time to think for a long time like Zhuge. In just 5 seconds, he hit Link 4 times in a row. The powerful lethality of skills and the penetration of tyranny make it difficult for the god of plague to parry. At this time, most of the life value is lost, which is the end of a powerful crossbow. Link released skills several times in a row and lost a little blood, but his energy value was always full. The effect of Secret Clan Mark hangs on the Plague God. Each 200,000 damage can restore more than 2,000 energy points. You should know that even the Death Finger skill consumes only 4,000 HP and 1,000 energy. Now, each attack restores more energy than it consumes, and then uses the energy value of Yi Jinjing to convert the effect of life value. Each Death Finger has become zero consumption for Link. Although the 5-second concentration effect disappears, the seal arm has another ability, Rage. Link started Rage without saying a word. Stimulated by mechanical and mysterious forces, his attack power, maximum life, defense, and resistance increased by 20% for 2 hours. Although there is no concentration effect of a certain critical hit, it does not prevent Link's death finger from causing huge damage. The plague has fallen into despair. Whatever he did, the plague had no effect on Link. Seeing this, the god of plague played with the idea of encircling Wei and saving Zhao. Link is completely immune to his plague, but only he can be immune. Others are not treated as well as Link. After another finger of death, the body of the plague god can no longer carry such a degree of energy, and the distorted bodies are broken one after another. This strange shape of broken meat is like torn waste paper, floating in the air and falling to the ground. Watching the god of plague be destroyed, the players burst into warm cheers. But Link was wary. It seems that he killed the god of plague, but the system did not jump out of the experience of killing, which can only show that the god of plague did not die, but escaped by using broken meat. Helen ordered the plague man and the other gods to attack at once. Immediately after Helen got the order, the aliens and Foundation members avoided it one after another and didn't give the plague any chance to get close. Abundant firepower poured madly on the distorted tissues of these broken meat, and the powerful firepower light column directly blasted the broken meat into a state of blood mist. During the bombardment, these pieces of meat became smaller tissue, but the Link system still failed to jump out of the kill information. In that case, Link paused. Zaire, you can play. Zaire, hiding in the ruins of the city by the lake, has been waiting for Link for a long time. Zaire, the bandage man, quickly appeared on the battlefield. Then Zaire raised his hands and embraced the world. With singing, a round of blood moon suddenly appeared in his arms, and the mass and volume of blood moon became larger and larger. Under the influence of blood moon, the blood soul fighting with players and jumping insects in the air began to shrink and then died gradually. Countless blood souls were drained of their blood under the light of the blood moon and completely reduced to shriveled deformities. At the same time, the tissue fragments of plague also disappeared at a very fast speed under the influence of the blood moon. Originally, the plague god under the complete abnormal variant had more than 100,000 blood, but when he chose to split his body into fine powder and prepare to encircle Wei and save Zhao, he didn't expect that the emergence of Zaire and Blood Moon turned his plan into a foolish act to accelerate his death. Chapter 989. Soon, through Zarai's singing, the red moon has risen from her arms to her head, and her body shape has changed greatly, reaching hundreds of meters in diameter. At this time, Zarai was reflected into red by the light of the blood moon. The whole person embraced the blood moon. The picture was both evil and sacred. The light of the blood moon deeply affects all places that can shine. The tissue fragments of the plague god could not escape. They were eroded and turned into nothing under the red moonlight. Not only is the plague god mercilessly nibbled by the blood moon, but also the blood sea of the blood god Ziyir is also decreasing under the influence of the blood moon. Although this degree is very slow, Zhuge found that he could not stop this force similar to his own energy in any case. As long as the blood moon continues endlessly, the blood sea will eventually dry up, and Zhuge will lose all his energy, even the only blood sea flesh. Undefined Link has this kind of terror and can hide it for so long. It's really calm. Zhuge felt Link's determination to fight and kill them. Speaking of it, Zaire and you are quite predestined, Zul. Lin Ke raised his mouth and told the truth. Zarai is the product of refining with your evil god skeleton. To be exact, his ability comes from you. Link's words made Ziyir angry. He had a bad hunch that his perception of his evil god skeleton had disappeared. I thought Link had found some new way to completely shield his connection with the bones, but I didn't expect Link to transform and refine the bones directly and become his own thing. This ability is particularly terrible when you think about it. You should know that the ability of the blood god ancestor is mostly based on the power of blood. If you want to refine his evil god skeleton, you must have energy that can suppress the power of blood. There are only a few energies that can surpass the power of blood, but Link has this power. The god of plague wants to reunite the body and reunite these deformed tissues, so as to increase his blood volume. But Link didn't give him this opportunity at all. He recruited King Kong and directly transformed it into a black scepter state. He successively used the king's space that can be suppressed and blocked and the dark space that causes random curses and abnormal states. For a time, these distorted organizations superimposed various negative states, making the original difficult situation more and more difficult. It was originally intended to use distorted tissue fragments to fake death, let Link relax his vigilance, and then penetrate into the group to release a large-scale plague, so as to control the people. But I didn't expect that Link had expected this move and used his skills to suppress himself again. The god of plague felt that Link knew him better than himself. From Roswell and Star Harbor to Blade Star, he had always fallen into Link's trap and design, and none of his plans succeeded. Compared with a person whose strength is lower than his own, he is suppressed everywhere. The feeling of suffocation is not to mention how uncomfortable it is. And in today's situation, the god of plague feels that his chances of turning over are slim. Now, I'm afraid I can only use that move to pull the whole Blade Star to sink. As for the blood god Zhuge, this guy is completely unreliable at the critical moment. The blood moon shines on the earth. The blood moon and Zerai under it have now become the only focus on the battlefield. Zerai is wrapped with a nothingness body in a paper tape composed of pages, and his hands maintain a blood moon of strange light. The blood soul in the blood sea screamed bitterly, and the blood sea boiled and rolled under the light, killing at the speed visible to the naked eye. Although the people present were also shrouded in the blood moon, they didn't feel any discomfort. Blood god Zhuge obviously saw the end of the plague's embarrassment and strength, and knew that if he didn't help again, this guy might really be wiped out. But at this time, he not only has to bear the joint attack of several A-level giants, but also bear the erosion of blood moon. He has also tried many ways, but the light of the blood moon is everywhere. No matter what method he uses, he can't stop the moonlight from sprinkling on the blood sea and eroding his body. Even before Kovik's death, he imposed a prison on Blade Star, completely destroying their chance to escape. The skeleton of his evil god was made into a tool against himself by Link, and the evil fire surged in Zhuge's heart. He knew that if he didn't give up something at the moment, he couldn't leave Blade Star alive. As soon as the plague god died, the enemy tried his best to vent on him. Who knows if Link has other backhands? Taking advantage of the opponent's efforts to suppress the plague, it's just enough for him to use the forbidden art. I can only say sorry to the god of plague. Zhuge made a quick decision, and the back of the sea of blood began to change. All the remaining blood souls were transferred by Zhuge to the back of the blood moon. After all the blood souls concentrated on the back, they began to arrange in a regular way, forming a huge and inexplicable pattern along the edge of hundreds of kilometers of blood sea. Link felt a bad feeling when he saw the pattern. The energy between heaven and earth changes with the formation of the pattern. The Blade Star energy, which was firmly controlled by Liankovic, has now become an ownerless thing and is easily inspired by Zhuge's mysterious Dharma array. The wind and clouds surged, and the energy and chi field began to fluctuate violently. Even the lowest strength jumpers on the scene smelled the dangerous smell in the air. When this Dharma array is completely formed, all creatures in the whole blood sea will be bathed in blood rain. The effect of blood rain is similar to that of blood moon. Anyone who is infected with a drop and the power of blood is weaker than that of Zhuge will be dominated by him and become the puppet of the blood god. However, the price of launching this move is very high, and Rao Zhuge himself will be greatly backfired. But now if he doesn't use it, he can just wait to die. The clouds above the sea of blood began to accumulate and condensed into dark clouds at a speed visible to the naked eye, covering almost half of the Blade Star. Thunder billowed in the dark clouds, and lightning like a snake swam in the clouds. The heavy rain splashed down, dripping in the sea of blood, and then stained with blood soul and blood, turned into a blood rain and sprinkled on the ground. All the class present felt the evil smell in the blood rain and immediately used their defense skills to stop the blood rain. Even this move has been used. It seems that we are at a loss. Link laughed back. This move is similar to Zhuge's bottom card. Because the action was too hasty, Zhuge failed to regain his body, resulting in a significant reduction in strength, inadequate preparation, and limited recovery of strength. Some powerful skills are difficult to release without the support of the body. At present, the taboo blood rain is already the strongest move he can exert. What does that mean? That means he's scared. Even the last cards have been taken out, and there are no cards to play. Since even this move has been used, it's natural to give you some respect. Link looked at the scene. The blood god Zhuge was poor and protected himself with the skills at the bottom of the pressure box. The plague god had been kept alive by the blood moon, and it was difficult to turn over the wind and waves. However, with the character of the god of plague, seeing that Zhuge is engaged in such a big battle, he must want to cooperate with his own skills. In that case, then double win. Zhuge, it's up to you to seal Zhuge. Give me the plague. At Link's command, Zhuge did not hesitate, and the blood moon on his head disintegrated and dissipated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Zhuge flew quickly to the bottom of the sea of blood. Zhuge's body became multidimensional. The blood rain fell and directly penetrated his body without leaving a trace. When Zhuge came to the bottom of the sea of blood, he came out of the field of dimensional raid, and suddenly there were some bloody symbols on the bandage. These symbols are not the marks left by the blood rain on the bandage, but the result of the sudden appearance of the bandage itself. Zhuge opened his arms and folded his legs, making a cross in the air. Then, the symbols on these bandages suddenly spread from the body, scattered in the air, and expanded and spread in the form of red blood. It's like radiation centered on Zhuge, spreading in all directions. Huge symbols and marks form products similar to arrays and spread rapidly. The size of the blood sea depends on the size of the Dharma array composed of these complex symbols. All the people on the ground were stunned. Shrouded in the sea of blood, the color of lightning and thunder reflected on the sea of blood, emitting bright and dark colors. Under the sea of blood is the disintegrating and collapsing blood moon and blood rain, and now there are more powerful blood marks in the scope of terror. Such a scene will definitely make everyone present unforgettable. When Zhuge reacted that something was wrong, there was no way to avoid it. The mark was as huge as his sea of blood, making it difficult for him to walk. The mark spread for hundreds of kilometers almost in an instant, and its energy began to cause the vibration of heaven and earth. A skill of the same level as the blood rain began to compete. This forced competition for the natural energy of heaven and earth made the dark clouds stored in the dome much lighter and the potential of lightning weakened a lot. Blood sacrifice to heaven. Zhuge, the secret of evil code, launched his highest level killing skill, and in an instant Zhuge felt the horror brought by this power. Health and energy are eliminated at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blood soul on the sea of blood sends out a shrill scream, and then melts completely. For example, a person drowned in the water completely sinks into the sea of blood after struggling for a moment, and there is no trace. Blood sacrifice to heaven is a range-killing skill with the highest level in Zhuge. This skill is very useful for Zhuge. Although the sea of blood is the sea of Zhuge, Zhuge is the sea of blood. However, there are countless blood souls inside the blood sea. Although these blood souls are controlled by Zhuge, they are all transformed by the souls of fanatics and have independent consciousness. Blood sacrifice mitzvah uses Zhuge's own body to suppress the enemy targets within the range, and directly deduct 24% of the current health and energy of the targets within the range. This move is even more terrible than the death finger after Link's critical strike blessing. It is a big killer when killing the boss. That's why Link kept Zhuge hidden until he finally used this card. The death of a large number of blood souls has greatly weakened Zhuge's strength. The blood rain continued, but the amount decreased with the naked eye. This greatly reduces the pressure on everyone who avoids the blood rain. But this is clearly not Zerai's ultimate goal. From the beginning, Link gave Zair only one task: seal Zul. Zerai's cross-like body is still lying on his back thousands of meters high. Blood sacrifice is just the beginning, a dessert, and the real dinner is just about to start now. The bandage at the corner of Zerai's mouth tilted abruptly on one side, showing a strange and indistinguishable smile, and said to the sea of blood in front of him, "I like your body very much. It's enough to have me as a user." As soon as the voice fell, Zerai finished killing. There was a blood on in his eyes, and then the bandage of his body extended rapidly, faster than the blood mark before. The white bandages spread in all directions and were densely stacked. In the continuous radiation expansion, there was no gap left. From the ground, it seemed to completely cover the sea of blood. The blood rain on the ground suddenly stopped, and everyone didn't have to hide in a hurry. The players and members hiding under the bunker also tried to show their heads and stared at the shocking scene in the sky. These bandages did not end after covering the blood sea. They jumped up at the edge of the blood sea and continued to extend on the back of the blood sea. At present, it is obvious that the intention is to completely wrap and seal the blood sea within 100 kilometers with bandages. Zhuge was shocked inside. He could clearly feel that the bandage not only isolated him physically, but also closed his perception with the outside world. As the bandage completely sealed one side, his adjustment power to energy also decreased by half. The seal left by Link just now is not a big talk. Zhuge began to try to gather the bleeding thorn and chisel through the bandage, but when the blood thorn was shot out, he desperately found that the bandage in front of him could be immune to his attack. This is a state that exists in both entities and dimensions. There is usually a word to describe this special state: virtual. Zhuge struggled like crazy, but no matter what method he used, he could not escape the fence and cage specially built for him. Then, several bandages gushed out from the center of Zerai's body again. This time, the bandage went straight into the sea of blood and imprisoned Zhuge's body like a chain. If there is a system at this time, we can clearly see that there are many negative effects such as magic prohibition, blockade, seal, and so on. The most intuitive performance of the people on the ground is that the blood sea, which stretches for hundreds of kilometers and is sealed by bandages, is shrinking at a considerable speed. The blood faded away, the shadows dispersed, and the people saw the sun again. When the plague god saw this scene, the whole person was stunned. "I thought he would be the first to be killed by the seal, but I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Zhuge left him first and was completely sealed. The strength of this sudden Zair is really terrible, and each item is extremely restrained. It seems that it is specially prepared for Zhuge." Zhuge's fate only made the god of plague understand one truth. Whether struggling or obeying, his fate cannot escape a word of death. In that case, then pull more people to bury with me. At this moment, the god of plague finally gave up his last chance and decided to release all his remaining strength. Chapter 990. The core of the plague god is his own plague heart. This plague heart is higher than Link's reward for completing the task before. It is the unique one of plague and the source of all his strength. After nearly 10,000 years of nourishment, coupled with the belief power transformed by the fanatical worship of believers in the universe, the plague heart of the plague god has been tempered to an incredible degree. With this plague heart, we can perceive the believers in the whole universe in the dimensional space, which shows the strength of this power. Now, he wants to release all his strength, enough to turn the whole Blade Star into a plague planet. Undefined, including the core of the planet, will also be infected by the plague under the corrosion of time. The energy, material, and life of the whole planet will gradually be transformed into the nourishment of the plague over the long years. When these nutrients are accumulated to a certain extent, a new plague heart will gradually form, and the plague god will complete rebirth in this breeding process. Of course, this process may last for a long time, for tens of thousands of years. But for the god of plague, it is the most happy revenge he can do to exchange tens of thousands of years of rebirth for the vast majority of casualties of these people at present. Although he can't hurt Link, Link will see his friends, men, and pets die with his own eyes. That kind of torture is the greatest revenge that the plague god can cause. When he came back again, both Link and his other enemies had turned into Lois. Although the various organizations of the God of Plague were suppressed by Link's King Space and Dark Space, the original power, the Heart of Plague, gradually gathered from these distorted bodies, and a sphere emitting surging dark green energy appeared in front of everyone, attracting people like a pearl of the night. When Link saw the Heart of Plague, he suddenly had a bad hunch. Originally, I was going to talk to the God of Plague and pretend to compare. The absurd idea was put behind me. Link raised his hands. Akira's mechanical seal arm, Stormflame Chen's seal pearl, Liankovic's fist sword and the Black Queen's energy armor, 4 legendary seals were inspired and separated from Link's body and gathered around the plague. The God of Plague has naturally seen these items. Only in the previous battle, the seal beads of Stormflame Chen were hidden. The God of Plague thought that Link had only 3 seals in his hand, but now he suddenly realized that Link had gathered 4 seals. In the last battle between the God of Plague and the 5 sages, the 5 sages created 5 seals, which finally sealed the God of Plague and restored the peace of the Karl supercluster in the past. The 4 seals also sense the smell of plague. The two sides have been fighting for a long time and have already found out the details of the God of Plague. Today, I feel the breath of my comrades in arms and the breath of the enemy again, and the spirit and will remaining in the 4 seals are reactivated. Above Akila's mechanical seal arm, Akila's bust appears again. Looking at the distressed God of Plague, now the 4 forces meet again, marking that the God of Plague will be sealed again and the Karl supercluster will usher in peace again. Your performance exceeded my expectations, Link. Archila said quite happily. He was the first of the 5 sages to choose Link, and placed high hopes on Link, connecting the mobile fortress and his unique skill Omega Ray to Link. A bear spirit also jumped out of the seal spirit bead. The Stormflame Chen pulled out the stopper of the wine gourd and laughed, if you can witness this scene, it will come to light. Liankovic, who had just completely incarnated into the boundary of Blade Star, also showed a gratifying smile and gave a thumb to Link's pen, you are better than all of us. Before, the 5 sages just sealed the God of Plague and have let them ride in for a lifetime. But now Link is full of courage, design layout and camp step by step. He has not only sealed the God of Plague, but also the blood god Ziyir. Finally, what appears from the armor is the will of the Black Queen. A black velvet robe, the whole person exudes the temperament of shadow and terror. Cold and white skin is like an iceberg. Just glancing at it gives people a tingling feeling that their eyes are frozen. The strength of spirit and will is the best of the 5 sages. The Black Queen saw Link for the first time. A pair of dark and deep eyes looked at Link. To be honest, it can only be compared with the Queen's spirit. The Black Queen's evaluation is only 3 words, not bad. Hearing this evaluation, Link couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Then the Black Queen stared down at the plague fragment like a lost dog and laughed scornfully in her voice, I didn't expect you to be today. If you want to drag others into the water with inferior self-explosion, the plan is as brainless as your distorted body. After all, without rich neurons and tissues connected only by plague and nerve fluid, you can't evolve into an intelligent brain in any case. The Black Queen's opening is the top irony. If the mentality is a little worse, I'm afraid it will explode in situ. Cold and arrogant, poisonous tongue, empress, super spiritual aura, these are the characteristics and labels of the Black Queen. Originally, the idea of the God of Plague detonating the planet with the Heart of Plague could be realized, but now the 4 sages came on stage and formed a Dharma array with their own seals to completely seal the God of Plague without giving him a chance to release the plague. The 4 people met again after thousands of years, and the tacit understanding was all in silence. While guiding the energy of the seal, Chen opened his mouth and said, Akira is lucky to receive such a good disciple when she dies. It's true. Archila raised her mouth and was glad to have such a disciple who was better than Blue. She said, Link's strength has already surpassed me. His future is broader than any of us. Even Kuvik also praised, this boy has great courage. In order to pass the test set by me, he took himself as the game and led both the positive and negative factions. With careful and bold arrangements, neither the Plague God nor the Blood God can escape this disaster this time. Archila didn't open the pot. She looked at the Storm Flame Chen and asked, I heard you also took a little apprentice and learned all your natural power. I also heard that you could master the way of your soul in more than an hour. Storm Flame Chen was speechless, and his eyebrows dropped 3 points. Although I found the fat man's talent amazing, I still admit that I was out of sight. I wanted to spend a month teaching the way of nature, and then take advantage of this time to browse and understand the face of things thousands of years later. But as a result, Afu took me away in an hour and a half, without any new understanding of future generations. Others laughed at this, and even the unsmiling Black Queen had a trace of relief in her eyebrows. As we all know, Storm Flame Chen is an uninhibited tourist who can't extricate himself from food and cosmic scenery. Such a life traveler had made a perfect plan, but he was dismissed by a smart little fat man for an hour and a half. The kind of comfort that is deeply felt by the successors and the entanglement that they can't travel together have formed a unique helplessness, which has also become the laughing stock of people today. It's a pity that Yanjur didn't see this scene. The Black Queen suddenly said. At the beginning of their research on sealing the god of plague, in order to avoid the embarrassment of war damage to few people, they specially set the setting that only 4 of the 5 sages can seal the god of plague. First, fear of the plague enslaving one of them. Second, it is afraid that some of the 5 sages will fall and lose their staff, resulting in the inability to seal the god of plague in the end. Now that the 4 have arrived, they can meet again through the spirit and will left in the seal. Everyone knows that this will be their last meeting. At the beginning, the seal of 5 sages was made and suppressed with the rest of time until the end of life. When the plague made waves again, the descendants of Karl Supercluster perfectly inherited the mantle of the pioneers and did better than them. From now on, there will be no plague god to harm the world, and their mission can finally come to a complete end. At the end of my life, I can't say goodbye to my teammates who fought side by side. I have to say it's a pity of my life. But Yanjur will be pleased to know the result in the future. The gossip of the 4 people was like a tea party for old friends to meet again. They completely forgot that there was a plague at the scene. But the god of plague knows that these 4 people are cruel and ruthless. They have suppressed him for thousands of years. Now it is naturally impossible to be merciful because of nostalgia. The 4 people guided the energy in the seal to completely isolate the plague god's plague heart and debris. The energy of the 5 sages completely suppressed the plague god. At this time, it is not said that it is to accumulate the energy of the plague heart. The energy began to be extracted by the 5 sages and dispersed into the will of the 4 people. The remaining will of the 4 is for the action of this moment. They will use their last will to divide up the energy of the plague god, and then disappear into the universe with the suppression. The plague god kept struggling, but his body energy was completely out of his control. The energy in the heart of the plague quickly leaked out and divided up, from dark green to dark, and finally completely lost its vitality. Seals have been made for thousands of years for this moment. At this time, these seals finally achieved their fateful goal. The 4 sages said goodbye to Link one after another before their will collapsed. Akira flashed an omega ray in her eyes, and then smiled at Link without speaking. Storm Flame Chen waved his palm at Link, then took a mouthful of wine gourd and set off on the road. Liankovic clenched his fist with one hand and beat his chest solemnly, paying the highest tribute to Link as a soldier. The Black Queen, still with a cold face, gave Link a meaningful look, turned back, and her will was broken and dissipated between heaven and earth. The division of the 4 took away all the energy of the plague god. With the complete disappearance of the energy, only the 4 seals that lost the sealing effect and the empty shell of the plague heart of the origin of the plague god in the center were left. You killed the plague LV90+, legend, and gained 8 million experience. You get the plague heart container. Congratulations on completing the Doomsday Echo, the main task of plague recovery. You have gained 10 million experience, 100 potential points magic energy fragments, orange, miniature starlight, purple, and Yanjirswal cloak, purple. Link didn't breathe until he jumped out of the kill message. The system determines that the task is completed, the version is finally killed by the boss, and the matter of the plague god is completely settled. Link picked up the 4 pieces of seal equipment on the ground and found that the 2 set attributes of the seal set had changed. The original suit attributes are 2. Damage to all evil creatures increased by 50%. 4 pieces, make you immune to plague and poison effect. And now it's 2. The attack may trigger the power of 5 sages and increase your single attribute by 500 points. 4 pieces, your skills may trigger 5 virtuous skills, which will be triggered equally according to the damage type and auxiliary type. Originally, the set attribute energy in the seal of the 5 sages came from the will left by the 5 sages. This is the change they found to deal with the plague god. In view of the fact that when the will is completely broken, it will really disappear from the universe, rather than change the dimension. Therefore, the 5 people are determined to use their own will to absorb the plague energy and completely destroy it, so that the plague energy will completely disappear. In this way, the plague god has no way to plan the resurrection. Putting on 4 pieces of equipment again, Link took a deep breath. Then put on the Yanjirswal cloak given as a reward. Originally, Link had Yanjir's pious boots. Now after wearing the cloak, the suit effect is completely activated. Even without the blessing effect of Even Kavik, he can soar in the sky and has the ability to soar freely. As for other gains, now is obviously not the time to check. Link soared again. During the transmission and flash, the Void Mage also opened a portal for him to quickly reach the sealed blood god Zur. Today's Zwier has been completely sealed in the seal chain of Zair, the secret of evil code, and it is difficult to do anything. When dealing with the plague god, there are seals that can be destroyed directly. However, even the Supreme Mage Council who knows this well can only seal the blood god Zwier. Do you have any good ideas? Link asks the Void Mage. After all, it was Eros who did this in his previous life. This guy has been exiled into the universe and has not experienced so many fantasy adventures, so he certainly didn't think of a complete solution to the problem. The Void Mage shook his head helplessly. The Supreme Mage Council can only be sealed. Perhaps the effect is not as good as now. The Void Mage didn't have the ambition of others to destroy his prestige, mainly because he compared with the seal of Zeri, the evil code secretary under Link. The seal of the Supreme Mage Council is really out of hand. This strange seal completely restrained the blood god, just like it was specially prepared. Of course, from the previous dialogue between Zeri, the secret of the evil code, and Zwier, we can also guess that Link shaped Zeri after transforming the skeleton of the evil god. Zeri is the skeleton of the evil god, which is an integrated existence with Zwier. The previous evil energy was sent by Zeri. Maybe we need to ask someone else. Link said, looking into the deep space outside Blade Star. Here, he felt a strange and familiar breath. Chapter 991. Link's body blinked quickly and soon flew to the outer atmosphere of Blade Star. Here we have reached the fuzzy boundary between the Blade Star and outer space. The oxygen content is thin, and we can feel the energy flow generated by cosmic particles flapping on the Blade Star's magnetic field. Through the naked eye, Link also saw the player fleet coming to support in outer space. Many familiar figures have emerged. There are first-order fleets and ships of various types. At first glance, players have pieced together, and most of them are even rented. Undefined of all the ships, one with a strange shape attracted Link's attention. The whole body of the ship shows the unique silver of metal. The streamlined fuselage of the ship has no trace of grinding. The strong magnetic field of the ship has demonstrated its identity as the owner. Here we are. Although he has been mobilized, Link's heart surged when he watched so many friends come to support him hundreds of millions of miles away. But it was not a good time to catch up. Link took his attention away from the fleet and refocused on the void. Since it's an observer, it's a fair observation record. Why sneak? Link's voice spread through the universe through the flow of spiritual consciousness, and soon the position of his focus was slightly distorted. This distortion is different from the space-time transmission spell of the Void Mage, but a kind of clumsy camouflage to perfectly integrate his body shape with space. But this kind of camouflage can deceive others, but it can't deceive Link, who is already familiar with and sensitive to the breath of the observer. This time, the observers were not the three that Link had previously seen in the Vatican Galaxy. The observer is dressed in a dark blue robe. There are gilt-fitting energy lines at the cuffs and the edge of the lace, which looks elegant and generous. The observer wore an all-black mask and could not even see his facial features. Link can feel that the strength of the observer in front of him has been greatly improved compared with the previous three in the Vatican Galaxy. But compared with the power that Link now has, the strength of the observer in front of him is slightly inferior to Link. The existence of observers is to faithfully record the occurrence of various major events in the universe. As observers, direct appearance will naturally affect the development of events, which is contrary to our mission. Then how do you decide to appear again now? Aren't you afraid of going against your mission? Because you know the observer, my presence and concealment do not interfere with the process, said the observer, without any embarrassment in Link's imagination. Link keenly caught the key points in the observer's words, and there was a trace of dignity between his eyebrows. There is no fixed pattern of future development, and every different choice will lead to a new direction. But the word process has an established meaning. Do you mean all these are arranged in advance? Link is a little confused now. His rebirth has changed the fate of many people, but some key points are not changed by Link's will. He even wants to return to the original plot under the guise of his hand. From the 1.0 version of Mechanical Deity, the 2.0 version of Alien Demon Clan, and the 3.0 version of Plague God. It was through Link's hand to end them. Your question is too sharp. No wonder the observers of the Vatican system think highly of you. I chose to refuse to answer the question. What do you call it? Link decided to change the way of chatting. In the communication with the three observers of the Vatican system, although they can feel that their personalities are different, once they refuse to answer, it is impossible to pry a positive answer from them. It's better to spread a net and know more than to drill a bull's horn on a problem. Maybe you can know more secrets. Ambassador. What are the original goddesses? How can they become ambassadors in the universe? Link said with a smile, but he didn't despise the observer with the same strength as a name is just a code name. There is no difference. What's more, our task is to observe the events in the universe. The ambassador's answer was watertight, unlike the three goddesses in the Vatican system. He could get some words out with a little provocation. Now I want to solve the threat of Blood God once and for all. Do you have any suggestions? I think you already have the answer. Why ask me? The ambassador's reply was calm and gentle. Link was a little surprised, and then shrugged helplessly. I do have an idea, but it takes too much time. The blood god Zhuge is cunning, and I can't sleep well for another day. I still want to find a simple way to quickly put an end to the whole thing. Link paused for a moment. Before the ambassador spoke, he took the initiative to put forward a plan. In other words, what do you think of directly sending Zhuge to the Wall of Origin? With his strength, he can't escape from the Wall of Origin. If he is nailed to the Wall of Origin by immortality, he won't have to worry about escaping. Although the ambassador's face was covered, there was no expression. However, at the A level, Link's perception of energy is more detailed, and any subtle change can be perceived. He clearly felt a sudden change in the ambassador's mood. He called this emotional change fear. This is your right. I have no right to interfere. Well, to some extent, you told me the answer. From the change of the ambassador's mood, Link once again had a glimmer of understanding of the Wall of Origin. From the previous title of Wasteland Omniscient, Link saw some more secrets. Prince Satu pretends to be dead, and the owner behind him is actually related to the Wall of Origin. Link has never known more about the Wall of Origin, but the background of this Wall of Origin is definitely one of the deepest mysteries in the universe. The observer must know the origin of the universe. Now, in a word, Link has verified his conjecture. At this time, both Ambassador and Link sensed a wave of energy in the universe. This energy is very powerful. The space of the Blade Star's low Earth orbit fluctuates, forming a funnel shape. The surrounding scene begins to twist and roll inward towards the center of the funnel. Maybe someone who can answer for you is here. President Lin, we have the chance to see you next time. The ambassador said that his figure was like a lake wrinkled by the breeze, causing waves, and his figure gradually dissipated in the waves. From the space of the twisted funnel, a strong energy is released, and then a huge ship appears in the low Earth orbit of Blade Star. The ship is huge in size, which is only a notch worse than the mechanical fortress in both length and height. But the gorgeous weapons and modular equipment on this ship exceed the mechanical fortress too much. If we compare the two aircraft together, the mechanical fortress can only win the big item. In addition, the ship in front of us wins completely. Only a few people can say the class and name of this ship. Because in the ordinary universe, with everyone's resume and vision, we can't see ships of this level at all. However, Link is an exception. The ship in front of us is the pinnacle of the cosmic ships, but in terms of tonnage, it is the only one comparable to the mechanical fortress. It has the most complete functions and conventional maximum firepower configuration. It is known as the mobile land in the universe and the new Constantinople Great Battlecruiser rated as S+. This is one of the best standard aircrafts and the top warships in the universe, except for the aircrafts specially built by some forces. Link saw that the body of the Great Emperor Battlecruiser was printed with a huge 2-star battle flag. The same flag also stood high in the command tower of the battlecruiser and floated under the action of outer space magnetic field and particle wind, revealing its unusual identity. Link finally understood what the ambassador meant when he left, and the person who could really answer his doubts came. The 2-star flag represents only one force in the whole universe. Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance of the Second Cosmic Sector. The second sector of the universe is the sector where Link is located. If the Alliance of Stars is the combination of some top forces in the second sector, then the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance is the arbiter of the whole second sector universe. A more vivid analogy is the relationship between the large, medium, and small forces of Kungsingport and Kungsingport Autonomous Committee. The Alliance of Stars is the product of the combination of various forces in the second sector, and the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance is the decision-maker in the sense of real law and strength in the second sector. Even the crowd on Blade Star may see the Emperor-class battlecruiser approaching low Earth orbit with the naked eye. Comparable to the size of the mechanical fortress, it once again surprised everyone's chin. As soon as the Emperor-class battlecruiser appeared, it took over the whole field of outer space and the Blade Star signal. All ships on the public channel in the galaxy were banned and passively entered a state of silence. At the same time, all nearby ships, whether rented by players, the ships of the First Order itself, or the self-made Eden like Yvonne, all weapon systems and investigation modules were interfered by signals and stopped working. As soon as the new Constantinople battlecruiser came on stage, it showed its great Emperor Majesty and became the only voice in the whole Blade Star and Star system. It seems that as soon as the strong comes on stage, the small shrimps who fought before are completely silent. Even the mechanical fortress in Blade Star was seriously disturbed by the signal. Fortunately, the mechanical fortress is not in the state of Iron Pimple, but in the state of Black Throne. In essence, it is a new creature after the combination of Zhuge Dragon and Mechanical Fortress. Since it is a creature, it will naturally be immune to some of these effects. In particular, the muzzle of the Chinook artillery controlled by the will of the nine-striped dragon aims at outer space after feeling the energy fluctuation and threat. The people in the Emperor-class battlecruiser did not seem to expect that although the picture that should have deterred the whole audience and all aircraft surrendered appeared, there was still a small flaw in it. Of all the ships present, one was not affected by the Emperor-level defense module. When the Emperor focused on the Black Throne, the expression of the people who had a sense of superiority on their faces suddenly solidified. Chapter 992. The Imperial tonnage is the best in the universe. Except for a few special self-built aircraft and the ethereal super-large aircraft, there are no ships that can compete with the Imperial tonnage in the universe. So do members of the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. When they learned the news that the major forces in the sector united through the Supreme Mage Council, the God of Plague and the God of Blood revived and returned to the physical universe, and occupied the Blade Star as the base, with the intention of spreading from then on, they searched all the way for clues and came here. After all, with Link's previous declaration and evil energy released on Blade Star, the Star Alliance of many top forces, as small as mobilization and ships in the galaxy, has become well known with business transactions and information exchange. As the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance that maintains the rule of the second sector, they have the obligation and responsibility to solve the external interference factors in the second sector. Undefined civilizations and forces within the galaxy need to develop. They don't care about the struggle and game between them. But once there is a sector or a threatening intruder outside the current universe, our Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance must help the field. However, when the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance came here with a sense of superiority and the king came to the world, it restrained the field, but not completely. The Black Throne on Blade Star echoes with the Emperor-class battlecruiser from afar. Although the mechanical shape of the Black Throne is much worse, the layer of keel covered by the outer body and the wanton distribution of Chinooks give people a sense of shock. The original tonnage and size of the mechanical fortress have exceeded the Emperor level. Now in the Black Throne state, the keel wings block out the sky and the sun. If you count the length of the wings, it must be 123 kilometers wide. The Great Emperor level is nothing compared with it. Moreover, the Black Throne was also immune to the Great Emperor's signal interference, which immediately poured cold water on the people of the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. The atmosphere was tense, the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance failed to control the field, the Black Throne's artillery was aimed at all, and the muzzled Chinooks was even slowly accumulating. Zhuge Dragon, it's not the enemy. Link slowly opened his mouth and said to the nine-striped dragon that the Chinook artillery of the Black Throne dissipated the energy. Link took the lead in releasing his sincerity, and the people of the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance suddenly understood that Link was the leader with the right to speak in the current battlefield. We are the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. We are here to maintain the peace and stability of the second sector of the universe. I heard that there has been a serious invasion of evil gods here, so I'm here to support. From the Emperor-class battlecruiser came the spiritual idea to communicate with Link. From the level of mind, Link knew that he was talking to an A-class. You came at the right time. The God of Plague has been completely eliminated, and the Blood God Zhuge has been successfully sealed. The people of the Pan-Deep Space Star Development Alliance frowned and always felt that Link was teasing them about their lateness. But Link's next words succeeded in dispelling their doubts. Although Zhuge was successfully sealed, we don't have a good way to deal with it. Maybe you have some way to erase it directly and once and for all. We need to make a decision after research and evaluation. You can give us the sealed blood god first, and we will deal with it properly. I only accept the research and destruction in Blade Star. If you want to conduct research evaluation, you are welcome here. Link didn't let go because the other party was the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. After all, the price paid for this victory is heavy. You can't ask for this or that because of your great power, and you can't act as you should. If so, Link would not hesitate to refuse. While the two sides were talking, the three members of the Supreme Mage Council also came to Link. The Void Archmage added, I am a member of the Supreme Mage Council. The Void Archmage, together with two other Archmages and members of the Alliance of Stars, solves the dispute over the arrival of blood gods. We agree with Link that the evaluation and research in Blade Star can destroy, but cannot bring the sealed blood gods away from Blade Star. The three men who firmly believed that Link was in collusion with evil gods had a new understanding of Link's character and strength after this battle, so they decided to advance and retreat with Link in this choice. Only Link can seal the blood god. Although the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance is the nominal arbiter of the second sector, it has not worked hard before and now, so it is not worthy of trust. If you give the blood god to them, you may let Zia find another chance to slip away. Then their efforts and sacrifices were in vain. There are also many A-level strong people in the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. Unlike the Supreme Mage Council, which are all outstanding A-level mages, they are A-level strong people with a variety of superpower systems, but this does not mean that they have a say in solving the problem of blood god. The Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance has a lot of business contacts with the Supreme Mage Council, but I didn't expect that these three people are so determined on this issue. Even the nominal arbiter of the second sector did not dare to make public anger on this issue, so he had to follow good advice and choose to enter the Blade Star research before making a decision. The Emperor-class battlecruiser slowly sailed into the interior of Blade Star. All the detection modules of the ship are running, analyzing the residual post-war values in the air and the appearance of the whole planet, so as to make an accurate assessment of the battles that were not participated in before. But with the data collection and analysis, a complete report appeared in front of Captain Ulysses. Captain, the report is out. Ulysses took the report and read it page by page. But the more you look back, the more you feel like a falling great emperor and sink together. Waiting to see the full version of the analysis report, Ulysses couldn't help taking a breath. With the tragic degree of the battle just now and the strength of the participants, if we use strong today, it is likely to lead to greater trouble. Ulysses made the most accurate analysis. From the survey of the Blade Star site, there is no doubt that the villains are the god of blood and the god of plague. There are still traces of plague and blood rain on the Blade Star site, and the god of blood in mid-air is sealed in a bandage similar to a mummy. The bandage creature responsible for sealing has strong dark energy characteristics, dangerous and powerful. As far as we can see, there are 5 A-level strong players on Blade Star. At the same time, from the aftermath of the previous battle, the A-level battle is far more than these, only more. In addition to the strong A-level, there are more B-level and B-end teams, and the lineup can be described as luxurious. If this is the case of Blade Star, there are thousands of aircraft in the outer space of Blade Star. In the star system, the fleet of the Star Alliance is also in a terrible number. Except for battlecruisers and aircraft carriers, all other types of ships are advanced models in conventional space war. Such a lineup should not be underestimated. The Emperor class landed slowly, and the whole body advanced module was dazzling. Even in the universe, the real top battlecruiser of the Great class is not common. Ulysses took the initiative to land from the cruiser in order to show his sincerity. On Link's side, 5 A-level, 3 members of the Supreme Mage Council plus Link and Amoris. However, among the 5, the Supreme Mage Council and Amoris both slowed down Link by half and assumed a posture of respecting Link. I am Ulysses, director of the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance, and also the captain of this great Emperor-class destroyer cruiser. I am here on the mission of maintaining the stability of the universe. Ulysses has the same eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose as normal humans, except for a pair of long ears and light red skin. Wearing the captain's clothes in light blue and dark blue, with a medal and wheat ribbon symbolizing military merit on his chest, and a straight back, Link can rank first among the soldiers he has seen. The strength of Ulysses is A level, slightly behind half of the body position. According to the clothing, it should be the vice captain or deputy. It is the same race as Ulysses, and its strength is A. Behind them are 2 lines of guards with strength ranging from level B to B+. Umbrella Foundation President Link. Link's introduction is very brief, but several people behind him choose to expand for Link. Member of the Starport Autonomy Committee and guardian of the Maul Galaxy Cluster. Said Amoris. A close friend of the Supreme Mage Council and a strategic partner of the Star Alliance. The Void Mage said with a smile. Ulysses glanced at the Blade Star and stretched out his hand. I think he is also the creator of the current situation and the hero who successfully sealed the 2 evil demons. As soon as you said this, Amoris, you and the Supreme Mage Council showed joy on their faces. They were afraid that Ulysses was coming to rob the blood god Zhuge, and they were even more afraid that he would rob Link of his credit. After all, the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance is nominally the arbiter of the second sector. This development alliance has the top technology and strength of the whole sector universe, and its influence can spread to the whole sector universe. At present, Ulysses said that Link was the hero of sealing the evil spirit, which is equivalent to setting the stage for this incident. No one can take the credit that belongs to Link. In Link's system, it simply indicates the legendary degree +50, and the reputation of Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance has changed from neutral to friendly. You have 3 days to study the destruction method of Blood God Zhuge, and the research site can only be in our mechanical fortress aircraft. In 3 days, we need to calm down the impact of the storm and gradually recover the consequences of the riot. Ulysses had no trace, but he had a preliminary understanding of Link. This is a very strong A level, and attaches great importance to the disposal of Blood God. Chapter 993. Both sides are mature forces, and there is no dispute over some minor issues. The Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance moved the testing equipment to the mechanical fortress to analyze and evaluate the Blood God Zhuge. Watching each other's various hands and equipment come on the stage, and the picture of the sealed Blood God being slaughtered on the test bench, everyone was a burst of sobs. I never thought that one day the Blood God Zhuge would be studied in this way. In other words, although it was sealed, it still had consciousness. The Void Mage's face is still a deep universe, but the lightness in his heart can be heard from his tone. Zhuge was tightly bound by the seal belt of Zaire, the secret of evil code. Among them, there were 3 seal chains connected from Zaire's chest, which was the key to completely silencing Zhuge. Undefined Link watched with a smile on his mouth. Of course he can feel it, including that we can fully hear what we say now, so his mood at the moment should be extremely humiliating. As a great evil god, he has to be studied on the experimental platform now, and it is to study how to kill him quickly. Naturally, his mood is the coexistence of humiliation and fear. Link accurately described the mood of Zhuge, the blood god. In fact, Zhuge was the same as Link described. His mood was a complete reproduction of Link's words. Until now, Zhuge gave up the resistance like his life. Link, this guy, is the real devil. Grasp the evil spirit of the people's heart. From the beginning of Link's action, he killed his psychology and heart calculation. Almost every step was carried out according to Link's expectation without any mistakes. This guy seems to know it like the back of his hand, but it's clear that they don't have much contact. During the 3-day inspection, with the Void Mage as the intermediary, Link and Ulysses also had a lot of exchanges. In view of Link's great contribution this time, with the complete extinction of Plague and Blood Gods and the spread of sealed achievements, Link's reputation in the Carl Supercluster and even the whole second sector universe will reach an incredible level. In particular, Link led the whole process, and only his own forces participated. Even the Supreme Mage Council and the Alliance of Stars, which now lead it as a strategic partner, have been fooled by Link and become the flag and bait for Link to plot the road of the 2 evil gods. Ulysses breathed with such courage and plan. Because to tell the truth, it spread so widely that even the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance was cheated in. Link is far more daring and resourceful than most people. But Ulysses understood better that the reason why genius is a genius is that it has talent and adventurous spirit and dare to do what ordinary people dare not do. So an idea gradually fermented from Ulysses's heart. 3 days are fleeting. Even the arbiter of the second sector universe has many detection methods, but the final answer is still disappointing. I'm sorry, we haven't found a direct solution to the blood god Zhuge. Among the various schemes we envisaged, although we can destroy Zhuge's flesh body, we can't erase his consciousness of existence in the dimensional space. At the same time, we also found that the consciousness of the dimensional space seems to be protected by a complex force, and we can't analyze and detect this complex force in detail for the time being. If we have enough time, maybe we can find a way to completely eliminate Zhuge. Ulysses revealed the investigation results without concealment. He didn't care about people's evaluation and thoughts on the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance, but told the truth. Link shrugged helplessly. In that case, according to our previous agreement, Zhuge still has to stay in the mechanical fortress and be disposed of by us. Ulysses was silent, and the atmosphere between the two sides suddenly became tense. The 3 members of the Supreme Mage Council have even been on guard against the sudden deterioration of the situation. I'm just curious from a personal point of view. President Lin has a plan. Is there a way to completely solve the blood god? Although there is no way to destroy it directly, the secret priest of evil code has a special method to weaken Zhuge's body regularly. As long as the weakening times are enough, he will lose the threat. As for what you said to be protected by complex power, I can tell you directly that it is the protection of the power of God. He has touched the power of God, so his will be protected by the power of God. Even if the body is worn away, his will be preserved and he will find an opportunity will make a comeback. Blood god Zhuge was shocked. He didn't expect that Link knew him to this extent. Even the power of God's rules and will were well known, and suddenly there was a bad hunch. If Link can tell the inside stories so casually, does it mean that he has mastered the way to kill the power of God? Without the power of God, he will die completely. Ulysses showed a playful expression and said with a smile, since President Lin already knows so much, he must have mastered the method to completely disintegrate the blood god. Then we won't discuss the matter about the blood god. Now I want to talk to you about another matter. In view of your wonderful performance in solving the problem of evil gods, I talked and discussed with the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. Now the situation of the universe is complex and changeable, and the number of evil gods hiding in the dimensional space with the intention to touch the universe is increasing day by day, which is a great challenge to our universe. Our knowledge and understanding of evil gods are still limited, so in line with the idea of professional problems to be solved by professionals, we hereby invite you and the Umbrella Foundation to join the Development Alliance to help the second sector universe solve the problem of sneaking threat of outer space penetration. In this regard, you are an absolute expert. When the whole Development Alliance encounters the same event in the future, it will first ask your opinions, and then formulate targeted strategies. If you like, you can also personally lead the team to participate in the daily affairs of the Development Alliance, which we welcome. Ulysses offered very good conditions and took care of Link's mood in all aspects. It can only be said that he is worthy of being the person who came out of the largest organization in the second sector of the universe. He does everything without leakage and will not make people feel unhappy. After careful consideration, Link thought it would be a good choice to be invited to join the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. The Development Alliance is a higher-level organization than the Star Alliance, with a wider scope. At the same time, its internal organizational structure is comprehensive, covering all aspects. Most importantly, after joining the Development Alliance, Link has the right to use the unique transition gate of the Development Alliance, Femin. This is a technology that can quickly reach the target star domain, which can save Link a lot of running time. At the same time, the position of advisor on outer space affairs is exactly what Link needs. At present, only one blood god has been solved. If the plot advances to the end of Star Alliance, then the next step is Forbidden Area of Evil Gods. According to Ulysses, there are still many evil gods eyeing in outer space. As far as Link knows, there are at least 2 or 3 more. With this position, it will be more convenient to deal with these evil gods in the future, and resources will no longer be a problem. My original intention is to maintain the safety of the galaxy. Our goal is the same on this point. The tacit handshake between the two sides can be regarded as reaching a cooperation intention. Ulysses's voice lightened, and he was obviously very satisfied with the result. The Development Alliance has added a strong member and has unique views on solving the biological invasion of outer space, which has once again filled a short board of the Development Alliance. I'll report to the headquarters. Your joining has filled a large gap in the biological invasion of outer space by the Development Alliance. Now that you are all members of the Development Alliance, these equipment can be regarded as early support. At the same time, it also provides you with a shuttle accelerator so that you can quickly reach the area of the Development Alliance in the future. Link accepted Ulysses' kindness. When it was time to say goodbye soon, Ulysses took his men back to the Great Emperor landing module and finally said, "I have to go back and report the situation here in detail to the Development Alliance. I believe that the name of God Butcher will soon be heard in the second sector of the universe. We look forward to meeting again in the Development Alliance. I wish you a smooth journey. I'm also looking forward to our next meeting. I believe it won't be long. In addition, the name of God Butcher is good, and I like it very much." After Ulysses and others boarded the Emperor class, the ship soon left Blade Star and disappeared into the vast interstellar space. You triggered A-level mission Outer Space Threat. Task Progress, the First Ring Development Alliance Advisor on Outer Space Affairs. Task Tip, your handling of the God of Plague and the God of Blood has been appreciated by the Development Alliance, and it is agreed that you have rich experience in this regard. After handling the business at hand, go to the Development Alliance to report and understand the next task. Task Reward, 100 potential points 50 million cosmic coins. Link glanced at the task. If nothing happens, this A-level task should be the main task of version 5.0. A wave of General Assembly war directly broke through 2 game versions. This time, instead of pressing the ordinary fast forward button, this time, it directly clicked next episode twice. Under the influence of Link, the current plot has developed in an opaque direction. Even if the inertia of the game has failed quickly, the boss of version 3.0 and 4.0 has come to a hodgepodge. Now a thing that makes Link worry more and more is approaching indefinitely. If he has entered the original 5.0 plot, according to the previous chaotic logic, he is not far from the 6.0 Swarm Heart version. This means that in the near future, he will be ready to face Paul the Great. There is a natural irreconcilable contradiction between Link and Paul. It is impossible for the two sides to have such a friendly chat as he and Ulysses today. It must be an endless situation. Link took a look at the progress of the Heart of the Swarm task. Now it's 30%. During this time, we must hurry up the search and improve the progress. If you slow down, you are likely to die. In the kung fu of Link Lang, God, players and support ships waiting for 3 days in low Earth orbit can enter Blade Star. Link also met with friends who had been away for a long time. First Order Kager and other military commanders. John, Yvonne, Arthur, Spider Queen Shaconia who abolished Saturn. Antonidas and the School of Magic on Pandora. The Lord and his men of Andor in Victoria. The clan and fleet brought by the Rune Star Sarah. Plus Baton's mercenary regiment. It can successfully solve the problems of the God of Plague and the God of Blood. At the same time, people were determined to live and die with Link. After coming, they found that the truth came out. Link lied a big lie and deceived all the people in the second sector of the universe, and everyone became the flag in his chess game. People can only sigh that this chess player is superb. One plan can actually kill two evil gods. It belongs to eating two in one game. Because of the harmonious atmosphere, the aid simply became a big friendship to celebrate the victory. Players who haven't seen each other for a long time boast and fart, and the left-behind members of the Vatican Galaxy also chat with familiar friends. Spider Demon Queen Shaconia, quietly looking at the Royal Prime Minister Macaw, who stood on the stone and talked about the adventure, with stars in her eyes. The originally arrogant Silver Hand met with John one by one on weekdays. After the real meeting, he turned into listening to the training with his head down. He was so nervous that he didn't know where to put his hands. Sarah chatted with Graves and the horoscope, and some members simply lit a bonfire and sang and danced around the bonfire to celebrate the rare victory. I didn't expect the head of state to have such a wonderful experience abroad. The enemies he faced were cosmic. I didn't expect that the gap between us was so large in just 2 years. Yvonne sighed. Originally, he regarded Link as the object of pursuit, but now Link has been ahead of him too much, and even lost the hope of pursuit. Yvonne is also deeply cultivating human rights and organizations in the Vatican Galaxy and surrounding galaxies. Link has been recognized and absorbed by the Second Sector Universe Development Alliance and has become a voice in the Sector Universe. Come out this time and don't plan to go back? Link asked with a smile. Yvonne looked at the stars and said, don't go back. Come out and see the wider world. Naturally, the goal should be bigger. Let's start with the Morwell Galaxy Cluster. And you, John? Link asked, turning his head. John lay on the big stone with his elbows behind his head. Mustafa has a lot of things waiting for me. But now that a direct connection has been established between Starport and Mustafa, I should go out with Martha to see the larger universe from time to time. It's hard for you to get into such a big trouble this time. While they were chatting, suddenly a figure came to Link. John, Yvonne, and Arthur all left wisely when they saw the visitor. Link, I have something to talk to you about. It's Grace. Link is a little curious. Now the god of plague has been eliminated and the god of blood has been sealed. Grace has a little more worry in her eyebrows. I don't know what the problem is. Chapter 994. I didn't expect you to come to me. Link did not shy away from his surprise. At this time, Grace should be taking care of Sean and Miranda to sleep, but now she appears here, which makes him unexpected. Grace took off the gold necklace around her neck and handed it to Link. I don't think I need this thing in the future. Link understood what Grace meant and took the gold necklace with Grace's warm body on it. Undefined, the god of plague is dead and the god of blood has been sealed. Now there is no need to use a gold necklace to suppress the agitation in the blood. I have another request. Link thought Grace's words were over, but he didn't think Grace had another request. I am willing to accept your power. The sudden change of Grace's attitude caught Link off guard. Don't accept when the god of plague and the god of blood still have threats. Now both the god of plague and the god of blood have lost threats. Grace suddenly wants to get new power. This request is completely illogical. Why do you suddenly have this idea? Link wants to understand Grace's sudden change of mind. Link knows that Grace is an extremely conceited person. If she doesn't have a way, she won't accept gifts from others, especially Link's. A trace of sadness flashed between Grace's eyebrows. When did Link see Grace's hesitant posture and joked, Grace I know doesn't have such a childish posture. Grace took a deep breath, and Link immediately felt that the mountains were like gathering, the waves were like anger, which was dazzling. After the plague god was completely killed, I felt that the energy related to the plague god in my body was completely dissipated. When the plague god died, I took away the plague energy of the contract part, and my strength was weakened a lot. I was worried that after the blood god was completely eliminated, another part of the energy would also dissipate. Grace's eyes were full of panic and worry. I'm afraid I can't protect Sean and Miranda with my strength. This is a very realistic problem. As the enemies facing the future become stronger and stronger, Grace must have stronger strength to protect her relatives. But now her strength not only has not improved, but also will decline, which also makes Grace see the hidden danger. The power of both Plague and Blood God is unstable and unreliable. The gold necklace given by Link can suppress the Blood God, and what he said has now become Grace's life-saving straw. Link pondered for a moment and looked at Grace's almost begging eyes, which would never have appeared on Grace before. "Okay, I promise you. But not now. I have a better way, not only won't damage your strength, but also improve it." In the flash of lightning flint, Link's mind came up with a bold plan again. Since God can only be destroyed, why not make it? Make God. A fanatical and bold idea stirred in Link's mind. If the Void Mage or others knew what Link thought, they would take a breath and exclaim that this guy was crazy. With Link's promise, Grace was relieved, but she also had a question. "Didn't you say that I could transform it immediately after I agreed? Why wait now?" "Because I want to do it in one step so that you don't have to worry about your strength in the future. It's my sin to let a mother bear this anxiety day and night." Placated Grace and the bonfire party came to an end. Everyone released their pent-up emotions in recent days. When the emotions were released, the atmosphere of the venue came to an end. The rest is a long conversation in twos and threes, or a sudden surge of fatigue after *** force. In this battle, all the people standing in line with Link were under great pressure and even had the idea of resisting the power of the universe. Now Link has completely solved the disaster of Plague and Blood God. The truth has been revealed. He has even been connected with cosmic forces and moved towards a higher existence. For everyone, it is definitely a happy ending. Link returns to the mechanical fortress. The interior of the mechanical fortress is still busy. The post-war affairs were uniformly handed over to the director Penny, who was also responsible for the loss and liquidation of alien ships. After all, before the battle, Link once said that the loss of all ships this time should be paid by Lin Gongzi. Repair plants led by Helen and Paul Octopus have also been put into operation to repair some damaged ships and fighters. After Link returned to the lounge, he had some time to check the rewards and trophies of task completion. After killing the Plague God, the energy and body of the Plague God were divided and taken away by the four sages with the power of will, so that the power of the Plague completely disappeared from the world, which is also the main reason for the decline of Grace's power. After the death of the Plague God, all that remains is the heart container of the Plague in front of you. Plague Heart Container. Quality, purple. Description: the container of Plague Heart is also the base of God. Link looked at the Plague Heart container and thought of the Plague Source energy he obtained. With these two, it means that he can reshape a Plague God. Link destroys the Plague God, which does not mean that the Plague element and energy disappear from the universe. Although the Plague God disappears, there will still be creatures studying the Plague and gradually embark on the end of this road. At that time, a new God of Plague will be born. It's better to hold the power of Plague firmly in your own hands than to have an uncontrolled Plague God born. Link continues to check the rewards for killing Plague. 2 random materials, including orange magic fragment and purple miniature starlight. The description of magic energy fragment is a fragment containing high-quality cosmic magic energy. Magic power is a kind of energy opposite to Psionic power. If Psionics represents order in higher order energy, then magic energy is the representative of destruction in higher order energy. This is as powerful as Psionics, but contains destructive energy, and the fragments contain high-quality energy, orange level, and even crush the keel. Orange-grade material, in Link's eyes, means that it can synthesize an orange-grade PET. Miniature starlight is a cluster of stars that can be gathered in the palm of your hand, emitting warm and graceful starlight. Just like its name, this is a tiny star in the palm, which has the same effect as the stars on the top of the head. For Link, the collection of advanced materials +1. Although Link didn't think of any good synthetic ideas for the time being, this starlight material is still the first, which can be regarded as expanding the synthetic range. The last harvest is to equip Yanjir's wool cloak. Although Link has been equipped for 3 days, from the end of the battle to the sudden killing of the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance, Link has been dealing with these things and has not even had time to carefully check the attributes of this equipment. Yanjir's wool cloak. Quality, Epic, Purple. Parameter, Yanjir's wool is protecting you. Equipment requirements, LV90. Attribute bonus, plus 300 endurance, plus 300 intelligence, plus 300 energy. Yanjir's piety, 2/2. Yanjir's pious boots. Yanjir's wool cloak. 2. Suit, a complete set of Yanjir, pious will bless you, so that you have the ability to fly freely, and give you a 5% chance to be immune to all restricted skills. The attribute bonus of this wool cloak is exactly the same as that of the pious boot. Neither of them has any special effect. But the effect of Yanjir's 2-piece suit is really good, and there is no need for other special effects as a burden. Flying ability solves the biggest trouble of Link's current operation. Even in the Battle of Blade Star, Link obtained the temporary ability of resisting the wind by relying on the blessing of Liankovic's wool of the planet, and acted flexibly in the last war with Plague and Blood God. In particular, the current war is still on the planet. Many subsequent battles involve the universe and the stars. If there is no flying ability, it seems to have become a live target. But now Yanjir has 2 suits, and Link doesn't worry about it anymore. After counting the booty, Link finally focused on the Zerg gold necklace returned by Grace. Since Grace doesn't need this thing anymore, the best way to deal with it is to make it progress. In the face of the absorption prompt that the system has been beating, Link followed good advice. Soon the shell of the gold necklace cracked, and all the Zerg essence contained in the necklace was absorbed by Link. The rest of the gold shell could no longer maintain the original shape, and finally completely broke into gold fragments. Looking at the system, the progress of the Heart of the Swarm task has reached 35%. As long as he finds another piece of Zerg nest fragment, Link can extract 40% of the progress reward, own the Zerg Evolution Hall, and evolve and transform his own army of spring worms. This time, the jumpers performed well on the battlefield, and their huge number produced quite good results against the Blood Soul. However, the spring worm showed many shortcomings in this battle. The most obvious one is the low attack power, which is half as good as the Blood Soul in quantity. If it were not for the inadequate preparation of the gods of blood and plague and the absorption of too few sacrifices, the Blood Soul would have an advantage. After absorption, Link began to seriously think about the God creation plan. The biggest problem facing the God creation plan is to obtain God, that is, God's personality. The blood god Zhuge is now sealed. From Ulysses to Grace, they have asked about the treatment of Zhuge. Since even the Pan-Deep Space Star Development Alliance does not have the ability to directly and quickly solve Zhuge, Link can only solve it in his own way. Link's method is to use Zero's blood sacrifice to heaven to constantly suppress the blood volume of Zhuge's body, which can reduce 25% of the current life value every 5 days. When Zhuge's health value is reduced to a low level, Grace will be replaced by the conversion ceremony to become a new blood god. Of course, Link's ambition is more than that. The power of Plague contract in Grace disappeared with the death of Plague. Now the Plague energy remaining in Grace's body is the Plague that she studies refining alone. The Hand of Plague can be reshaped, but the Hand of Plague can completely overcome the Plague. At the same time, Grace still has the residual power of Blood God in her body. Build Grace into a new god of Plague and Blood. Grace's power can definitely break through Class A and become a twin god of one twin. This is a bold attempt by Link. Grace gets the dual power of Blood God and Plague God, so she doesn't have to worry about protecting Sean and Miranda. The Battle of Blade Star is over, but what happened here has not come to an end. After annihilating all the fanatics, the Star Alliance fleet returned to Blade Star. When they learned about Link's plan, they all marveled at Link's courage and plan. Especially now that Link has joined the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance and is an expert in dealing with the invasion of outer organisms, he has changed from the wanted object to the expert authority of the second sector universe. The great difference in identity has brought about the change of people's attitude. All forces of the Star Alliance began to contribute to the end of the battle. Help repair damaged warships and planes, and help the Void Mage build a portal on Blade Star. 10 days later, the portal from Star Harbor to Blade Star operated stably, and a steady stream of volunteers came to help through the portal. Link's story has spread to all parts of the second sector with Ulysses's departure. The name of God Butcher is even more resounding in the universe. With one's own strength, he plays with all forces in the palm of his hand, and kills 2 evil gods invading dimensional space in the Blade Star pit. In addition, Link was promoted to Class A and was absorbed by the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. Both his status and legend have been greatly improved, almost to the point that everyone knows. This time, Link solved a big problem for the Carl Supercluster. After the confluence, the Star Alliance unanimously decided to help Link take over the maintenance of the warship and help Link bear the losses. In addition, it also decided to bear all the costs of the plan for the ally. In short, this wave came down. Link has both fame and wealth. The outstanding performance of this battle is also in the eyes of the Star Alliance. Blood God Zhuge mainly absorbs blood energy, but these strange people who follow Link can perfectly avoid this, and even rise after death. Although individual combat effectiveness is not outstanding, a group of undead forces from level D to level C can never be underestimated. The major forces of the Star Alliance spoke highly of strangers, and even began to try to contact Blade Star, hoping to recruit some. Link didn't block it much. Now, after players enter the universe, with the improvement of strength and the development of the plot, they will be exposed to more and more cosmic forces. Now we can't simply block the way of contact with the previous ones, but we should encourage players to go out and work for more forces, so as to expand the influence of alien groups. Just like this time, Link had an accident on Blade Star. How many players borrowed ships through various forces and came to Blade Star for assistance not far away and across the galaxy? The rest of Blade Star is left to Amoris and the Alliance of Stars, and the Mechanical Fortress directly chooses to leave here. Only this time, when Link left, the Mechanical Fortress was followed by a dense number of ships, and he was no longer alone. This time, we have a new task. Link turned to look at graves around him and said with a smile, "Helen, adjust the coordinates and go to Rune. Before we go to the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance, we can help Graves fulfill a wish." Chapter 995. Graves was suddenly excited, his eyes widened, and his hands trembled. The Battle of Blade Star was really wonderful. In addition, before Ulysses left, let Graves first react that the next major event should be to meet with the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance to solve greater disputes. But whoever thought that at this juncture, the President suddenly proposed asynchronous Rune to help Graves recover his home. Whether it's for Graves or the survivors of Sarah and the Rune, the news is overjoyed. After many years, they can finally recapture their hometown. Undefined Link made this decision. On the one hand, he fulfilled his promise to help the Rune Star regain its home. Now he is also capable of solving one more worry before going to the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance. Secondly, in this Blade Star War, players spend half their time as spectators, and there are few opportunities for them to play. Now there are many players following around the Mechanical Fortress. Rune expels the Sartre family. Link decides to let the players deal with it and give them a chance to play. In this contact with Star Alliance and Development Alliance, Helen gained a lot of technology. She used these technologies to preliminarily transform the Mechanical Fortress. After the transformation, many new energy supply and modules have been added to the Mechanical Fortress, and the Battle of Fushengxing can be trained for military parade. It is much more convenient for the Mechanical Fortress to carry out interstellar transition after installing the shuttle accelerator. Using the shuttle accelerator, the more accurate the coordinates will consume more energy, so after evaluating the energy consumption, Helen decided to lock the coordinates in the hub area of the Maoul galaxy cluster, and then use the ordinary transition gate to sail to the target location. In this way, it only takes a quarter of the original time to reach the designated place. The energy consumption of the whole shuttle acceleration process is also much less than that of long-time navigation. The most convenient thing for Link is that the shuttle accelerator can set the space range and bring all the ships around the mechanical fortress together. The increase is just some energy consumption. With the good thing of shuttle accelerator, it provides a theoretical and practical possibility for the mechanical fortress to form a battle group. After learning about the mission of this trip, the players have already sharpened their hands. In particular, after receiving Link's commitment that in this battle to recover the talisman, all departments of the Umbrella Foundation are on standby. In addition to a very small number of experiments on new modules of ships, the recovery operation is completely led by outsiders. He was more excited than words. This time, Link and the people in the Independent Joint Department of the Umbrella Foundation chose to sit on the sidelines and completely leave the dominance to different people. Soon, the Crusade fleet arrived at Fusion Star. Rune was ruled by Sartre for decades, in which Sartre transformed Rune many times. The planet, which was originally full of light and hope, has now become overcast. The sky is covered with rich purple clouds. The whole planet is filled with an evil and strange smell. In addition, there is a dark star ring outside the planet. Graves and Sarah are leaning against the porthole, looking at their hometown that has become beyond recognition, and their hearts are dripping blood. The heavily polluted planet in front of them is not similar to their hometown in memory. If the coordinates hadn't changed, they wouldn't recognize the rune star. Graves was so angry that if Link hadn't stopped him, the guy would have run to the port of birth, boarded the fighter plane and went down to fight himself. You have to trust different people, especially many of them still study with you. You can't know their potential. Link's words made Graves wake up. In the mechanical fortress, many players chose to study the rune skills of rune gods. Graves gave them all his money and praised the aliens' understanding and potential. Even he, who is known as the rune god Star, can open the rune box and perfect the state of Rune King, is ashamed of himself. Let the aliens fight this time. I'll help them when I fight with King Sartre. Graves has experienced so many wars. Just now he saw the devastation of his mother Star, and he was out of control for a moment. Now he has regained his composure. The mechanical fortress and a fleet following it successfully entered the orbit of Rune. This time, the mechanical fortress did not send any satellites for detection, and everything was handled by the players themselves. After a new round of consolidation and ship formation of Blade Star, the number of players in the mechanical fortress and surrounding ships has reached 50,000. This time, Link was completely open to players, and even the task was not assigned. Link is also curious. What level has the player reached now? I want to evaluate the current status of players through this Fuxingxing recovery plan, so as to arrange tasks more in line with their current strength in the future. If you change to the past, the players must be like a plate of loose sand, driving their own warships and rushing into Fuxingxing. However, after the Battle of Blade Star, this is the first time for players to drive ships for space combat on a large scale, and they have also summed up a lot of experience. It is obviously impossible to fight with scattered troops like before. The advantage of fighters is to form formations and fight together. At the same time, before the two sides meet face to face, we must master enough intelligence and reasonable tactics in order to achieve the goal. Soon, a loose prototype was formed between players. The player group was born with Cold Front as the battle commander-in-chief and Wind-chasing PRO as the deputy commander. Lang Feng studied with Li Ziqian. In reality, he is also a retired veteran with high tactical literacy. In the game, Lang Feng has also completed the transfer from the Special Forces career to the Corps Chief of Staff career. The reason for such a large span is that Lang Feng worked under Ning Chinqi. Considering that the direction of war in the future is no longer to advocate individual bravery, but more to team cooperation and command, Lang Feng considered again and made his own choice in terms of individual strength, commander-in-chief command, and hot weapon transformation. The occupation of Chief of Staff of the Corps is particularly rare. Among the 50,000 players in the whole Mechanical Fortress battle group, only Lang Feng is this occupation, which should be the head of the battle commander. As for the wind-chasing PRO, he can be the deputy commander because of his position in the Umbrella Foundation. He is not only the president of the Miracle Guild of the first major guild, but also the first player to follow Link, but also the spiritual leader of Slevin Star, the independent department of the Umbrella Foundation. Multiple identities make it convenient for PRO to work in the Mechanical Fortress. Other members of the Independent Liaison Department are also willing to give face to PRO. Lang Feng is responsible for issuing tactics and instructions, and Chasing the Wind is responsible for coordinating affairs in the Mechanical Fortress. For example, now that Link has handed over all the big and small affairs of this attack to the player, it is really to give up completely and let the player solve everything by himself. At the moment, the whole rest area has become the player's battle room. The cold front is standing in the duel arena, and the picture of Fusion Star is on the holographic screen. Chasing the Wind, you go to the committee and ask for the use of Tianyan satellite. We need Tianyan satellite to scan and assess the risk of the whole planet. Lang Feng said calmly. Chasing the Wind quickly found Ren Yi, director of the committee. Director, we want to use Tianyan satellite to investigate Fusion Star. What conditions do we need? Ren Yi had received the arrangement from Penny earlier and put out the price list. There is a price list here. All the equipment and technology of the Mechanical Fortress can be used, as long as you can exchange the response points. Chasing the Wind glanced at the price list and immediately took a breath. Springworm Legion 300 contribution points / head. Tianyan Satellite 5000 contribution points / satellite. Martyr Drone Support 1000 contribution points / aircraft. Mechanical Fortress Fire Support 3000 contribution points / min. Helen Gundam Guard Attack 2000 contribution points / set. Black Throne Fire Support 50,000 contribution points / min. Vajra Starts 100000 contribution points / hour. Vajra, Black Goku State 150000 contribution points / hour. At the end of the price list, there is a sentence in bold and black. All projects can be purchased with funds. Seeing here, Chasing the Wind fully understands that the action of recovering the talisman will completely rely on their own strength. Follow the wind to make a copy of the price list, and then return to the rest hall. Now the price list is here. You can arrange action. Link and a Coder member of the Umbrella Foundation watched the players' choices and actions in the operating room. Everyone is curious about what such a chaotic aggregation of aliens will look like when they act in groups without command. Players have gained too many contribution points in previous campaigns. Link asked Penny to list all the resources and support of the Mechanical Fortress in the form of contribution points. In this way, it can help players without paying the cost. Moreover, the form of list fully gives players the right to choose and ensures their freedom. Soon, on the holographic screen, Link and your coders saw 3 Celestial Eye satellites launched into orbit and began to scan Fusion according to the established procedures. While the detected data is collected in the control room, it is also transmitted to the rest area of the player's headquarters. Troy began to explain. After detection, the main component of purple in the atmosphere of Fusion Star is a kind of poison gas. This kind of poison gas can act on biological nerves and make organisms crazy and irrational. On the other hand, this kind of poison gas can enhance the desire and attack power of organisms. The content of poison gas accounts for about 30% in the atmosphere, of which the concentration is the highest in clouds, accounting for about 80%. but it decreases rapidly in the interior of the planet. It is estimated that this level of poison gas will have a negative impact on strangers, but it is not fatal. At the same time, we also detected that the source of this toxic gas is a purple vegetation on the planet's surface, which is produced by respiration. This plant covers nearly 15% of the land area of Rune, and the density of poison gas is lighter than oxygen, so it collects in the atmosphere. Graves gritted his teeth. The home in memory was destroyed into what it is now. Even the planet's environment is no longer livable. All this deepened his hatred for the Sartres. This change in the ecological level of the planet will take more than decades to repair. This means that even if they drive out Sartre and transform Runes into livable, it will take decades. What more information? Sarah looked anxious. She wanted more information about Sartre than purple nerve gas. Troy continued, the traces of biological activity detected by the celestial eye satellite are mostly concentrated in the old urban areas of the planet. On this basis, many urban areas have been transformed. Soon, a picture taken by Tianyan satellite appeared on the holographic screen. The lens penetrates the poisonous fog and focuses on the ground. Because it is a picture that directly bypasses the display of toxic gas, the picture is similar to the picture of spectrum and increases the contrast. Although it is impossible to show clear and accurate ground conditions, the shape and area of the urban area are clearly outlined. Through the analysis and processing of some details, Troy can roughly outline the city scale of the original Rune star and the current comparison. After the current screen appears, Graves and Sarah are livid. Their home was occupied and now transformed by Sartre beyond recognition. The magnificent scene of civilization disappears little by little in the destruction of time and opponents. We can only remember the grandeur of the past Fuxingxing civilization from our memory. Lang Feng and others also got the same information. After thinking and analysis, they decided to send martyr-level unmanned raiders to harass the ground urban area first. After another wave of heavy rewards, a group of unmanned raiders plunged into the Rune Star and began bombing the Sartre family's territory. Sartres have lived in Fuxing for decades and have been used to life here. After expelling the Protoss, they transformed the planet into their dream home. I can feel the nourishment of poison gas every day, not to mention how moist it is in my childhood. But today, when the drone broke through the poison fog and appeared behind the Rune Star, the Sartre people's eyes jumped with brutal joy. Sartres have no ability to shuttle the planet. They usually reproduce by parasitizing in aircraft or intelligent organisms, breaking out after coming, and then looking for a host. When all intelligent life on a planet disappears, it will become Sartre's mother planet. Then wait for the next victim or parasite to appear and take them away from here. So after the discovery of the aircraft, the Sartre family will all show an excited expression. All Sartre twisted his body, like withered and decaying shrubs, and buried himself in the ground. From a high place, it looks like the weeds in the decaying urban area. When the drone passed the city from a high place, the expected landing of Sartres did not appear. Instead, dense fire began to gush, and all kinds of artillery, missiles, and projectiles carried by the drone wreaked havoc in the city. The Sartres were dumbfounded in the face of the sudden bombing. These alien visitors don't play cards according to the routine at all. No landing inspection, but direct bombing, Nima. Chapter 996. Lang Feng and players stared at the holographic screen and looked at the status of Rune Star from the perspective of Martyr-class unmanned raider. The UAV formation swooped down at low altitude and bombed the urban area surrounded by vines. As the Martyr class roared overhead, black smoke rose everywhere in the bombed city. This wave of raids brought players the latest news about the Rune planet ground. Only after reading these news, the players were not excited. Undefined, it seems that no intelligent creatures have been found in the urban area. This is the common answer that players get after watching. Lang Feng is also quite helpless. He spent tens of thousands of contribution points, and the news he got doesn't seem to be worth the price. At present, the Sky Eye satellite has investigated, and the unmanned raider formation has also attacked the ground urban area. The cold front is facing the expectation of the players. Consider for a moment and say, from the picture sent back by the UAV, the creature Sartre occupying the rune star does not seem to be in the urban area, so they have a great probability of walking in the forest swamp of toxic gas outside the urban area. If we want to land, we can land directly in the urban area and extend in all directions based on the fixed fortifications in the urban area. Mechanical Fortress Control Room. UAV images are also transmitted here. When Graves saw the withered plants all over the city, he clenched his fist. These plants are Sartre, which is their unique camouflage method. They deceive the surveillance by imitating the shape of plants, which makes people numb and careless and relax their vigilance. When intelligent creatures approach, they will show their tusks, parasitize in each other's bodies, and even manipulate each other's consciousness and actions. In the past, runes fell because these hateful monsters parasitized in the human body and returned from other planets by manipulating spaceships. We didn't realize this at all at that time. When we found it, it was over. Graves' eyes were full of murderous spirit and anger. On one side, Sarah lifted Graves' stiff arm and said with relief, "It's all right. Soon we can drive them out of their homes." Although Graves was expelled, from the details he learned, Sarah knew that he had never forgotten the rune and the hatred of race and homeland under his decadent appearance. Only when you are alone, you choose to bury everything in your heart. Graves suddenly reacted and turned his head and asked, "President, now the strange people don't know that these plants are the Sartre family. Without these intelligence, their conclusion is likely to be wrong and will affect the success of the operation." Link raised his hand to interrupt Graves and said slowly, "Yes, so it's extra intelligence. If they're willing to spend their contribution points, they can get it. If they're not willing to spend, they have to bear the price of misinformation. It's a test for them, isn't it?" Graves suddenly realized the president's good intentions. Today he can remind different people, but in the future, what if there is no intelligence in this regard? It's not a bad thing to learn a lesson and find problems in advance. What's more, who says that if players don't know intelligence, they will be at a disadvantage? Under the arrangement of Lang Feng, the players began to march towards the rune star in large quantities. Because of this action, Link didn't provide any insurance service for the player's ship, so most players chose to hang up and didn't drive their own small fighters to ruin the Divine Star. It's a small matter to hang up. If the fighter plane is exploded, it's estimated that it will become a machine slave and carry alone until the next version. In order to facilitate players' landing, Lang Feng also specially rented a medium-sized transport ship at a large amount of money, which is responsible for sending players into the atmosphere of Fusion Star, so as to avoid unnecessary damage to them in the thick toxic gas layer. The number of players on the ground this time is 10,000. As the vanguard among the players, their main purpose is to take root in the rune star, and then disturb the muddy water to show the original shape of Sartre hiding in the dark. Therefore, the first batch of landing players, in addition to elite players, the rest are mechanical players, who are responsible for building and building defense facilities. After the medium-sized transport ship breaks through the poison gas and drops to a height high enough to parachute, the cabin of the transport ship opens and players fall one after another like dumplings. There is only one place for these 10,000 players after landing the urban area just bombed. Hold an urban area as the base of this operation, and then expand outward to solve the Sartre family. This is what Lang Feng has arranged. It's not even a plan. However, Link praised Lang Feng's action. Lang Feng's tactical accomplishment comes partly from Li Ziqian and partly from Ning Chinqi. Of course, his real career will also have an impact. Now that the enemy has not yet appeared, only some elite teams are sent to activate the temptation first, and then slowly take out the main cards. In addition, players can be resurrected after death, so for players' loss, what's that? Airborne players are equipped with communicators. The role of communicators is not only the player's personal identity, but also the internal annunciator, which can let the cold front on the spacecraft know everyone's position in detail, so as to accurately assign tasks. Players who land have an annunciator, which sends RF signals in the low light area, flashing. Because fusion star is shrouded in a thick layer of poison gas, there are only a few sunshine that can shine in. The day of the whole planet is a bit like the last light after the sun almost sets, and the last struggle of the light in the sky before the darkness comes. Countless RF signals gather together to form a huge network of luminous spots in the sky, gradually covering the urban area. Wow! After landing batch by batch, the players cut off the parachute, then quickly entered the working state, and began to enter the urban area to explore and build fortifications according to Lang Feng's instructions. Although the light is dim, players have experienced various environments, and this natural environment is not bad for them at present. Even, the current environment can be regarded as relatively mild and comfortable in the experience of players. The poison gas content in the air is not high, and there is an abnormal state of poisoning on the body. It is not the effect of continuous blood loss, but the direct deduction of 100 points of endurance and energy. But at the same time, there is an enthusiastic buff, which increases the attack power by 10%. What does this mean for players? It's epic enhancement, okay. In addition to Nazi, what players pursue when playing games is big damage numbers. What's less blood and blue? If harm god religion is a sect, players will basically become fanatical believers of this sect. This state is a little fierce. With this state, you can completely break your personal record DPS here. I'm ready to try and face the enemies of the Sartras. Why are there so many weeds and dead trees in this urban area? They are almost everywhere. Players on the ground and Lang Feng, who was in command in the mechanical fortress, issued the same questions at the same time. According to the picture from the ground, now 10,000 players have arrived in the urban area and began to build a defense front. After taking pictures of dozens of players in various parts of the city, Lang Feng found that no matter where they were, there were withered plants. These withered plants are like giant trumpet flowers that wither and fall down. The flower buds and petals are tightly closed, the head tilts to one side, and the roots spread on the ground. We can see the basis of disorder, but they all flow on the surface. There is no feeling that the old trees are rooted in the ground and overturn the soil and the ground with the power of time. There is no clue where these plants appear. Some are on both sides of the road, others are on some buildings. There was a heat wave and burning smell after the bombing in the urban area, and some withered flower branches were blown open. When players land, the momentum is not small. According to Lang Feng's prediction, Sartre, who lives on the planet, will certainly notice the 10,000-person airborne team. If, according to the first conjecture, these creatures live in the wild poisonous gas plant forest, the satellite map shows that there is not much time left for players to build defense, which needs to race against time. The urban area is huge. From these decaying urban relics covered with vegetation, we can vaguely see the grandeur and strength of the former Fuxingxing civilization. 10,000 people said more or less, but after landing, the players were scattered orderly, just like a sponge absorbing water, and disappeared in an instant. The way to build the defense line is also very simple. Tangju, the president of the Friendship Guild, and other mechanical players build 2 fire fronts in the urban area. The players of the Power Department and the Mystery Department are responsible for detecting, placing magic traps, arranging arrays and blinding methods according to their own abilities. The players of the Martial Arts Department throw away their arms, dig trenches and carry obstacles. Everyone divided their work and began to build positions under the leadership of the leading players. Once the position is established, the follow-up actions of players will be much more convenient and organized. They are no longer fighting alone. Bombed Chicken took the players of the Moon Shadow Council to transform and clean up the terrain with psychedelic vines and the power of nature. The psychedelic vine returned to the foot of the bombing chicken and swam all the way along the trouser leg of his combat suit to his shoulder. The leaves on the vine gently rubbed back and forth on the bombing chicken. The branches and leaves shook, as if they were communicating. "You mean you found something unusual?" The bombing chicken, who was supervising the work, followed the psychedelic vine to a building ruins. Next to the psychedelic vine are the dead branches affected by the bombing. Because of the bombing, some dead branches were blown away, blasted aside, and separated from the body. The bombing chicken immediately noticed something wrong. At the broken branch, he clearly saw something similar to blood spilled. This is a purple viscous liquid flowing from the branches. Bombing chicken is a member of the Moon Shadow Council. Now it is also a senior druid. Now it is even the youngest and only player elder of the Moon Shadow Council. It has an in-depth understanding of nature and plant temperament. Although we are now on an alien planet, the difference between plants and organisms can probably be recognized. The bombed chicken picked up the broken branch and saw not only blood vessels, but also cartilage, fascia, and nerve tissue. The bombing chicken immediately made a judgment on what looked like a plant. It was not a plant, but a creature. If the creatures that explode are dead, then those that don't explode. The bombing chicken was suddenly sweating, breathing fast and heavy, and a terrible idea lingered in my mind. If these creatures do not die, but pretend to be dead and pretend to be plants, they are now in close contact with these creatures in the urban area. Once these creatures do anything bad, they... Just when the bomb chicken's heart god was terrified, the broken branch in his hand trembled slightly, and then quickly twisted to tightly wrap the bomb chicken's arm, so that he would not have any chance to release his skills. At the same time, the half-body on the ruins behind also seemed to be inspired and resurrected, and rushed to the bombing chicken. The torn body exudes purple blood material, trying to devour the whole person of the bombing chicken. The psychedelic vine immediately wrapped around the body of the host bombing chicken, protecting the most important head and heart and lungs, and preventing the hypoxia and head crushing caused by the tight binding of strange creatures. Naturally, the bombing chicken did not wait to die, and its body withered rapidly. The skin and adipose tissue of the arm collapse rapidly, and water is extracted from the body. Skin contraction brings the clarity of muscle lines, and even the dry skin seeps into the muscle tissue, looking like an old tree without nutrition and water. This is the ability to tree the body. It seems to be decaying and losing its strength, but in fact, the body of the bombing chicken is full of toughness, which greatly improves its defense and is completely not afraid of the attack of mysterious creatures. A lot of spikes were inserted into the body of the bombed chicken, which pierced the body of the mysterious creature and gave a shrill scream. The wooden thorns that broke out in the bombed chicken were stained with purple blood. More wood spikes burst out from the body repeatedly, constantly piercing the body of mysterious creatures. The petals of the mysterious creature suddenly opened, and the exaggerated and twisted head like a goblin emerged from it. It trickily attacked the bombing chicken, like a flexible poisonous snake, and bit the head of the bombing chicken. But after the entrance, no matter how hard you try, you can't bite the head. From it, countless wooden thorns run through the brain of mysterious creatures, and purple blood splashes everywhere. The bombed chicken's head returned to normal from the rotten state. Then he removed the body of the mysterious creature, stained it with purple blood, smelled it, and felt the components similar to the poisonous gas in the air, and the concentration was much higher than that in the air. The strange thing about the bombing chicken is that just now he fought with the creature, and the creature screamed. But even so, there were no teammates around to help, as if they had never heard of it. The bombing chicken dared not have any delay and immediately reported the news to Lang Feng. "Commander, I think I found the Sartras. What's the situation? Tell me in detail." "The Sartras are everywhere in the city. The withered plants everywhere are their disguise. I have just fought with them. This creature is very strange and must..." Before the bombing chicken spoke, I suddenly felt a warm liquid flowing out of my nostrils. After he wiped it with his hand, he was stunned to find that his blood turned into the same purple as strange creatures. Chapter 997. The bombing chicken felt abnormal and took all the time to tell his current state. I feel like there are countless insects crawling in my body to absorb the nutrition in my body. Something seems to rush out. The breastbone of the bombed chicken cracked, and the whole breastbone burst outward. The white ribs gushed out with blood, just like some kind of flesh and blood mechanism. A goblin's head covered with blood emerged from his sternum, with a ferocious face and a strange smile. Undefined, the bombing chicken immediately fell down and lost its intuition. This scene was captured by the cold front, and the information provided by the bombed chicken before death was extremely weighty. Sartre had the power to occupy the human body and revive, which hindered the player's action. And according to the description of the bombing chicken just now, he should have been infected by parasites while fighting Sartre. But now Lang Feng doesn't understand whether he was buried by the other party in close combat or because of blood. But whatever it is, it proves that Sartre is a very dangerous creature. Lang Feng urgently contacted the players nearby and said, "Now hurry to the marked place," and the bombing chicken was attacked by Sartre. Remember, don't get close to the body of the bombing chicken after arriving at the scene, and pay attention to the parasites in his burst chest. The bombing chicken is to act together with the players of the Moon Shadow Council, so after learning that the Big Wet Brother was killed by Sartre's attack, the surrounding players came to the scene according to the coordinates sent by the cold front, and then saw a terrible scene. The bombing chicken fell to the ground, his hands were stiff and hung in the air, his fingers maintained a strong posture, and his facial expression was extremely ferocious. What's more terrible is that the chest is completely burst from the inside, the ribs are broken and turned out, and the moory white bones are like the standing dragon ridge on the blade star. In the center of the burst chest is a twisted monster's head and neck, drooping head, and dead. The whole scene is like a flower with white bones in full bloom and a newborn terrorist creature in it. Even though players have seen too many big scenes, such a strange and terrible picture in front of them still makes everyone stand upright and sweat. "Commander, Brother Dashi is dead, and the monster seems to be dead." The players of the Moon Shadow Council obeyed Lang Feng's order and didn't get close to contact, but from their observation and the inspection of controlling psychedelic vine, the monster parasitic on Brother Dashi's chest has died, and even the struggling limbs can be seen from the cracked chest. "I just don't know why, I completely lost my breath in the middle of the struggle." Be careful, the withered plants in the city are actually Sartre, which is their unique camouflage. They can't even feel the breath of life in the state of plants. Remember not to fight with Sartre in close combat. Don't be bound by each other, let alone stained with purple blood, otherwise they may be parasitic. Lang Feng sent the message to all players, and then calmly commanded, "Now, everyone in the city begins to concentrate. Don't start with Sartre and pretend not to know. If the enemy takes the initiative to attack, everyone will withdraw while fighting and concentrate towards the designated target location." With the cold front's order, 10,000 players on the ground began to act. Lang Feng sat on the challenge arena in the rest area of the mechanical fortress, under great pressure, sweat oozed from his forehead and rolled down his cheeks. Whether it is reality or game, he is the first to command the war of 10,000 people. Now that the enemy is under his nose, we must deploy carefully, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. "Has the second landing force assembled yet?" Chasing the Wind nodded and said, "We're ready. Everyone is waiting to hit. We can fight at any time. Order the second landing force to be ready and communicate the good luck ship landing signal. In addition, after the Wind, you can arrange another group of unmanned raiders to stand by and wait for my order at any time." The information on the ground is gathered in front of the cold front one by one. He needs to analyze a large amount of data and intelligence, and then find out the optimal solution in the war. The large-scale action of players still aroused Sartre's suspicion. This group of creatures used parachute landing and did not arrange any aircraft to land. This makes Sartres, who have been breeding on the Rune for more than 10 years and have dominated and occupied the whole planet, very unhappy. What they are waiting for now is a chance for a parasitic host to fly an aircraft away from the planet and spread its branches and leaves. However, the enemy is very cautious, and no aircraft has landed. For them, the current situation is to scratch their ears and cheeks, but they can't expose themselves and arouse the other party's vigilance and attention. As a parasitic breed, Sartre has always been known for his cunning. Occupying individuals has never been their purpose. Parasitic hosts spread Sartre to all planets, which is their purpose. Once Sartre occupies a planet, the resources on the planet will soon be consumed by them. If ethnic groups want to develop, they must expand outside. Sartre is both a parasite and a patient hunter. If you want greater interests, you must hold back. The players moved smoothly without encountering resistance from the enemy. Instead of letting players relax their vigilance, they maintain a greater degree of vigilance. The monsters who live on parasites don't attack when they see people. They all keep silent. Are they not interested in players? No, they're just for the greater good. Lang Feng frowned deeper and said, in the command system, you must have seen that all Sartres in the city have not attacked. We should realize that this is a race with extremely unified and strict organization and action. This is a terrible race. After the gathering is completed, first set up trenches and defense lines, and then clean up the internal Sartre at the first time. Once the enemy starts to counter-attack, you just hang the Sartre inside the gathering and leave the rest to me. Lang Feng turned to chase the wind and said, the UAV formation and the second landing force are ready. Once the enemy launches a counter-attack, immediately bomb the peripheral part of the player's defense line in the urban area, thwart the trend of Sartre's attack, cover the landing of the second landing force, and form a wider range of counter-encirclement and suppression. Since they choose to stand still, I'll force them to do it. Lang Feng said firmly. Things are really like the cold front's deduction. When players pay off the Sartre inside the gathering place, the external Sartre can no longer help but attack the gathering place one after another. The formation of unmanned raiders swooped down on the city and bombed the impacted Sartre. The steel fire network marked a vacuum between the player and the attacking Sartre. Just when Sartre was in a dilemma, the second landing force directly parachuted outside the urban area and formed a double attack on Sartre. Although trying to avoid it, it is inevitable to have close contact with Sartre in the battle. With many cases, Lang Feng finally figured out Sartre's parasitic method. After using the close body, Sartre has a mouthpiece similar to a syringe, which pierces the player's body and embeds parasitic eggs. These parasitic eggs proliferate very fast. They will absorb the player's life and energy at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, they will expand themselves, and basically give birth to a new Sartre in 1 minute. Originally, this is a terrible parasitic breeding method, but when you meet players, it can only be said that Sartre is unlucky. After the player dies, he loses the nutrients in his body. The parasitic Sartre has no follow-up supply, cannot obtain follow-up business, and cannot completely parasitize, so he has to die in the player's body and die with the player. The player's body will turn into white light and disappear in 10 minutes, and the parasitic Sartre will also be invisible. Sartre has never encountered such a difficult racial opponent. After death, a new Sartre cannot be bred, and the population will only become smaller and smaller. At the same time, players can be reborn. After the death of the periphery, players will be resurrected in the temporarily built camp inside. In a disguised form, it is equivalent to a position transfer and a redistribution of internal and external firepower. Sartre in the urban area could no longer withstand the fire and chose to rescue the outside world. Sartre in the distance rushed to counter encirclement and suppression of players outside the urban area. Lang Feng's cards were also played one by one, sending drones to assist in bombing and sending new players to airborne anti-siege. Yes, that's it. Expose all Sartre's positions bit by bit. While Lang Feng looked at the tactical map, dozens of pairs of eyes were staring at the same tactical board in other places in the mechanical fortress. Graves suddenly realized, no wonder the president insisted on arranging an alien to take full charge of the attack this time. The unique resurrection mechanism of the alien completely restrained Sartre's parasitic characteristics. Moreover, the cold front's command advanced and retreated properly. In the encirclement and counter-encirclement and suppression, the characteristic of the resurrection of the alien was used again, and the pressure from outside to inside became from inside to outside, constantly consuming and eroding the number of enemies. Graves looked excited and clenched his fist. Looking at the excellent situation at present, the recovery of the homeland is close at hand. Link added, the tactics of the cold front have another meaning. Through the dispatch in batches, Sartre and other places will be exposed. You know, the enemy's support will not only bring pressure, but also expose the enemy's location and scale. Lin Ke continued with Langfeng's thought, you see, the number of Sartres in these places is much higher than that in the urban area. If you know the deployment of troops and population distribution, you can quickly draw a conclusion that the density distribution of these Sartre gathering places is something in Gongwei. But soon, this thing will appear in front of us. Link drew several circles on the tactical board, and the overlapping intersection formed by these circles was specially marked in red. Not surprisingly, this place must be an important place for Sartre. In the same tactical board, Lang Feng also drew circles on the map, and finally all the circles formed the same overlap. This place must be a very important place for the enemy. According to Sartre's distribution, it's definitely something in Gongwei. We can't see the details from the Tianyan satellite. We need more detailed information and intelligence. Lang Feng turned his head and said to the deputy commander chasing the wind, arrange several intelligence teams to land secretly. I need a vision to uncover what's hidden here. The cold front hit the tactical board hard. The so-called reconnaissance team of players is a special team composed of deformed druids, controlling West druids, stalkers, assassins, hunters, mutants with flash and teleportation ability, mages, and mysterious departments that can arrange illusions. This team is characterized by being able to deal with various complex conditions and has personal expertise in infiltration and intelligence acquisition. This is the perfect configuration that players constantly summarize and discuss in the next copy and task. After receiving the order, chase the wind to arrange the organization immediately. If you want to sneak in silently, you should make a silent landing. This requires the cooperation of the School of Magic and Helen. Use all kinds of elimination magic and some special technologies to make players sneak in at ultra-low altitude. Several special sneaking teams landed smoothly, and then brought specific information about the mysterious area. This is an underground palace entrance covered with plants, so it was not found in the Sky Eye satellite reconnaissance. The underground palace is complex and has a huge pattern. Druids use wild animals to control psychedelic vines and small creatures to enter the underground palace. There is a huge living area in the outer part of the underground palace, and then there are restrictions left inside. Neither the controlled animals and plants nor consciousness can enter. However, with the available information, it can almost be determined that this is the gathering place of the Sartre family. It is either a religious sacrifice center or an important city-state. After collecting all the intelligence information, Lang Feng found that there were a large number of Sartres in the lower part of the underground palace, so he had a bold guess. This may be where King Sartre is. Lang Feng raised his head and met the wind-chasing eyes, and then asked. At present, the investigation team can't explore deeply. If it tries forcibly, it may be exposed. Now Sartre doesn't know that we have found their underground palace. If we attack rashly, it will certainly lead to strong resistance. We don't have a specific grasp of the number and distribution of enemies in the underground palace. Do you have any good methods for this? After the wind pondered for a moment, a light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Maybe we can gamble. Oh, how to bet? Pay for treasure hunting mice and spy mouse teams and let them sneak in. Maybe we can break the enemy's underground palace ban without effort. A trace of horror flashed in Lang Feng's eyes. Players can describe the achievements of treasure hunt mice and spy mouse teams with lingering fear. From the destruction of mechanical fortresses by treasure hunting rats and Secret Service rats in the Satu period, to a series of major events later, they appeared many times. These mice come together to do great things. Are you sure you want to send treasure hunting rats and spy rats? I feel that they will not only destroy the prohibition of the underground palace, but also destroy it together with the underground palace. Lang Feng said. Don't panic. At this point, we still have to believe in the rune. The Sartres can lay down the rune. They are not ordinary people. They should still be able to carry these mice. Then let's try. The commander-in-chief and the deputy commander agreed, and other members in charge of the staff were eager to try. Even the players were looking forward to what miracles the 5 little mice would bring. Now, everyone will turn into fun people and watch fun. Chapter 998. Once players become happy people, their enthusiasm is a little higher than fighting. Under the mediation of Chasing the Wind, they really made them exchange 200,000 contribution points for treasure hunting mice and all members of the spy mouse team. So far, the Kid in Charge group has assembled. Originally, the appearance fee of treasure hunt mouse was only 100,000 contribution points, slightly lower than that of King Kong. Because of its special function of finding treasures and arguing with Penny, it set its own appearance price of 100,000. The appearance fee of the spy mouse team is 50,000, but if you want to invite the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team at the same time, you have to add another 50,000 to the cost of the combination. Undefined soon, the macaw came to the challenge arena in the rest area with the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team. Lang Feng personally assigned the task, and the macaw translated for the treasure hunt mouse and special agent mouse team in animal language. The top priority of your mission this time is to sneak into Sartre's secret underground palace and destroy the defense and prohibition of the underground palace. Be careful of Sartre in the underground palace. They are numerous and will confuse people in the form of plants. This mission is related to the progress of 50,000 alien attacks on rune stars. I hope everyone can take it seriously. After the macaw finished translating, the treasure rat took the lead, clenched its paws, turned its head and lectured to the spy rat team. The macaw translated in reverse and explained to Lang Feng, treasure hunting mice are talking again. Let them cheer up. This task is very important. We must not lose the face of the special agent mouse team. Then the macaw winked at Lang Feng and said, well, if you hire me, I can also go down to perform the task. Then he stretched out his wings and hugged Lang Feng. Lang Feng, you understand me. My ability is comprehensive, with speed ability and mental ability. I am also proficient in multiple languages and have strong on-the-spot adaptability. Moreover, my appearance fee is cheap, as long American Samoa 300,000 contribution points. Seeing that Lang Feng didn't answer, the macaw rubbed him again, and his expression was hard to bargain. It's really not good. 20,000 contribution points can also. The macaw's face was livid. 10,000, it can't be lower. As the royal prime minister of the Spider Demon Empire, the most loyal right-hand arm of Link, the initiator of subverting the blood god Ziyir, the all-round talent in the translation industry, and the first battlefield reporter of the wasteland, I still need this face. Lang Feng knows that once he agrees to the macaw, this guy will definitely push an inch and pull on the silver hand and the pot before summer. To the extent of their trouble, it is estimated that they have to make Fushengxing into a pot of porridge. But the macaw's status is indeed detached, and categorical refusal will certainly cause dissatisfaction. The wind chaser saw Lang Feng's embarrassment, bared his teeth and smiled, walked forward and hugged the macaw. Brother Jin, it's just a small task. You big Buddha can't come out until Leader Sartre comes out. Now you're just invited out after breaking through a line of defense. You're going to hit us in the face. The macaw who chased the wind said that he was comfortable all over and his breath slipped a lot. Well, that's what I said. If I take part in such a small task, I will really bully the Sartre family, and I really despise you. Then I'll come out and settle it for you after Sartre King comes on stage. After successfully persuading the macaw, Lang Feng couldn't help but give the wind-chasing pen a thumbs up. This guy's EQ was full and successfully solved a big problem. In order to make the treasure hunt mice and Secret Service mouse team land smoothly, the wind chases also to fill their faces. An unmanned radar with invisible protection mantra is directly used for transportation. After landing, there is a reconnaissance team to pick them up. After landing, the treasure hunt mouse and spy mouse team did not rush into the underground palace, but began to wander around nearby. Because the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team are not equipped with camera devices, Lang Feng can't check the specific implementation methods of the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team, so he can only wait anxiously. The players who are anxious to wait can only be happy people. The 6 immortals were invited to do things. They also spent 200,000 yuan to contribute a lot of money, which has the flavor of crowdfunding. Everyone is looking forward to the results, including everyone in the control room. There is no doubt about the ability of these 6 little mice, even the leaders of the CIS. The main reason is that the resumes of treasure hunt rats and spy rats are too long. There must be 6 figures behind every major event. Link didn't expect that the player would let the treasure hunt mouse and the spy mouse team come out to solve the problem, so that all the leaders and cadres of the independent liaison department are curious about how much energy and influence these 6 small mice can cause. Link's current energy attribute is 2,952 points. According to the talent of Swarm Commander, each point of energy attribute can increase the control range of Zerg creatures by 100 meters. Link can now control Zerg within nearly 300 kilometers. At present, Link can even observe the ground conditions of treasure hunting mice and spy mouse teams in the Perigee Mechanical Fortress. It's just that Link didn't choose to do so. Omniscientism does have great advantages, but if you know too much, you will lose a lot of fun. Link didn't use his talent to spy on the actions of treasure hunt mice and spy mouse teams, but waited as curiously as others, looking forward to the surprises brought by these guys. As time went by, the expected big news did not appear. After a rough perception, Link found that the 6 little ones were safe and alive, and the location was still in the Sartre crypt, so he was relieved. But soon, many Sartres rushed out of the underground palace and began to concentrate their forces to kill on the front line. The satellite faithfully recorded the movements of these Sartres. The cold front began to adjust the player's formation to deal with the enemy's attack. The cold front directly came to a pocket array. There was no one left behind. The army of 20,000 players were all arranged on both sides. When the enemy comes in, it will bite directly like a big mouth and trap the enemy in the middle. The dead player is reborn at the temporary base, blocking the third side. Players on both sides connect head to tail and directly trap and kill the enemy. It's just that Sartre has never heard more and more from the cold front in the palace. Under the satellite lens, Satyu in the underground palace is vast. After coming out, some people not only killed towards the temporary base built by players, but also ran to other places. As the number increased, it became difficult to find rules. These Sartres almost scattered in all directions, not like a large army, but more like escape and refuge. This is not only the cold front, but also the wind chaser and other players. Anyone can see that there is definitely an accident in the underground palace. Just what happened, but no one can give an accurate answer. In the current situation, Lang Feng's brain is not enough. Although the layout he arranged can annex a Sartre force, the number of Sartres pouring out now is at least 100,000. There are only 20,000 players. In the face of 100,000 Sartres, they have more heart than strength. It's just that the current situation is unclear. Lang Feng hesitates whether to continue to send troops to encircle, chase and intercept in such a chaotic scene. But soon, in the satellite picture, the underground palace of Sartre suddenly vibrated violently, and the ground near the whole underground palace made a thunderous noise. Troy appeared in front of the cold front and said, "It is detected that a huge amount of energy is generated in the underground palace, and the range is enough to spread to the temporary base. After evaluation, the peak energy of the explosion reaches A. Lang Feng takes a breath and the energy level of peak A. Is this the power made by treasure hunt mice and spy mouse teams? Now Lang Feng has no joy in his heart, but some are just frightened. The damage caused by the treasure hunt mouse and the 6 small ones is very strong, even comparable to the energy storage blow of the class A strong one, but now he is more worried about the life safety of the 6 small ones. If there are only 3 long and 2 short combings in the 6th child, his employer is to blame. Troy seemed to see the psychological state of the cold front and said, "The president sent a message. The 6 little ones have good vital signs and are not injured. You don't have to worry and focus on the battlefield situation." Lang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Link knew him best and knew the concerns in his heart, which entrusted Troy to stabilize his mood. Now that the 6 are in good shape, he can concentrate on the battlefield. As more and more Sartre appeared, Lang Feng's orders were issued one by one. Send another 10,000 people to land from the south and block the enemy's way. Send 2 teams of unmanned raiders to carry out airstrikes on the enemies in the east and north, and try to drive them to the west and south. Order the other players to bring supplies and get ready. The enemy's leader should come out soon. Without worries at home, Lang Feng's command style is becoming more and more bold. During the period of sending orders, the concussion of the underground palace continued, and both the frequency and power were much weaker than the first time. The scope of the shock spreads to tens of kilometers away. Players in the temporary camp feel the shock, which is similar to a magnitude 4 or 5 earthquake, with shocking power. The poisonous gas accumulated in the atmosphere of Fusion Star is also thinned by the energy vibration on the ground, and even tends to spread out of a vacuum zone. The number of Sartres running out of the underground palace decreased with the naked eye, but with the last tremor, the underground palace roared and crumbled everywhere and began to collapse. The underground palace terrain detected by Tianyan satellite has undergone large area deformation, ground cracking and subsidence, underground palace, and soil depression, as if to bury something. Everyone was stunned, especially the cold front. The task he assigned to the 6 small animals was to break the ban and seal to facilitate the player core to enter the underground palace. But unexpectedly, the 6 little ones directly overturned the whole underground palace, so that all Sartre in the underground palace ran out, and even the underground palace sank and fell. In a sense, it is indeed breaking the prohibition and seal, or even exceeding the task. I have to say, the value of these 200,000 flowers. The underground palace collapsed again, and a huge and obvious presence appeared from the ruins. This is... Lang Feng looked at his bloated body. His body was both like a flower and like the huge existence of a devil. For a moment, he was a little aphasia. This is King Sartre. At the same time, the control room. Graves and Sarah watch the picture and gnash their teeth. Sarah has seen the King of Sartre. Although it is different from the image in her memory, Sarah can't forget the appearance of her enemies who destroyed the country. In the days of Fuxing, it seems that the King of Sartre is very comfortable, and his body is much bloated. Graves had carried the rune box on his back and asked Link, "President, now the King of Sartre has appeared, I want to recapture the rune star myself." Link naturally saw that Graves could not hide his anger, and the thunder of the power of runes in his eyes was already jumping. "Go ahead. Don't underestimate your opponent. He's not weak." As a player who has participated in the Battle of Runes in previous lives, Link naturally knows the power of the King of Sartre. This guy also has a strength rating of B+, and even began to study the runic power of rune after capturing rune. Because of the lack of the essence of runic power across races, the King of Sartre even used nerves to control some runic astro people as a medium to understand the power of runes. These talismans were raised like animals. The King of Sartre still understood the power of some runes. His strength was upgraded from level B to level B+, and he had the power to fight against Graves in the state of Rune King. But Link knew that although Graves was also the King of Runes in his previous life, he was also the level combat power of B+. However, in this life, Graves followed him everywhere, saw too many big scenes, understood and absorbed many things of other races, civilizations, and even superpower systems, and deeply relieved with players, which can no longer be measured by previous lives. Although they are all B+, there is also an obvious gap. Instead of using any aircraft, Graves jumped directly from the mechanical fortress. In the state of Rune King, he can resist part of outer space radiation. Graves also has his own idea why he chose the lower boundary of the flesh. In the past, he was expelled from his hometown. A few years later, the Fusion star was attacked by Sartre, and the remaining thousands of ethnic people who escaped hard fell into the universe and became survivors. The number of these thousands of people on the way to escape was sharply reduced due to various accidents or encounters. When Sarah met Graves with the rest of her people, there were dozens left. Graves was annoyed that he couldn't protect the rune himself, and now he will face the King of Sartre and let him taste the real revenge anger of the rune. Graves rushed into the purple poison cloud. His anger was intertwined with runes, and instantly turned into a pair of wings of revenge anger to completely ignite the poison cloud. The poison cloud immediately glowed, and a mass of blood was diffuse under the dark purple. Graves broke through the poison cloud and the cry floated in the sky. The King of Sartre, the remnant of the rune star, avenged you. The King of Sartre on the ground felt that his energy was not weaker than that of him and smiled grimly. Another rune star man came to die. Well, I happen to have some doubts about some obscure runes. Please help me see how the power of these runes is. What is the best way to defile a person? Is to insult his faith, culture, and civilization. Instead of the former Graves, he is now angry and irrational. However, after following Link for a long time, he was influenced by strangers and macaws every day. Graves had heard too many harsh words. The words of the King of Sartre were just tickling for him. Since you want to see it, take a good look at the power of the Rune King in its heyday. Don't blink, take a good look. Chapter 999. When Graves in the state of Rune King jumped down from the mechanical fortress, Lang Feng knew that it was time to launch the general attack. Even Graves dispatched, and even couldn't wait to make an aircraft landing. He jumped directly from outer space into Rune without any proof. Graves' goal must be the King of Sartre, and Lang Feng also began his art of dispatching troops. Congratulations to all the remaining players. You can fast forward to the final battle in advance. The third team, the fourth team and the fifth team land and fight in turn. See the winged flying man? That's Graves. We'll fight with the King of Sartre later. If you don't want to die, stay away. When the King of Sartre is weak, go up and pick up his head. After all, you don't want to be waiting for death and resurrection without a sense of participation when you really pick up your head. Undefined Lang Feng is too clear about the player's psychology. Otherwise, there are really idle players who have nothing to do in the past. The result must be killed by the aftermath of the fight between the two. Waste a battle effectiveness in vain. Don't mention the 10-minute waiting time for resurrection. If you miss the last stage of picking up heads, you really have no place to regret it. The Cold Front arranged a large-scale launch of players, accompanied by a small amount of bombing cover. At this time, Graves on the ground had fought with the King of Sartre. The momentum of the two men's battle was appalling, and all of them fell into the capture of Tianyan satellite. Graves combines all the rune knowledge in the rune box. His current peak strength, revenge anger, and strong belief in recovering his hometown make his strength at the peak of B+. The King of Sartre made some fitting modifications to the rune, so that the rune can more stimulate the power of darkness. The King of Sartre is like a small mountain. Every move can cause the earth to shake, and darkness and terrible energy sweep the earth. The aftermath of 2B and level battles can even spread to the surrounding areas. After the players landed, they listened to the warning of the cold front and kept away from both sides of the fierce battle for fear that one of them would be affected by the fish in the pond. Although they can't avoid it, players always pay attention to the movement of the central battle. Once the king of Sartre shows weakness, players like hyenas will rush up and kill the king of Sartre completely. Graves shines like an angel. The power of runes burned around him, and the wings of anger burned around him, igniting the hot air and driving away the darkness. The flame of revenge is like a ghost leaping in the forest. It confronts with the darkness and interweaves with the fury. The fierce burning waves are roaring and mourning for the compatriots who once died on this land. Once the prince came back, the successor in the eyes of the Fushengxing people. After being exiled, he returned to his hometown again. The land eroded by darkness began to recover under the influence of the power of runes. The Sartres invaded the planet, corroded the earth with dark forces and absorbed the power of life on the planet. The will of the planet was dying in the invasion. But today, the presence of Graves activated the will of the planet, resonated with the familiar energy, and sounded the horn of counterattack. The battle between players and Sartres is also wonderful. The poison gas scattered in the air suppresses life, but unexpectedly brings fanatical power. For other creatures, this is a curse of dark corruption. However, players can't measure it according to normal creatures. In the view of players, this is completely a gift for them. What's the use of high tolerance and high intelligence? It's better to add more output. What's more, it's not a star and a half, but 10%. For players with a strong desire to output, this is a God-given scene. 10,000 people war, output pull full. These 8 words are enough to make players' blood boil. The power of darkness is contained, and the power of the earth itself is recovering. The disappearing plants on the rune star also began to break through the earth and reveal new buds. The original rotten earth is revived bit by bit. The old trees that are withered and decayed and entangled by dark plants are peeling off a little, and it is difficult to squeeze a touch of green from the cracks of cracked branches and stems. The dark swamp settled, the rotten gas disappeared with the wind, the eyes of the crouching rodents in the depths of the ground trembled, the snakes in the underground cave also ended their long hibernation, and the creatures woke up one by one. The darkness faded, everything revived, and all the creatures of the rune star sounded the counter-attack horn. The whole forest was whispering the name of the prince. Graves. The anger of revenge, the rhythm of life, and the vitality of the whole earth emerge from the depths to expel the darkness. The king of Sartre felt the power of fading, incredible. He doesn't believe that the planet that has occupied for decades has turned against the water and betrayed once. Once he was subject to his power, he has launched riots one after another to overturn his rule. What scares him more is the strength of Graves. In the past, he had seen all the power of runes, from kings to civilians. In particular, the rune power of the old king, in his view, is only desirable. However, at present, Graves' rune power is profound, mysterious, and broad. They have the same energy level. It is reasonable to say that the battle should be equal. But in front of him, this guy is even stronger than the old rune king. Every blow has the determination to move forward. Majestic power and treacherous skills are concentrated and unified in one person, which is impossible to prevent. There are also endless men brought by this guy. They are reborn in situ after death, and their strength is not affected at all. On the other hand, the ability of parasitic rebirth has lost its effect in front of this group of terrible monsters, and the number has decreased sharply. This is a one-sided war. These guys are undead natural disasters. These undead natural disasters are brought back to life indefinitely. They don't know what death is. The king of Sartre seemed to see the fear faced by the inhabitants of runes when they captured runes in the past. They parasitize, they resurrect, they occupy, they kill. A little bit eroded the spiritual will of the rune Protoss, and finally completely wiped out the race, but also extinguished their light of hope. Now, the same scene is happening again. However, the offensive and defensive trend has been reversed, and the creatures that once spread fear have become one side of fear. In the past, people were slaughtered with knives, but today they are slaughtered with knives. The Sartras, for the first time, experienced the taste of despair and could not see the end of resistance. Graves clenched his fist, and the rune box's magic armor covered his hand with a layer of fist armor again. The strong are angry and draw a knife to the stronger, the weak are angry and draw a knife to the weaker. The Sartras have always been a race that bullies the soft and fears the hard, and some are only cowardly in the face of resistance. It is time for these weak people to be erased from the universe. Graves' eyes were lit up instantly, and two flames filled his eyes, even burst into tears. The whole man burned the flame of revenge and rushed to the king of Sartra. The purple dark clouds in the sky spread a big hole, and the sun shone through the clouds to the earth, just like the center of the stage play, illuminating the two who were determined to die in the first war. The firelight collided with the dark smell of the shadow, and the huge waves spread rapidly, and the impact of the ground was like ripples on the lake. The clouds in the sky have also been shaken several times and become thinner and thinner. The purple cloud produces more and more pores, the light column breaks through the clouds and irradiates the earth, and the power of life gradually recovers, which also marks the victory or defeat of the duel between the two. You failed. Graves whispered. I thought you would be a strong opponent. Now it seems that I think more. The magic armor of the rune box retreats from Graves, who has lost interest in the dying king of Sartra. Opportunism is always difficult to ascend elegance and enter the avenue. Graves turned and left. The king of Sartra gasped, filled with countless light gaps. This is proof that the power of runes is injected into the body. These runes continue to erode his dark forces, such as bony gangrene, and let him experience the most painful torture. Why don't you kill me? The king of Sartra felt the defeat of his people, and he was also defeated by Graves. Originally, I thought that transforming the power of rune into darkness, dark rune, and parasitic poison gas made the king of Sartra successfully promoted to B+, which made him believe that this is the road of sword fingera in the future. But Graves pierced his theory with the purest strength. Not only kill, but also kill the heart. Because you're afraid of killing me. The king of Sartra smiled grimly at the corners of his mouth and shouted, your father begged me to release the Fushengxing people before he died. I pretended to promise him that I didn't hurt killers in attacking cities and land, but only killed adult men, and I caught all the old, weak, women and children. Guess what? I let all the old and weak women and children be parasitized in front of your father. When an old king looked at his subjects, was parasitized by Sartra, his chest burst, watched the people die miserably in front of him, and the corpses had to be swallowed up by the newborn Sartra, leaving only a twisted skeleton with a ferocious face. That feeling. Tut 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 tut. Guess how he died in the end? The king of Sartra chattered endlessly, and even a happy smile of memory appeared on his face. Graves stopped, his fists clenched and rattled, and the flames of revenge were stronger, even dazzling, than in the previous battle. But soon, the flame went out and disappeared without a trace. Graves didn't say a word, but left in a further direction. The excitement in the king of Sartra's eyes subsided like a tide, replaced by panic and madness. Why didn't you kill me? You coward, heard that your father was tortured, but you didn't say anything to your enemy. The situation of Graves and Sartra's king battlefield has always been concerned by players. Now, their hyenas smell the death and decay of the king of Sartra and move. The players have green light in their eyes and strange and bright smiles on their faces. Come on, Graves. There are no enemies. It's not cheap for us. Wow, the fresh LV85 Plus leader boss still has residual blood. Now he's making a lot of money. Don't worry, wait for me, wait for everyone to attack together, everyone has a soup to drink. More and more players, like ants who find honey, smell and follow the trail from a distance. The king of Sartra has been shrouded in fear. These insect-like creatures surround it at this time, and their eyes show a greedy light. Being stared at by so many eyes, even the king of Sartre was deeply frightened. In the past, these creatures are just cheap fertilizer in the eyes of the king of Sartre, which is useless for the Sartre family. But now being stared at by a group of insects, especially the eyes of the other party still have a strong greed, which makes the king of Sartre feel humiliated. It was as if these creatures and fertilizers were cheap in his eyes. He was tortured by intense humiliation, anger, and fear, entangled with various emotions. Now he finally understood why Graves didn't kill him directly, which was more painful than killing him directly, allowing him to taste unprecedented emotional changes before death. For example, the more people drown in the swamp and sink, the closer they struggle, the closer they are to death. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to command the battle. It is your efforts and cooperation that can complete the recovery plan of Fushengxing. It is a great honor to fight side by side with you. Now, brothers, the boss is right in front of you. Next, please play by yourself. Lang Feng gave the last voice instruction, and the wind chaser around him joined the attack with the team just now. At this time, the whole challenge arena was empty. Not only the challenge arena, but also the crowded rest area just now. At the moment, Lang Feng is the only one. But this did not affect Lang Feng's appreciation of his outstanding art. Although he didn't fight in person, as a special and rare occupation chief of staff of the corps, his biggest feature is that he doesn't have to commit suicide himself. He has experience. As a battlefield commander, he will also gain experience. The experience is still based on the experience of the corps directly under command in killing the enemy. In a war in which both sides invested hundreds of thousands of troops, Lang Feng directly gained hundreds of thousands of experience, which is comparable to a level task. Sarah and the clan also landed on the Rune Star by ship and returned to the hot land of their hearts. The king of Sartre was eventually overwhelmed by the players' powerful and fierce firepower and unstoppable enthusiasm. The purple fog in the sky gradually dissipated, and the sun spread all over the earth again after decades. All hidden creatures are revived and rejuvenated. Watching the withered mountains spit out buds again, Sarah said happily, maybe, in a few decades, the Rune Star can recover as before. Yes. Sometimes darkness thinks it rules the planet, but in fact, real life is just hiding and waiting for a chance to recover. No one can really control life and death, and their impact is not as serious as it seems. Graves stood aside and sighed. This is the knowledge in the rune box. In the final analysis, the way of rune is the relationship between man and nature. This tells us to fear nature. In the control room of the mechanical fortress, Link also made his own summary. Helen on one side seemed to understand. Then, President, what's next? Are we going directly to the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance? No, we have to go to a place, the Omega Galaxy, to lay out and build a parent star base.